Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Could you please come and take your seats? We're going to start the conference in a second. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, and very warm welcome to you all to this morning's LegalTech in Leeds conference, the inaugural LegalTech in Leeds conference. Welcome to everybody here in the room today, and everyone who's joining us via the live stream as well. Fantastic to have you all here. My name's Julian Wells. I'm Director at Whitecap Consulting. I'm going to be chairing the day today, introducing the various speakers and guiding you through the agenda. First thing I want to do is to say a big thanks to Bruntwood, who are our headline sponsor for today and are hosting us in this awesome venue, which we've repurposed from an empty office space into a conference space where you guys can network all day and absorb the great content from all the speakers that we have. I'd also like to say a big thanks to all the other organisations who've got their logos on the slide behind me for their support for today. So I'm going to call them out and name them each because they've all played a big part, not only in helping sort of make this possible financially, but also with their guidance and input and feedback as part of a steering group that's created today's event. So Barclays, DSE Beechcroft, Leeds City Council and Leeds Law Society, both of whom you'll hear from shortly. Pinsent Masons, Radar, Salesforce, TOCA and the University of Law. So big thank you to all of you've made today possible in many ways. So as I say, I'm gonna be chairing today. I've got a slide to remind me to do the housekeeping. So for obviously those of you that are sat at home, you can have a sip of your coffee at the moment. Those that are in the room, there's no fire alarms planned today. In the event the alarm goes off, obviously the way that you came in is an obvious exit. There's also another exit over here. If the fire alarm does go off and we need to exit the building, the muster point is just down Grey Street to the left, about 100 metres down on the left-hand side. Obviously there'll be people leading the way if that happens. In terms of the sort of format today, we want this to be very relaxed. We want you all to have plenty of time to network and talk to each other. The toilets are out of the door and round on the left-hand side. There's only one sort of reasonably small set of toilets on this floor. There's more on the other floors, but I would encourage you to just pop in and out during the sessions to avoid a big queue at the breaks. Similarly, if you want to get up and grab something to eat during the sessions, that's fine, just do that. And if you need to sort of do any work, there's plenty of stations around the room. So I hope you enjoyed today. The whole thing has been put together by Whitecap with support of all the sponsors. Just a brief intro to Whitecap for those who may not know about us. We're a regionally focused strategy consulting company. We're headquartered here in Leeds. We've got 6 offices around the UK, and they're all outside London. And so our focus is very much on regional economies, regional growth. And we work in sectors that are changing and evolving, and we're very future-focused in what we do. And so you might know us from our work in fintech. But over the last couple of years, we've been very focused on the legal sector, both here in Leeds, but also we've done quite a bit of work in Bristol and Bath, where there's a very interesting legal tech ecosystem there. You'll hear the report mentioned a couple of times today, which we published a couple of years ago, which again was supported by a collaborative group of organisations from around the legal and tech sectors here in Leeds. And today we're acting on some of the recommendations of that report. I'm not going to say more about that because Tom's going to talk about the report in his intro. But this is the LegalTech in Leeds is the latest part of the journey in the evolution of legal tech in this region. So on your seats, you've got the agenda for the day. We're basically split into 3 sessions. This morning, the first session, we've got keynotes and panels, and the same in the second session. And then this afternoon, the big focal point is a showcase where we've got reverse pitches from law firms and tech firms and innovators, where we will try and sort of directly address the big challenge of this initiative, which is to try and get the legal and tech sectors more integrated, more joined up, and helping to be more aware of the things that they can each do for each other. So those of you online, if you need to see the agenda, Google LegalTech in Leeds agenda, and it should come up straight away. I've got it on the slides here, but I'm certainly not going to walk through all the speaker names because I'll run out of time. So I'm going to hand over now to Tom Matusiak from Leeds Law Society. Tom's been one of the biggest of all the supporters that we've had over the last couple of years, and it's great to have Tom give us a few opening words to help kick the conference off today. Tom.
Thank you, Julian. Welcome, everybody, to the Leeds 2022 Legal Tech Conference. Welcome to everybody who's here today. Welcome to everybody who's watching online. I'm Tom Matusiak. I'm a director at Leeds Law Society. I'm also a legal director at litigation firm Stewart's here in Leeds. Leeds is the UK's centre of excellence for legal services outside of London. Law is a key pillar of the economy here in Leeds. A full range of law firms, legal service providers and in-house teams provide top quality service to regional, national and international corporates and individuals. For 150 years, Leeds Law Society has been building and supporting the connections that promote a successful legal sector in Leeds. Rapid advances in technology, communications, data, and algorithms mean we're undergoing revolutionary change in law today. And what changes are we seeing and do we expect to see? Well, we're going to hear about many of those today, but in some sort of overview themes: improved and more tailored client service, law firms running as more efficient businesses, better management and review and analysis of the proliferation of documents, data, messages that form a part of the disputes and deals that are run from Leeds. People who don't access legal service, getting access to legal services through the new technologies, better ways of people in law working, new legal mechanisms, smart contracts, for example. And let's see which possibilities for improved legal service the metaverse brings. So at this critical juncture for the industry, lots of the stakeholders in Leeds came together, as Julian mentioned, and Whitecap wrote the 2020 Leeds and City Region Legal Tech and Innovation Report. And what was in that report? Well, it set out the success stories in Leeds, the strengths in Leeds, statistics from Leeds, and it recommended that the legal and digital sectors in Leeds get brought closer together and collaborate. And it concluded that with Leeds' legal expertise, digital capability, and the people and talent, including the fantastic graduate pool, that Leeds is ideally positioned to be a leader in this transformation. And that's just me trying to sum it up in a few sentences. I really recommend you look at the report. The Lawyer, one of the most respected legal publications, sent out an editorial to all its subscribers entitled "The Future is Northern," and concluded that Leeds' ambitions to become a global legal tech hub could be realised sooner than you think. And these events, this event and the run-up events that we had, are part of that journey, bringing legal and digital together in Leeds. And we want to be creating genuine relationships that promote the sector, finding new ways of looking at issues and processes, and giving professionals, startups, firms and students more reasons to come to Leeds, stay in Leeds, and develop in Leeds. And we've had an excellent start to these events. We had some great drop-in events with legal and digital, hearing some great projects that law firms in Leeds are running, hearing refreshing perspectives from digital, from those who hadn't had any involvement in the legal sector to date, giving new perspectives. And I think that conversation is going to continue today. Well, it clearly is, with these excellent keynote speakers, interesting panels, and that these reverse pitches this afternoon are going to be really exciting. It's great that many of our members are here today. Leeds Law Society supports all constituencies in the profession, and we have to be aware of the differing impacts of change on different individuals and organisations. Thank you all for supporting this event today. Thank you to everyone who's here today, attendees, the speakers, the sponsors, Whitecap, for bringing this together superbly. At a panel I chaired on legal tech in Leeds a few years ago, one of the panelists said that creativity is in the DNA of Leeds. So let's get these great minds and ideas together today and have a really creative day. I look forward to talking with you all at the networking later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Tom and Leeds Law Society, for all your support throughout the process. Now delighted to introduce Eve Roodhouse from Leeds City Council, who, as Eve will no doubt explain, has also been a massive supporter and advocate for everything that we're doing here. Eve, over to you.
Thanks, Julian, and good morning, everybody. My name's Eve Roodhouse. I am the Chief Officer for Culture and Economy at Leeds City Council, and that role involves supporting sector development. And over the years, we've done a lot of work with the digital sector and with law firms right across the city. I'm really delighted to be making some opening remarks alongside Julian and Tom this morning, Together, we've been beavering away since 2019 on the potential around legal tech and innovation in Leeds. And to be in a room today, to have all of you here and have this physical manifestation of it after all that time and everything we've been through the pandemic feels really quite exciting to me. So it's a pleasure to be here. As Tom so eloquently put, Leeds has got all the ingredients to be a global leader in innovation in the law. And we also have, alongside that kind of real strength and depth in the legal sector, an incredible digital sector in the city. That digital sector is driving growth across Yorkshire, which has the fastest digital sector in the UK at the moment. And some of the businesses that are part of that growth you'll hear from later this afternoon. We've got the creative digital talent to disrupt and imagine the future, both inside some of our big corporates, but also inside those SMEs and entrepreneurs. And we've also got the commitment to invest in our innovation ecosystem from the public sector. I'm representing that here from the council. From our educators, we've got the University of Law here and some of their students supporting the event, and they have been passionate supporters of this work. We've also got Nexus at the University of Law and Leeds Beckett, all really enthusiastic about this innovation, but also broader innovation across Leeds. In the past 2 weeks, we've had a range of events happening across Leeds under the banner Innovation at Leeds, which include the FinTech North Conference, the AI Tech North Conference. We've had a Space Hub Conference. We've got coming up the Northern Lands Conference with the Netherlands. All of these things signify just how exciting it is to be here in this city at this time right now and what we can achieve. Leeds is the place, let's remember, from where FreeServe was based, the first ISP to offer free internet access. It's the place from where we built the NHS spine, which does all the messaging between all of the different NHS systems and kept the NHS going through COVID. It's the place where Skybet developed the cash-out technology that was so pioneering. According to Psych, it's the centre of document automation universe here in Leeds. We're also the place that invented jelly tots and Monopoly. So today, when you're listening to the panel discussions, when you're listening to our keynote speakers, dream big. There is no reason why Leeds can't be the place that really transforms how we deliver the law, how we ensure that people have access to law, how we make sure that our corporate law firms are fit for the future in a disruptive world of tech. So all I want to finish with is, because I'm not speaking at the end of the day, is just some big thank yous. Thank you to all of our speakers today. Thank you to our co-sponsors. Thank you to all of you for being here. But particularly thanks to the team, Chloe and Julian, who I know have worked their socks off to really get this together. And I hope that you all really just engage in the day and get as much out of it as possible. So enjoy.
Thank you so much, Eve. In putting together the agenda for today, we've put together a mixture of speakers, and I always feel at a conference like this it's very important to have a policy voice. So we approached the SRA to speak, and we're really delighted to have Ben from the SRA here. Ben's not your standard regulator, though, so as he will explain when he talks. But Ben, it's brilliant to have you here, and come and take to the stage.
Hello everybody, delighted to be here today. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Julian, and fantastic to hear what's been going on in Leeds as well. As Julian said, I work at the SRA as Head of Innovation Technology, and I'm going to be talking about three things in my piece today. The first is just about what the SRA does with tech with our SRA Innovate offering. The second is around some details around a piece of research that we published last year looking at the adoption of tech in legal services. And then I'm just going to finish on our project with the Regulators Pioneer Fund that looks at access to justice and building technology to help disadvantaged communities. So to start with, the SRA has three strategic objectives. The first is around upholding professional standards. The second is increasing the adoption of technology in the sector. And the third is around horizon scanning and looking at risks and opportunities. And our team really focuses on objective 2, which is helping the industry adopt the technology. We see as a regulator, we're uniquely placed to be able to provide support, but we can also see some of the benefits that we've just been hearing about in terms of access to justice, better outcomes for clients, and more efficient firms as well. So our SRA Innovate offering, we're a fledgling team. There's only a couple of us, but I have support from our wider policy team. And there are 3 audiences that we predominantly work with. The first of those is startups. So we provide support for startups who are kind of like market entrants, if you like, if they're just trying to find their way through. Typically, they would come to us with some regulatory queries, but what we can do is help them navigate that landscape a little bit and just understand what are some things they need to be thinking about, whether they're regulated or not, or go the B2B model where they supply their systems to law firms and so on. And that we have a process with our ethics team where we can take details of their business model and some queries and put them through and get some written advice for them as well. And where that's perhaps not enough, where we perhaps need to go a bit further, if there's a new product or service that may lean a bit more heavily on those regulations, we can then go a bit further and develop some proof of concepts. And that's where we get under the skin a little bit, just try and evidence some of the benefits, highlight the risk, tell the story in particular if it's in some abstract technology. And then from then we can just check and make sure that we're compliant. And I would add as well, in my modest 9 months at the SRA, in the last 6 months or so, we've spoken to around 23 law firms and startups who've come to us, and not one of them have got anywhere near to sort of breaking the regulations. We've offered advice, but they're always within them. The second group is law firms, of course, and as our regulated community, we obviously take interest and try and support their objectives. And a lot of that is around technology advice. So firms will come to us and say, look, I want to try and do something like this or use this piece of technology. How do we go about it? Where are some of the risks? And so much like startups, we can also provide that advice as well. There are certain other types of themes where, particularly where they're more industry-wide, where we can invite firms to be part of a pilot. And we've done that with our quality indicators work, which is working with Trustpilot, Review Solicitors and Google, where we've built out a cohort of firms that are supporting us to help manage their presence online, respond to reviews and so on. And secondly, our unbundled services pilot. We've got about 20 firms in that where we're looking at that division of labour between clients and law firms to understand where some of the benefits and the pitfalls and risks are. And as part of that, we facilitate those pilots. We set out all the objectives, we collect all the evidence, we run things like roundtables and other types of analysis to try and get all the insight, and then we share that all at the end such that it benefits the whole industry. But we do that by working collegiately with those law firms. And then finally, we do a lot with government as well. So obviously we're connected to the MOJ and their legal support team, and also their innovation function. But we also do an awful lot more with BEIS, the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Group. There's quite a lot we collaborate on that. And I've got the Regulators Pioneer Fund that BEIS manage. I'm going to speak about that in a moment. But we also get involved in some of their other programs. One of these from BEIS is the Agile Nations program, where we've been connected to other regulators in different countries. There's the LegalTech group that the SA runs at the moment, and that includes Canada, the UAE, Singapore, Denmark and Italy. And what we've been doing is learning from those regulators to see what best practices look like, what the challenges are in their sector. And they've also been informing some of our project work as well. So that's our SRA Innovate offering. More than anything, I would just urge you to get in touch. I'm going to be around for the rest of the day to speak to you and so on, but I would urge you to reach out to us. The next thing I just wanted to talk about was our research we conducted last year, known as the Oxford Report. This is something that was published last July. It was commissioned with Oxford University, and they looked at the adoption of technology in legal services across England and Wales. There's a link at the bottom there which will give you the full 150-page report, but there's also a kind of a more concise, shorter summary, and there's even a YouTube panel discussion that we put together. But I'm just going to go into a little bit of details about some of the implications of that report and how it's still informing our innovation plans at the moment. What we did is commission the team at Oxford to look at 3 things. Firstly, around the tech adoption. So what are some of the use cases, what's driving them, and where some of the barriers are to adoption. We looked at the distinction between some of the smaller law firms, what we've termed here as people law, and the larger law firms as well. And we noted there's quite a big disparity in how the two are performing. We looked at things like unmet need and risk for some of the other providers, and also a bit like Leeds itself really, looked at some of the different ecosystems around the UK, how they're consolidating things like skill sets and funding as well. And perhaps the best thing about this research is that it's not the SRA's view of the world. It's what the industry have told us. That's what really makes it seminal for us. And every time I go back into the research, I always find something new to pull out. But it's very reflective of the industry as a whole. So what was in it? Well, one of the key findings to begin with was that through the pandemic, and it's quite ironic really, we're here 2 years after the lockdown began, but there's been a massive step change in the use of technology through the pandemic, and most of you here will have experienced that. Things like video conferencing, of course, not just in talking to our colleagues, but servicing clients as well. E-signatures was another large one. But of these numbers here, most law firms have all reported a greater use of technology and changes in some of their business practices and in adopting technology. But I think for me, the biggest number is the second one there. About 90% of people said that changes are permanent. That's a massive number. I've worked in technology in different sectors for over 20 years, and the business change element, when you're introducing tech, is the hardest bit. When the software goes live, that's when the real work starts. So for 9 in 10 people to say these changes are now permanent, that's incredible. That's massive. And in fact, last September I was at an event and I sat next to a newly qualified solicitor, and she said that when lockdown began, nothing really changed. They went back into the office the next day because that's where all their IT was and all their files and so on. But she said now, 18 months later, she said, we've got laptops, we've got flexible working, we can work anywhere, and they've made that change as well. We saw some change in some of the business processes. I mentioned video conferencing and the way that firms are now using that to speak to our clients. That's one of the more common ones, but things like signatures as well, and the way that's changed in how we're working. But also, we've seen from some firms how they've started to accelerate this in the way they engage and retain clients. So in family law, for example, there's some really great work happening with firms who are building onboarding tools, where instead of doing the lower rate consultation, where people come in for a first sort of initial chat, they now send out a link to them, they click through, they fill in some details and start building evidence about their case. Numerous advantages to this. It saves the firm's time and means they can provide the value-add services. But for the client, it means they don't have to keep passing their case files around between different lawyers within a firm. So yeah, we've seen a lot of that, and we expect it to grow. The report also talked a lot about LegalTech skills, and I think here that there's two kind of angles to this. The first is the technical one, about actually operating some of the LegalTech technology as it comes into a firm, and the second is how you actually go and procure it. What are the right questions to ask? How do I know that this sales pitch that is being made is actually going to have any benefit to my firm? Also, as part of the study, we looked at where LegalTech skills are actually mentioned in job adverts. And over a 6-year period, we only found that about up to 2% of job adverts mentioned anything around technology. And we expect this to change, but it still shows that there's an issue there. And supporting, again, the great work that's happening in Leeds, the study showed that there are clusters of areas where law firms, technology, investors and startups are coming together. And where that happens, you have a greater concentration of those LegalTech skills, and they're more prevalent in some of the jobs. It's not an even distribution. And then finally, there was some anecdotal evidence that where LegalTech skills are mentioned in those job adverts, they actually attract higher salaries. And that's evidence that there's some demand now starting to grow in the industry for people having those skills. I talked about the disparity between large and small firms, and this was a massive problem, really. I just jumped through some of these points, but generally speaking, smaller firms are finding it much harder to secure the sort of business change that the technology bring. They don't necessarily have the financial capital, the skills to implement it, and the resources to make it happen. And I think in our kind of day-to-day work at the SRA, the smaller firms are the ones that we're perhaps a little bit more worried about, and where we need to do some more work to support them. So in summary, there were 4 main takeaways that the report found in terms of barriers to adoption. We're able to group them together. The first is, as I mentioned, around financial capital. And what we're trying to do now is work with BAYS to try and highlight and signpost where there are some funding routes. So, for instance, the British Business Bank, which is run out of government, is a good way to get some loans and other types of financing. There was also, I think it was earlier this year, the digital grant of about £5,000, I think, towards some software that you can, any firm can take on to secure some funding. But also we're doing some more research to understand about what investors are interested in, particularly around LegalTech, to see what some of their market needs are. The second is business benefits and certainty, and this is quite interesting. So if you look at the different LegalTech available, and if you're running your own firm, trying to make that decision is really difficult. And part of that is you can look at what other firms have done, and we're trying to do some work now to build some better case studies about what we see as best practice in things like cloud software, for example, and where you can build in really good resilience into your business by using those tools, but firms aren't necessarily seeing them. I would urge also firms that are in this space to look at running trials of this. Most vendors will enable you to run a trial for, I don't know, 3 to 6 months where you can provide that evidence that the tech is working. The third one, as we've just been talking about, is around staff expertise, and again, the technical side and also the procurement side, and that's something that we're keen to hear from firms who've had that problem, but we might be able to help as well and provide some advice. And then finally, the regulatory uncertainty, and this kind of comes back to what I said at the beginning about what the SRA is trying to do. In all the dialogue that I've had so far, and notwithstanding any more queries coming in, we're not seeing anything yet that's really going to break the regulations. It is possible still to innovate and use the latest technology without falling foul of the regulations too. So that's the report. Hopefully the slides will be shared. There's a link on the Sites Oxford report, but I'd urge you to read it. It's a really great piece for us. The last bit I just want to finish on is our Regulators Pioneer Fund work with BEIS around access to justice. So the Regulators Pioneer Fund is something that's made available to both local authorities and regulators in all different sectors. And I'm proud that the SRA, this is our second project we've done with them. We've won funding twice now. And this particular one, we only really started 6 months ago and it's about to conclude. But we wanted to look at access to justice challenges and where LegalTech might be able to address some of the inequalities in that. We formed a consortium which was split into 2 regions, and one of the methodologies we've kind of developed through this that we're looking to repeat, if I'm honest, is having a pair of a university, a regional university, paired up with a local authority, and I'll explain why that's relevant in a minute, but we've paired up with the West of England local authority or combined authority and the University of West England around the Bristol area, and then Swansea, and although they're not shown here, the Welsh Government as well supported us to look at South Wales, and then we had support from the ICO and the Legal Advice Centre in London, who provide legal advice clinics. What we did is broke up our project into 5 packages. The first of these was a data research piece, and I can show you a screenshot of this in a minute, which maps the legal advice provision in those regions. And what we did, we were able to work with the local authorities to pull out deprivation data, broadband availability, and where the legal advice centres are, to try and see if we could map out where the so-called legal advice deserts are based. Again, that was split by the regions, and of course there is regional variation. The second package is probably the biggest piece of work, and here in each region we spoke to lots of different advice agencies. We recruited them into 2 workshops to try and get under the skin about what the provision of their services looks like. So what does their customer experience look like? Are they inundated? Do they have a long waiting list? What sort of tools are they using? Do they refer a lot, and so on? And those challenges were surfaced up into one of our later packages. We also, with the University House, they interviewed a lot of large law firms to look at their pro bono services and see how they were targeted. And what we found was that, perhaps no surprise, they're targeted in most of the major cities, and that's obviously a big opportunity there where we can maybe try and put those into more rural settings. Work package 4 was where we condensed all the challenges from those pieces of research, and we put them into 2 small hackathons, one in, again, the West of England, one in South Wales, to try and solve some of the challenges. And they did vary, of course. So in Wales, for instance, there was a lot around language, which we wouldn't, of course, expect to have seen in the West of England. And we're just in the process now of surfacing those concepts and working into the final package, which is about securing the legacy. So we've used the remainder of the funding to try and build out these tools such that they can be taken forward. This next shot shows the mapping tool that we created for Wales, and here in the coloured sections there shows some deprivation index scores, and on top of that the red dots show where there is an advice centre or legal advice clinic in some form. Might not be so visible on the screen, but you can see in some of the rural areas and the valleys around Wales there's a real paucity of provision there, and the places with the fewest transport links and so on. So that could be where digital tools may be able to help out. Within the research, we're getting towards the end. We did publish last month an interim report which surfaces all the challenges. So again, you can find that on our website if you'd like to find out more. And this is, again, a bit like the Oxford report, really. It's what the advice agencies and the sector have told us as a whole. The final report, and hopefully a webinar, will be coming a bit later in summer when we can show and share some of the rest of the tools. That's all I had. So thank you very much for listening. I hope that was useful. The mailbox for our team is on the screen. I'm going to be around all day. Would welcome any conversations. But I think the main takeaway, if I can just say, is just to get in touch. Whether you're a law firm or a startup, you need some help with the regulatory guidance or just within the industry as a whole, we'd love to hear from you and to see if you could help out as well. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ben. So much ground covered there, and so many areas that are really aligned to what we're trying to do here. Some of the things that that you heard Ben talking about, access to justice, the sort of the advancement of the sector, and also the sort of the skills side of things, which will come into our second panel session today really strongly. So, thanks again, Ben. Now, delighted to welcome Gary Gallen, the Chief Executive of Radar. Gary's been absolutely instrumental in helping us with today's event. Right at the very start of the planning process, we spoke to Gary and he's got his feedback on what we're planning to do. And I want to thank Gary for all the challenge that he gave us in trying to make sure today wasn't just a sort of predictable legal sector conference, and that we really sort of tried to challenge the sector, challenge the thinking, and introduce that sort of tech and innovation angle. So it's brilliant to have Gary giving us a keynote this morning. Gary, come and take to the stage, and a very, very warm welcome to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Julian. I think this is the bit where my friend Tom here, Eve and Julian, what have you, have put this conference on. I've done a tremendous job. Yes, I'm just one of a number of people that have fed in, but I think I'm here for sort of like the awkward slot. The stubborn character and the disruptor. And I hope that I don't annoy too many people in the audience. I was talking to Julian just before I came on, actually, just checking the conference agenda. And I appear to be the only founder and CEO of an alternative business structure. So, i.e., a practicing law firm that's using technology to disrupt the sector. So when he was talking about the opportunity for disruption, and that Leeds is a great place within which to do that, I do agree with her. But I think we've got a heck of a long way to go if I'm the only founder and CEO of an alternative business structure talking at this conference today. Julian definitely told me if I press right, the slides move on. There you go. Look before you who dares wins. Simple little title, but I find that everything about innovation, everything about change is about people. It's not the money, it's not the technology, it's not the sector, it's people. And the look before you leap and the who dares wins, there's always a paradox in that, isn't it? Even as we're kids when we're brought up, your parents might tell you, or you learn these little sayings, look before you leap, but then you're also told, who dares wins, yeah? So take those risks. So there is an element of both, I think, in being an innovator and being a change agent, because you are trying to do something that's disruptive, you are trying to deliver change, but you are trying to do it with the best information that's available, do it with the best insight that you can at the same time. The real opportunity, in my view, is lawyer-led. Controversial. Because I know that a lot of the technology companies that are out here are looking to disrupt the sector and say, it's technology that will disrupt the sector. I'm 31 years now practicing in the legal sector. My background's criminal, regulatory, compliance, risk management, whatever you call it, but I've dealt with clients that have been in distress for over 30 years. Fixing things is the litigator from the back of the equation, usually. And what I found in those 3 decades of practice is the same things keep on going wrong in companies year after year after year, and they come to the lawyers for the knowledge about how to fix and correct those things. So what I found in my journey for innovation and change in building Radar is what's absolutely critical if you're going to disrupt, absolutely fundamental to be successful in that disruption as well, is who do you want to work for? Who is your client? What does that client need? And what is the knowledge that you've got as a legal practitioner that those clients want from you? Then look at that business model about how do you get that knowledge to those clients faster, smarter, better with the technology. And I've never started with the technology. I've started fundamentally with the client. What is it that the client outcome wants? And it's not law, it's not technology. It's not insurance, it's not all of these wonderful things that they have to buy that are out there that the professions supply. Businesses want an outcome which is to run their businesses faster, smarter, better to achieve the outcomes they want. So they don't want to make decisions where a lawyer says a statute says you've got to do X and Y and Z, and they're told that they've got to re-engineer their business. Law needs to be manipulated, bent and shaped to work for clients to help them achieve their outcomes better. So any business plan for disruption and change, for me, starts with know your client. Understand what it is that they want from you, how often that they want it from you, and then start shaping your business plan. And you do need a business plan. This is a little bit about look before you leap, as well as the who dares wins. But as a CEO and as a founder, you've also got to have absolute confidence in faith in what you're building or what you're doing. Because you do need to be really stubborn. You do really need to be sticking to your guns when you're trying to build something from the ground up and deliver change. Right from the outset, looking for the funding even for the business idea radar. 29 different organisations, people and individuals I went to with the concept, with the idea for change, said no, it'll never work. Hopeless idea. You can't build a business model that way and deliver services with technology and build the sort of business that you're talking about. Angel investors, single investors, groups of investors, government grants, banks, start-up funds, etc. I couldn't be bothered to get the nice round 30, so I just decided to go ahead and do it anyway. So, having resigned as an equity partner of one of the world's biggest law firms, they had paid me an obscene amount of money for a number of years. So I did apply that to building the business. But one thing I'll also tell you, and this is where you do need to be stubborn and very confident in the decisions, as you're recruiting developers, as you're building a business, you'll soon run out of that cash because you'll go down rabbit holes. All of the code that you're building and the things that you're doing and the work that you're creating won't work first time. Probably not second time, third time, fifth time. You've got to keep going. I think it was Edison one time when he was asked after discovering the light bulb, a reporter said to him, what was it like to have failed over 1,000 times? And I've always liked Edison's response, which was, I found over 1,000 ways it didn't work. Yep. So you have to keep going. But if you know your client, you're clear with what knowledge those clients need, what you're doing is working and iterating ways to use the technologies to get that knowledge in the hands of that client in the right way at the right time. And clients are getting more savvy. In the 30 years that I've been a lawyer, they demand more from their professional partners, lawyers being one of them. And they recognize that a lot of the work that lawyers do is attritional. It is repetitive. And business owners do get annoyed and frustrated for paying for the same things twice. And actually, they don't like not knowing how to run their companies. The law is, ignorance is no defense. If you're running a business, you're supposed to know all of the rules, health and safety, environmental, data protection, HR, intellectual property, etc. But entrepreneurs, business managers and owners aren't taught that anywhere. So they're learning on the job as well. The lawyers have this knowledge, and the way that we tend to keep it and present it in lawyer technical speak frustrates companies, I found. So years and years and years ago, when I was a younger lawyer and an equity partner at a large law firm, I was asked to go and talk to one of the country's biggest supermarket chains. It was a beauty parade to test all the magic circle and the great and the good law firms to work with that business because there was a change in the law that was coming out. That supermarket decided it was going to embrace that change in the law because there was opportunity for them to extend their licensing hours and do more work, etc., and supply their goods and services to customers. was in that room presenting on behalf of our firm, and the CEO of the company just stopped and said, not interested in your literature, not interested in all of your corporate brochures, not interested in how clever you are about knowing the law. If you're here as a partner in that firm, we take it you're really clever. Do you understand our business? Do you understand what it is we're trying to achieve? And can you tell me how you're going to bend and shape the law to help us to deliver that? That's all he was interested in. So with those lessons, that's what powered me and gave me confidence to go after things with Radar. But that real opportunity is still knowledge-led. It's in the hands of you lawyers that are in the audience to actually be able to control your own destinies and futures. The bit that you need to accept is that knowledge can be segmented. It can be delivered in modules to clients to empower them, to educate them, and to allow them to make decisions in their business lives, their professional lives, their personal lives, faster, better, and simpler. There's a pricing model that you can then iterate with technology behind that to help you deliver those services better. Not at hourly rates, fixed prices, subscriptions. Simple predictive models that the FDs and the CEOs and the people in the companies that you're trying to work for can also put into their budgets and their models. We need to start understanding how businesses work and operate better and deliver our knowledge that way. So, a few other things, not being too controversial, hopefully, Tom, about existing law firms. But one of the reasons why I left, resigned and went on this journey, was because I recognised that in taking some of those ideas I've just spoken about, I was actually spending half of my time arguing with my own partners in the law firm about changing the way we were delivering legal services. And the more I was sharing knowledge and giving insight and information to companies for them to run themselves faster, smarter, better, there was an anxiety in amongst the rest of my equity partners. Excuse me, that the more we show somebody how to do something, we think that, oh my God, if we show them how to do it, they won't come back and they won't ask us to do something for them again next week. And we won't be able to charge them some more hourly rates. Where actually, I've always found in my career, the quite reverse to be true. The more you educate, the more you give people confidence and show them how to do things, the more they actually come back to talk to you for that next level of insight, that next level of information. So I am not somebody that says that technology is going to replace lawyers. Not in my lifetime, not in my kids' lifetime. Because there is too much that's still in the expertise and the experience of the lawyers that will still be relevant about designing and iterating and moving business models forward. In the last 12 years, if you think about it, we had a once-in-a-lifetime financial crisis. We were talking about Brexit, leaving the EU, political change, immigration, etc. Who thought that a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic would come along that actually moved Brexit so far in the back pages, nobody even thought about it anymore? And now we're going back to a world war. So there's plenty of challenges that are out there for businesses that need to tap into the insight of the knowledge of the legal professionals. But embrace the technology. Have a business plan, know your client, know what knowledge you've got and how to move it across to the client. Look at what knowledge you can fairly share and deliver simply, either on a free basis or on a simple modular basis to those clients to empower them and raise their confidence and knowledge about managing their business risks. In doing that, you can then look at a consultancy layer, an advisory layer, where it's a hybrid between digital delivery and speaking to the lawyers. And then you've still got your top-end consultancy and advisory layer for the lawyers. That's going to continue to grow. COVID, Brexit, Ukraine crisis has meant that businesses are having to change all of their business models. Remote working, flexible working requests, digitizing their own processes, looking at supply chain issues, sanctions, etc. That is massive opportunity for the legal profession. But be clear on your business plan, your client, and then look at the technologies that are available to move that knowledge to deliver it to a client. There's technologies that I see people talking about a lot at the moment that are changing law that are actually ancient in technology terms. And they're largely technology applications to help a process internally within the law firm. It's not technologies about delivering knowledge into the hands of your client. There's marketing technologies, CRM technologies, etc. Bugbear of mine, and maybe something we need to throw off, and I don't mean anything by this, Julian, because I know we're calling it a LegalTech conference, but there's no bloody such thing as LegalTech. It's just tech. And it's available to farmers, it's available to grocers, it's available to anybody. It's the same tech. It's how you choose to take it and apply it to your sector and to deliver your knowledge to the client. That's all it is. There is no legal tech. Don't be looking in a magic box of legal tech and thinking that you can buy something that's going to change how you practice law. It doesn't exist. So that's something that we need to throw away. It's one of the things that gets in the way. Be willing, however, to take risks. Yeah, the who dares wins, but you do need to take risks. Change and disruption means that you have to push your employees, your colleagues, your collaborators, your business partners, etc., through change. And one thing I've definitely learned is it always takes you longer than you think. Something that you can see as the individual for years of practice, you've got to move people through that change management process. And that's why it's so much about people. Communication is absolutely critical. Future state. I'll touch on it. One other final thing, a little bugbear bit, mine I'll throw in as well. When we was building this practice at Radar, my colleagues and I, very successfully, I must say, so from an idea from starting trading 9 years ago, we're a large multi-site 8-figure turnover law firm now delivering corporate legal services. I think it was Julian told me last year you had to be over 12 million turnover to be in the top 200 law firms. So we're very firmly, therefore, into that bracket by some measure. So it is possible to have an idea, grow it, turn it into something large, positive, making disruptive change. We've never marketed or advertised. We've done everything through word of mouth, through recommendation, through networks, relationships to this point. That's something that we will change later. But in building that business, I had to be willing also to raise capital several times because my business plan was always a business plan that was to be a large-scale disruptive business. That's another thing. If you're going to be an entrepreneur and you're going to drive a business forward, what size of business do you want to be? Because you need to make different levels of decisions and taking different sizes of risk depending upon what size of business you want to be. And you've got to be determined with that. We've got over 100 people in the whole office, several dozen people working in a multi-million-pound practice of ours in the platform here in Leeds, growing tremendously. Birmingham, Glasgow, Leicester offices. We did an acquisition recently for the first time. We're going to do some of more of those to build the business. But in those equity raises, not only could I not raise capital in Leeds or the north of England to get the business off the ground and have to self-invest and push it to the limit, remortgage the house, cash the pension, sell the cow, whatever it took to prove the business model. 3 times raising capital in the UK, had to go to London to do it. So one of the other big opportunities and challenges that I think this audience has got, and I don't know if anybody from capital and things are out here, is there is more models that are out there now, but funders need to switch on a little bit to the opportunities. We need to get some capital, actually, that's willing to take risks and invest in the new business models up here in Leeds, because you do need capital. And if you want to be a large business and a scale business, you're going to need millions. So in each of our raises, all of them were several millions at a time to be able to get the technology, the people, the premises, and what you need to do to deliver. You have to do that. So, future state. Going out 5 years' time, the technology is going to be available, and we're already working with this technology, where we're looking at all of the services that we deliver to a client, our proactive services, the active services, as we call it. So the proactive is the education, the training, the templates, the guidance, the digital, all of the smart solutions, learning management systems, etc. that help businesses manage themselves, taking risk out of the business model, having less litigation, less insurance claims. That's the area that we work in. From all of that data set of the size of the business, the sector that they work in, the single site, multi-site, are they in Scotland, jurisdictional issues, Channel Islands, Italy, wherever, creates data. The active model, where those clients are asking for some of the technology delivery, but also human guidance and support and insight as well. It's not a problem, it's not litigation, they're not carrying out a transaction, they don't need a lawyer to carry out that work, but they need support and guidance. Also, produces more data. The reactive side, when there is litigation, there are problems, things that have gone wrong, produces more data. Those data models, properly managed, properly interrogated, data science is the phrase that's used in relation to it, joins up and provides incredibly powerful insights to be able to produce the next product, the next way to support and advise your clients. So the future state is a data-led future state. Now, I do quite a lot of work with technology companies, and I work on some consultancy panels with the likes of Google, the likes of Amazon. Don't know how many of you guys know it, but they're buying insurance companies, insurance brokers. Insurance is compulsory for companies to purchase to operate worldwide. From that, they get huge data information. Size of the company, sector, stock, premises size, etc., how businesses run, operate, etc. They're also buying law firms, because deregulation in the States is happening in Canada, is happening in the EU, is happening in Australasia, etc. They have the entrepreneurial, risk-taking approach, the capital, the digital, the technology capability. How long do you think it will be buying up the law firms and looking how they map how legal services are currently delivered piecemeal, slowly, at different price points, etc. Yeah, you can see what they do is they buy into a sector, buying existing business models, and then mapping how customers purchase, clients purchase support from them, and then they iterate and they go into that market sector. So I think future state, it's still knowledge-led, but the data from delivering that knowledge through technology will grow exponentially. But firms like that who have started their journey into law and the professional services sector by the 3 to 5 year point, that's where real disruption is going to start to come in. So lawyers, think about your knowledge, think about your control point, and the opportunity that you've got now, but don't sit on it. That would be my advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. That was great. So I'm sure there's a few things people would quite like to ask Gary about. Well, Gary's going to join the panel session now. I'm going to invite our other panelists to come and get on stage. If I can't get the clicker to move to the next slide. There we go. Okay, so speakers, if you wouldn't mind sitting on the order that that you're on the slide, that'll make it easy for everybody to. Yeah, definitely. I don't need a seat. No. So Georgia, Luke, Gary, Sharon, and Deb. Brilliant. Right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to spend the time between now and the break having a panel with these guys. I'm going to get them all to introduce themselves in a second. Just briefly, we're joined by Georgia from Halston Marketing, RegTech Talks and No Code Lab. We've got Luke from the Government Legal Department. We've got Gary, who we've just heard from, Sharon from AI Tech North, and Deb from Bruntwood SciTech. So I'm going to give them all a chance to introduce themselves, say a few words about their particular interest in legal tech. I've got a few questions, but we want to make this as interactive as we can. So we've got a couple of microphones. If anybody wants to ask a question, I'll invite that, and then please put your hand up. We'll bring the microphone to you, and then you shall be live in the room and live on the internet as well. You'll be live on YouTube, live on LinkedIn. So world fame awaits you. Let's do the introduction. So Georgia, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about why this is an interesting area to you.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Julian. Sorry, this is a bit too loud. So I'm Georgia Halston. I run a B2B marketing company, but I also run LegalTech Talks, which is an initiative around bringing about sustainable and efficient changes within heavily regulated industries by introducing technology. And also No Code Lab, which is just an absolute passion of mine and my co-founder, where we talk about the no-code movement within technology. Talk about that a little bit more later, I think.
Hi everyone, I'm Luke Cochran. I'm a director at Leeds Law Society, similar to Tom, but I'm also a lawyer with the Government Legal Department based in Leeds in our commercial law team. I've also recently completed a secondment in our knowledge and innovation team as GLD's first ever innovation manager. So this is a real personal passion of mine, is sort of looking at ways of doing things better, potentially through technology, but also through people and culture and change as well. And I mean, you could call me a bit of a digital native. I think my dad bought our first home computer when I was about 4 years old. So, you know, it's something I've always grown up with, and it's something that I've always been passionate about ever since. And, you know, I'm always interested in different ways of bringing that to the legal sector as well.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sharon Matthews, CEO and founder of LegalTech North. LegalTech North is a disruption sort of institute, a think tank, and we like to bring AI experts and disruptors to really explain how to use this technology in a strategic and in an ethical manner. So we are here to empower businesses, startups, and anyone like SMEs or professionals who are trying to embrace new technology. And everything that Gary said, how can we apply that in practice? Thank you.
Hello, Deb Hetherington, Head of Innovation for Bruntwood SciTech. So Bruntwood SciTech is the UK's largest property developer for science and technology businesses. We're actually in a Bruntwood building now, so it's great to have you all here. So I don't really get involved in the property side. I oversee the design and delivery of business growth support and innovation ecosystems across the north, so in Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool and Cheshire. I'm also a recently appointed director of Leeds Digital Festival and an associate at Leeds Beckett University working in their innovation and research team. So yeah, Bruntwood SciTech's really interested in legal tech. We have several of our customers here today from the digital transformation side, also the traditional law firms and the disruptive law firms like Radar. So really, really passionate about this topic. So thanks for having us today, Julian.
Okay, Deb, let's just stay with you for a second. I think it'd be good for you to just elaborate a little bit on your past and your work in the legal sector before you came to Bruntwood.
Sure. Yeah. So good point, actually. I worked in several top 100 law firms, legally educated, started training, but then moved across to management and client services roles. So yeah, saw for me, in all honesty, a complete lack of digital adoption. And then I moved across to academia, working with academics and professors to engage with industry on innovation-funded projects. And just before I left the university, full-time, pre-pandemic, we actually ran a program engaging with 50-plus law firms from across the north to collect data around how they were adopting technology, and the results were staggering in terms of the spectrum of adoption and not.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah.
And just one other thing as well before we move on from you. You've got a bit of a vision for what you'd like to achieve with LegalTech or LawTech within the Bruntwood SciTech environment and the tech hub. So maybe you can give yourself a bit of a shout out for what you're trying to do there, because I think there's probably people in the room that would want to be a part of that.
For sure. Okay, so what we do, as I've sort of alluded to, is we don't just develop properties, we build ecosystems and design programs to run inside of those incubators, accelerators, to help startups grow, and we'll always partner with university and industry partners on those. So we are in our infancy in those conversations in terms of what comes next after this. So when the report came out a couple of years ago, really, really exciting. This was the next step. Again, brilliant to get all the people together, have these conversations, but let's keep it going. So what's next? We're talking to a research base, we're talking to a few of our customers, whether it might be a legal innovation lab that we could hold in platform, which is the building built on top of the train station over there, so a great location, an incubator, a challenge-led program. We're not entirely sure, but we're having those conversations. So if anyone's interested in being involved in that or helping us push that forward, design-wise, please do shout out.
Yeah, and I think from from the perspective of the work we did on the report that has been mentioned a few times today, finding ways to get that kind of integration between the legal sector and the tech sector is really what's driven today. And so we really want to see some good come of all these great ideas. Sharon, you held a big tech event yourself last week.
Yeah.
You've worked across a lot of different sectors, and it'd be interesting to just get your perspectives on the legal sector.
Absolutely. So I'm a co-founder and CTO of a legal tech company, startup actually. And in general, what we do is how to apply AI in principle, ethically especially. And I've seen, from a legal tech point of view, the amount of AI use cases is endless, limitless, is restricted by imagination. Let's start with just documents, the amount of documentation that we have to go through. So there are so many AI use cases around it. I think there is that, mystery, myth, lack of understanding of how to use AI in a traditional businesses. So culture plays a big barrier. So we try to ensure that can we break the culture with change management process and explaining how to adopt data and AI culture and apply this in an ethical fashion. So that becomes our first thing to focus on when we're working with especially a traditional business like legal industry businesses. The other thing is we also noticed that tech is changing so rapidly. Regulations are yet not defined. So how do we sort of work in this almost unknown territory, uncharted territory? So again, the best thing to do here is to play safe, create tools and technology, which is almost like an augmentation tool, where you're almost augmenting your lawyers or team instead of dismissing or minimizing their capabilities. So we try to work in a highly strategic fashion with legal companies to ensure they use the technology in the right way.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. Georgia, I'm just going to come to you next, if that's all right. I'm going to skip the order rather than going down in line, because I want to come to Gary at the end. You're working across lots of different sectors. You've started this no-code lab initiative, which I think you should tell us a bit more about, because it just does seem to be absolutely flying in Leeds. And so tell us a bit about that, and maybe give us some of your reflections on what you've seen in the legal sector compared to the other sectors you work across.
Yes, I'll fill the latter question first.
Yep.
I made some notes because since I had COVID, my brain doesn't work anymore. I don't know if anyone else has felt that. So I think that what I've noticed the most within more traditional industries is obviously that fear of digitalization, that fear of innovation. But obviously since the last couple of years, there's been a forced digitalization on every single industry that there is. The difference, from what Ben was saying earlier on, for example, 90% of people are now saying these changes will stay. It's not something that, we had to digitalize and now we're just going to go back. One of the biggest changes, I think, is that people are realizing that digitalization isn't just a tick box exercise. It's not something that's like, have you done your digitalization process? Oh yeah, we did that 5 years ago, that's that done. People are realizing now that it's an ongoing process and you are going to have to keep on digitalizing. Yes, the regulations are something that always you have to think about. But again, what Ben was talking about, and you really teed me up actually with some of the stuff that you brought up, was thinking about those POCs. And again, Sharon, what you were talking about as well, sort of that augmentation, kind of like a digital twin of a team, to think, okay, would this actually work? Would it break regulation? Spinning up something really quick, like an MVP, which is exactly what we talk about with No Code Lab, putting something together that isn't necessarily having to be built from scratch in terms of technology. It's not something that has to be developed from scratch. It's something that you can drag and drop into a platform and say, hey, here's a legal tech solution. Let's put that out to market. Let's see if that's going to break regulation. Let's see if that's actually going to work to automate processes and make things better. And one of the things that you brought up was access to justice. Access to justice just feels like it should be an absolute intrinsic element of the human experience in a modern world, right? How can people not have access to justice in this country? But with the ruralization, like you mentioned, maybe people not having access to those services, that's how we feel about technology. Exactly the same. Everyone should have access to technology. And the no-code movement is allowing people to build things where they don't need to necessarily be a developer. You're able to build MVPs, come up with an idea, build an app. A child could do it. Children are doing it, probably better than most adults now. So that's what we're doing with No Code Lab, is spreading that message about how amazing the no code movement is. We've got Hack next week. We've got some solicitors from Clarion who are going to be there, and we've got a no code platform, Tulka, who I know are here today, and they're going to build something within 12 hours and show you that actually you can build a piece of tech really quickly and without actually having to have any sort of development skills. Did that cover everything that you mentioned?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the hack next week. What's the day? It's at Avenue HQ, isn't it?
Yeah, Thursday. We're going to be there from 8:30 till 9 p.m. But the evening session is only 6 till 9, and that's when the public are welcome to come and see the judging of all of the teams that we have who have built all these different solutions, and have a bit of a drink and a network with us.
Brilliant. Okay, great. Well, we'll gladly include a link to that when we send out our sort of follow-up from today, so people can sign up and be aware. Right, Luke, let's move on to you. I mean, you've got quite a unique role, I think, from everyone who's in the room today, looking at the list of people that have signed up, because you're working kind of under the skin in the public sector. So maybe give us a few insights on what the adoption of technology and innovation is looking like at the moment in government.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting time in government legal department when it comes to innovation and tech, because we sort of recognised a few years ago that we were a bit behind the curve, but we're now sort of trying to catch up fast. And the sort of advantage there is, you get the opportunity to learn from the mistakes of others. So obviously you can't run before you walk, but you can maybe make that phase a bit quicker. And I mean, that's really the sort of, the market that we're looking at now is, we don't have the same commercial imperatives that, the larger commercial law firms do, where their clients expect them to be at the cutting edge of technology in the usage and delivery of their services. What we want is, sort of to be looking primarily at, developed, mature technology that can be easily rolled out and adopted by our lawyers. I mean, we have about 2,000 lawyers across the organisation, and probably across those 2,000 lawyers, you've probably got the full range of, Luddites is unfair, but maybe people who are less comfortable, shall we say, with, the more modern technology, all the way to, I was speaking to one of our trainees recently, and she was getting very excited about, blockchain and AI and everything else. So we've got, across those 2,000 lawyers, we've got a real range, and you've got to make sure that, if you're going to try and roll something out across an organisation with that range of people, that the cultural foundations are right. And so when I was on secondment in our knowledge innovation team, that was the real primary piece of that role. It was not, I wasn't sat there coding or, developing apps or anything like that. It was building a real sort of, ground up foundational sort of culture within the organisation that make it ready to accept change, ready to accept innovation. And, we've, built an innovation network of around 80 of our lawyers who are real sort of champions within their teams for new ideas. And we've also, run what we call our innovation challenge within the organisation. And we, put out a prize and say, look, here is a problem, give us your best solution. And it's amazing, we had 2, problem statements that we put out, mostly around, sort of collaborating and, across offices and across different teams, which is very sort of timely with where, we've changed working in the last couple of years. And it was amazing. I think we got around 50 entries from across the organisation, and the breadth of those different entries could not have been much wider. You had people who were, you had teams who developed their own, very basic little pieces of, software, primarily sort of, spreadsheet based, but the sort of, something that you could maybe then easily develop, into an MVP, and all the way to, we started doing these, team get-togethers on a Friday afternoon, and it's very sort of social, and the only technology that they used was, was Zoom, and it, but it was sort of very different perspectives of solving the same problem. So that's, we have that advantage of that we have the scale, and we have the people who have that real drive to do things better as well. So, as I said at the start, it's, we don't have the same commercial drive to make, to drive change, but we have the real cultural drive within the organisation now to make those changes and, do things, in a different way.
Very good. I guess it's probably not what you'd expect to hear from a public sector organisation, that kind of culture and that challenge approach. On all the sectors we work in YCAP, we really see that being so prominent at the moment, the setting of challenges for people to try and solve. It's very in vogue in research and innovation overall. Gary, coming back to you, and you've been sat there quietly, which not let you get a word in yet on the panel, but tell us a little bit about the culture at Radar, because we've been hearing about challenge and change and the need to change, and you've set out some pretty clear messages to the legal sector around things that need to change and the mindsets that need to change. What's it like to work at Radar? How do you encourage people to approach their work?
There's quite a few of my colleagues I see in the audience. Actually, Zane over there, Stuart, Kate, etc. At Davina, I've seen somewhere at the back. She was asking me if I was nearly here yet, so I have texted you back saying yes, 50 feet away. So the culture. I think my responsibility is to try and make sure that people feel that there is space to deliver their services, to work together, and not be frightened of trying to deliver that change business model. Everything from the quirky name to Davina texted me last night because people were saying to her, why Hull? Because I set up the practice in Hull. Why on earth would you set up Hull? I said, well, why not? There's good quality people anywhere. But I suppose, just taking that a stage further, we were able to set up an 18,500 square foot building all of our own and create our own culture in it. It was a shell building, it was a brand new build, so the colours of the walls, the texture of the carpet, the swings screwed into the steel girders of the building so we could properly have a swing. Health and safety got in the way, and we had to get a certificate from an engineer confirming that if we used the swing we wouldn't pull the building down. So I think somewhere on YouTube there is a picture of 5 of us on that swing showing that it wouldn't fall down, the building wouldn't fall down. But I suppose you need to have fun. I think people that join the business trust, or I hope that they trust me and have confidence that I know what I'm doing in a business. But you've got to give people room to breathe. You've got to give people opportunity. And I think we've heard about law and we're hearing about technology. So one of the things that I definitely set out to do was actually bring the different component parts under one roof to build a holistic model, as it were. So we have solicitors, barristers, former prosecutors, newly qualified, very seasoned, massively expert lawyers, former equity partners of Magic Circle firms, people straight out of university, a real broad and eclectic mix of knowledge within the business. Sector experts, competition experts, data protection experts, all of those different disciplines, I suppose, in 30 years of me practicing, knowing when things go wrong in companies, they need this range of advice. So we deliberately set out to recruit that eclectic range of advice, not from the traditional recruitment routes. But we also brought in the technology. So we have our own technology team, we have our own technology background. We've got several dozen experts in the data science, the AI, natural language processing, all of these things that we talk about. Because lawyers have got their own language, and within law, different areas of law has got its own language, so has technology. So you need to bring them together to learn a common language and how to work together. And the marketing and communications team are actually crucial, because you'll have a lot of technical experts, but if they can't get that message, that insight understood by, I'll dare to say it, normal people working in businesses, there's no point. It's too technical. They can't consume it and work with you. So I think it was really important to make sure that the business was being built, recognizing that we exist to serve that customer. How do we take technologies? How do we take the legal technology, the legal know-how? How do we take all of those other skills to make sure that we can move that information to those customers? Because, you'll hear about artificial intelligence, you'll hear about blockchain, you'll hear about NLP, natural language processing. As a lawyer just says, so what? It's got to have a purpose. Yeah? AI, for example, it doesn't exist in a law firm. Yeah, being quite candid, it's not artificial, because it exists, that technology, that capability, the data, etc., and it's not intelligent. Yeah, it is definitely not intelligent. Nobody's done it. Yeah, it's rubbish if you hear from anybody that says that they have. And actually, it's a human expertise, because the technology only becomes intelligent if the humans actually are putting the insight, the data, the knowledge inside the technology for the technology then to be able to search and pull the insights out from that information. So actually where working technology and law firms fail fundamentally is we talk a lot about the technology buzzwords, but we're not thinking about the legal process, the legal knowledge, the customer, how they'll consume. And the other thing is firms exist to make a profit. So if this is why you don't get funding, this is why it's a challenge and things like that, because you have to have a business case that stacks up that that process is going to make money. Yeah. So you have to have a culture, I think, that we all understand that, we share that information, we know our purpose, we know who we're working to, we know all of those different skill sets, how they have to come together and collaborate. And if they don't, that purpose isn't met, we're not profitable, we don't exist.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, I'm gonna take the opportunity to see if anyone wants to ask a question. So as I said, we've got a couple of microphones. Please put your hand up if you'd like to, and just let me know who it is that you want to answer it. Yeah, got a question over here first. So this is mic 2.
Hi there. My question was for Gary. As someone who's set up a software company but used to work in a law firm, what did you find the challenges of working with a legal tech team in the big law firm you worked with before, and what are the changes you're trying to make with the firm that you're running now? When you tried to engage with the tech team in your big law firm, was it just lack of availability? Were you not able to get your ideas across? I'm almost certain you'd have had some. So what were those challenges?
Yeah, I had to do it without telling most of the partners, to be brutally honest. And I think going back then, it was the internal technology team that was being badged as the innovation team. So you were trying to use an internal, to be honest, infrastructure IT team to be an innovative technology resource to help you take your knowledge to deliver services to a customer. I suppose some of the early successes would be things like Client Portal, where for large international clients who, as I say, back then they were already challenging big law and saying, we need to see all of the work that you're doing for us in 8 areas of law in 40 different countries. So by creating Client Portals so that the client instructions were digitally exchanged, the progress of work, where the WIP was being built up, moving to fixed prices, reducing cycle times on repetitive work, where templates were created that became the clients and things like that. That was some of the early part of the journey. I think if you talk to any of the technologists that are in the room as well, and the legal sort of like tech companies trying to take technology to work with lawyers, I think consistently what I hear from those technology companies is that lawyers are pains in the arse to try and trade and work with. Yeah, I'll help tee Paddy up for later on at the university because unfortunately, you know, as a lawyer, we're trained to distrust everything. We don't believe anything. Yeah, where's the authority for that? Yeah, we want to know the route map to get from A to B before we even start. We want the guaranteed outcomes. Yeah, so it's not a risk-taking environment naturally in a law firm. So that cultural challenge of a law firm is significant, and also people spend years and years and years going up the lockstep to get to the rich levels of equity, and equity in a partnership is not normal equity in anybody other's idea of equity. So it's about how much you can draw out that year to pay for the new Mercedes, the ski trip, the private school, etc. So actually powering millions back into the firm to properly invest in that technology of the future to leave it for the people behind you isn't comfortable with the traditional equity partnership model. So they're just some of the obstacles and barriers that I perceive. So I resigned and left to be able to create something from the ground up, purpose-built, future-built, without those cultural obstacles in the way.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Paul. Anybody else like to ask a question? Please just raise your hand and then we'll bring the mic around to you. Chrissy.
My question's to Georgia, actually. I'm just curious to know, of the people who are intrigued as to learning about no-code, what kind of industries are they? And if you have had any lawyers from the legal industry, what type of law firms and lawyers are they?
I feel like I'm too loud. No-code can disrupt any industry. And what Gary was saying before, legal tech, fintech, agri-tech, Industry 4.0, technology cannot exist on its own. There's no technology industry. It always has to be part of another industry. It always has to be innovating some other industry for some reason. So no-code is exactly the same. And I think that it's more the speed to proof of concept that makes no-code a little bit different for law firms. And what you guys were talking about in terms of what we call citizen development. So people within law firms or people within any type of company who are sitting and actually they have a better idea about the problems that they have. They know what solutions that they want to make. And they're actually better suited to be creating something internally rather than outsourcing that to a technology partner who doesn't have the intimate knowledge of the problems, whether it's a back office automation piece or whether it's something to do with actually innovating the way that you deal with your clients. The people who are on the front line, and it's the same in medical, it's the same in every single industry, the people who are on the front line working in that are far more suited to be creating. And if they have access to no-code platforms, they can build whatever they want and they can create the things that are super, super relevant to the problems that they are having personally. There is a debate between citizen development and shadow IT, because there's a big governance piece around the types of technology you are and aren't allowed to use within certain industries, particularly those that have a lot of regulation that you have to deal with. So a lot of the IT guys internally, and Gary, again, what you were saying about the IT team is always just placed as the innovation team. A lot of the time, the IT team is against innovation because they have a nice little infrastructure that they've built this whole time. They don't want the marketing team building MarTech, no-code platforms so that they can integrate social media posts. They don't want that because it's actually going to be disrupting this amazing set that they've built that's regulated, and they've built it in a way that's really specific to their own governance. So that's what they're calling shadow IT. So that kind of falls out the side of that debate, and it's a debate that we've actually had in a mock trial with No Code Lab, where we called it No Code Court, and we had people come and give evidence for and against the whole no code movement for shadow IT versus citizen development. That was really fun. And it's definitely something that we're probably going to do again. If anyone wants to get involved and pretend to it's kind of like a Judge Judy kind of mock trial thing, so if anyone wants to get involved, let me know. In terms of the actual problems that are being solved right now, you're better off speaking to an actual technology provider such as Toka, who I know are here and who are going to be helping that out, because I know that what they do is no code. They can probably give you a better idea of the individual problems that are solved by no code. But what I do know is that you're probably going to be able to build whatever you want. People who are developing on big platforms like Bubble, for example, is one of the major platforms within the no-code movement. What people say is, what happens when you have to re-platform? What happens when you have to grow up and you actually have to have something built bespoke? The builders on no-code platforms have said to me, we have not yet come up against that. We have not found something that these no-code platforms cannot do. And they're just developing every single day because more and more people, and because the no-code movement is so intrinsically open source, everyone loves feeding each other ideas and feeding each other their tech. It's not something that's siloed or disparate. Everyone wants to get involved and give each other their tech and show each other their stuff. That it's just going to be moving to a place where actually, I don't think that you'll be able to come up with a problem, legal or not, that you can't build with no-code in the future. Does that help?
Can I just add something?
Yeah, go for it, Gary.
I agree with everything that George has just said, but something that might be helpful when you talk to a law firm, building something, right? Lawyers will think about, what's the terms and conditions of delivering that to my client and customer? What cloud is it kept in if it's cloud? Is it a cloud over Bradford, or is it a cloud over America, or is it a cloud over Italy? You know, lawyers don't know, haven't got a clue. Data protection, information security, professional indemnity. You're taking legal knowledge to deliver it to somebody. There's a lot of compliance and regulatory issues. So Ben, earlier on, talk to the regulator. I always talk to them before we do anything, before we change the structure, go and talk to the regulator. And I found it's really wonderful if you have a whiteboard and you draw coloured pictures of your processes and what you're going to do to make it dead simple. But talk to your regulator, make it simple. But technologists, when you're talking to a law firm, you're trying to sell the technology. They don't even know what no-code means. Brutally honest, yeah. But what is the result of that? What is it going to do for the law firm? And what I find that the technologists don't understand is you need to solve several of those other problems for the law firm consumer around compliance and regulation and storage and accessing, maintaining and keeping it legal and up to date, etc., for changes in rules and regulations, regulatory changes. Technology of its own is already difficult to explain to the law firm, but if you can explain it to the law firm, but you can also explain all of those other things that the lawyers will be frightened stiff of, because you need to solve those solutions too. Yeah, otherwise that's a barrier for getting the technology into a law firm.
Can I just quickly comment on that point? I think to me, so the experience I had on secondment sort of sat in between sort of innovation and technology and lawyers was as much as if anything a language thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you almost sort of like got two sectors of people, both obviously highly intelligent, you know, hardworking people. But if you sort of put a Venn diagram of the two, the sort of overlap is quite small. And sort of sat within that space, there is a small subsector of people who can speak both languages, you know, and those people can be super valuable in being able to, you know, bring that progress forward. So, you know, someone who knows both about no code and also knows about what area of law that you're practicing in, that's a real fantastic skill set. And I think it's something that, you know, I think those people are a real key in that translation process. And then I think eventually, you know, you'll have more lawyers and more technology people where, you know, they'll just naturally have been brought up in those, you know, with that as just part of their day-to-day lives. But at the moment, that's not super widespread. So that translation piece is really critical, I think, you know, getting people speaking the same language, even though everybody's, you know, fundamentally speaking English.
But that's why events like this are so important.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I add?
You can, Sharon. I was just going to say skills is going to be quite a theme on the next panel that we're going to have as well, which comes a bit later on. Sharon, please.
Yeah, low code, even AI, this is going to be next, it is right now a general technology. And it's the matter of not how I'm going to adopt this, is when. So just like we had computers, we had internet, we will be using this across industry. So everything that panel said, I would like to complement that. But I think what we have to understand is, yes, the AI, the super intelligent AI doesn't exist, but what we have is the narrow and the most weakest version of AI or automation. And yet it is super powerful. And when we have powerful technology like this, yeah, power comes at a price and responsibility, which means ethics really makes this technology, you know, beautiful. And other thing is, yeah, and what is ethics? Ethics is not defined. Everyone's got different moral compass. So, in my opinion, ethics means what you do when there is no regulation. What is your real moral compass? So, as a business, and with all the things that's going on with regulation, yeah, there are governing bodies, there are corporate businesses, but I think the people side, you know, how are we going to make this in a people-centric manner will play a key role. So I would say it's a general technology. I think the challenge will be to make it ethical and people-centric.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, just before we stop for our morning coffee break, Deb, I want to give you the last word. If we come back in a year's time, assuming that we do, what's the change that you'd like to have seen happen? What do you want to see the legal sector do?
Not a very sexy thing, not technology necessarily. What everybody here has said is having, let's look at the actual law firms and the law sector, which I've worked in for several years, having the individuals in those law firms adopt technology and understand it more effectively, and perhaps some kind of skills and training within the law firms. You know, we're talking about the future of law, and yes, there'll be people who can speak both languages in the next 10 years, but it's a problem we need now. So I'd like to see a little bit more on the people sort of change management piece and skills with current skills within law firms.
Okay, brilliant. Right, well, thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. If everybody could just give them a round of applause, that'd be great. To all the speakers, including Ben, Eve and Tom from the first session. We've got a break for coffee now. After the break, we'll be hearing from LegalTech UK, Barclays, University of Law, and then we've got a second panel which focuses on the future of legal services. So enjoy the chance to have a bit of a chat with each other. We'll call you back over the microphone. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if I can get you all, get all your attention, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Absolutely loving the fact that it's so hard to get you all to sit down again, and seeing all the networking and chatting. That's exactly what we want to see everyone doing today. So that's great. Welcome back. I do want to get proceedings going again, simply because we've got so many speakers to get through, and I don't want to fall behind, because all that'll do is mean the breaks get shorter, and then we'll lose the chance to all get to talk to each other. Throughout all the work that we've been doing through Whitecap and with all the regional stakeholders over the last couple of years, we've been able to have a really close engagement with LegalTech UK. And we invited LegalTech UK to come and speak at the conference today. And unfortunately, it wasn't possible to quite synchronise Jennifer Swallow's diary. But those of you that know Jennifer will know that she's got links to Yorkshire, and she's a big advocate for Leeds, and she's a big advocate for LegalTech in general. So we've got a pre-record which we're going to play. I did a fireside chat interview with her over Zoom a couple of weeks ago. So if we can get the video on, guys, then we'll hear from Jennifer now, and you get filled in on what LegalTech UK are up to. Director of LegalTech UK, and we're going to have a fireside chat over Zoom, which is now being broadcast to you all in the room and everybody who's watching online. Jennifer, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Super well, and yourself?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Really pleased that we could involve you today in the conference. We're going to spend the next 15 minutes having a bit of a chat around the work that LegalTech UK has been doing. Just to kick things off, can I just ask you to introduce yourself? Give us a bit of an idea of what you're doing at LegalTech UK, and also don't forget to tell us about your links to Leeds and Yorkshire as well.
Many links. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Great to be with you, partially for your event today. I'm excited about your event. Great to see you all getting together in this way and with such a rich agenda. So my background as a lawyer / all sorts of other things, which is what you end up doing when you go and work for startups and scale-ups, which is what my background is. So I've worked for a bunch of consumer-faced fast growth tech companies, including in fintech, entertainment, etc., in general counsel roles, and also in operational HR and a whole bunch of other roles. And I'm currently director of LegalTech UK. And LegalTech UK is an initiative with the Ministry of Justice and Tech Nation, which is all about transformation of the legal sector through tech. And I'm born and bred Yorkshire, so I've spent a lot of time in Leeds. I've worked in Leeds, gone out a lot in Leeds, and I have heaps of friends and family in the area. So great to be with you all today, and to see the fantastic buzz that's happening in the region.
Brilliant, thank you. And obviously you've been sort of with us on this journey since the report that came out in 2020, and you spoke on the launch webinar that we hosted for that report as well. So thanks for your ongoing support. Maybe give us a bit more of an idea of what LegalTech UK is doing. I suppose maybe the easiest way to get you to do that is to ask you the question: why does the legal sector need to change, in your opinion, and what's LegalTech UK doing about it?
Gosh, we need a whole seminar on that. And in fact, we wrote a report on it. So there's actually a report on the lawtechuk.io website called Shaping the Future of Law, which goes into this in great detail. But the way I see it is, and the way that we have deployed our work program at LegalTech UK is essentially across two dimensions. One is business and the other is people. So from the business point of view, obviously expectations, standards, ways of working have shifted in business, and the legal sector need to keep up with that. And it really hasn't. There's a lag. So things are still expensive. There are overheads in business, particularly around risk and the increasing complexity of the environment in which businesses are operating, that really the legal community needs to be delivering services and thinking about what business need through a completely different lens. So what's worked in the past is not necessarily what's needed going forward. Less than 1% in legal businesses, less than 1% of revenue is invested back into innovation and research and development. The standard, the typical average of R&D investment in business is 5+%. So we're really not where we need to be in terms of innovating for what societal, what business needs. If you took another data point, 9% of revenue leaks through poor contract management, through all the manual methodologies or the digital equivalents of manual methodologies that we have. So business is not served to the extent that it needs to be. And then society is also not served to the extent that it needs to be. So we've got some great people doing some great work in legal services, serving the mass market customers, regular people, but we've still got vast unmet legal need. So we quantified that last year at 11.6 billion on a very conservative estimate of unmet legal need in the UK every year. So we've really got a long way to go in terms of having legal in our pocket, which is really what we could have. So that's LegalTech UK is deploying different methodologies, and we have initiatives across four pillars that go after those issues to try to bring the sector together and see if we can raise the game.
And it's all really well aligned to what we're doing with LegalTech in Leeds, and as we've reflected on when we've spoken about it. And could you tell us a little bit about some of the specific initiatives that you've led on? I mean, the sandbox has been very high profile, for example. Maybe give us an idea of what you did there, the successes that came out of it, because I think that's how you're addressing some of those needs that you've just outlined.
Yeah, there are a range of programs, but the sandbox has been hugely successful, and we kind of term it Avengers Assemble. Some of you will have heard me talk about that before, and that's also what you're doing in Leeds, which is fantastic. So the goal is transformative legal services. So how can we accelerate the delivery of that in the market? There's a whole bunch of people doing a whole bunch of things, but how do we accelerate beyond some of the things which are really tough? So the LegalTech Sandbox is about addressing three of the things that are typically very hard for techs that are trying to grow in this space. One is access to data, particularly training data for building AI and other tooling, but other forms of data. Really hard to come by and very important for growth. Another is access to regulators. You've heard from the SRA today. So there are 12 regulators in the regulatory response unit that LegalTech UK got together, including fintech and data protection as well. So the principle there is that if you're a tech company trying to solve problems in law, you don't need to go to all those people. You can have a one-stop shop to come and figure out what is the pathway for you, and also deal with any intersectionality issues. And the third one is access to people, decision makers, door openers, collaborators. So if we took the business and consumer model for the successes, so one of the techs we had in the sandbox was clause match, and they're looking at how do you deal with compliance, how do you do rules as code, how do you what is the next evolution of this for business, and gathering people around what they're doing to support them. So we got a range of people to input into the development of their tech, a whole bunch of experts, and we actually ended up with some tagging parties and other things to produce data sets which has supported them to go faster to where they need to go. On the mass market side, we've had Legal Utopia and Bala in the sandbox, who are looking at legal in your pocket. So if I'm a small business or I'm a consumer and I've got a contract in front of me or a grievance issue, what do I do? So there's a DIY element to what they're providing, and a pathway that you can follow through the tech-enabled systems. So again, helping them with access to data, helping them with access to regulatory pathfinding. Their businesses are growing, they are dealing with existential issues and removing them. They're building relationships in a way that means that they have path clearance, but also future opportunities for collaboration. And a final one I'd give an example of would be Amplified, that's partnered with Vodafone. So we were able to do some data matchmaking there, that they would never have got access to that relationship or that data had they not had the support of a network and an initiative like the Sandbox. So the whole principle of the Sandbox, though, is what stays in the Sandbox, what happens in the Sandbox shouldn't stay there. So how can the Sandbox and initiatives like that support the wider market? So what is it that we can do to make sure everybody that needs it gets access to those sorts of opportunities, so we can really see this growth One of the things I'd like to mention is that law tech as a sector has grown 101% over the last 3 years. That has leapfrogged every other applied tech sector. That includes health tech, fintech, all the techs that we think are really cooking. Law tech has leapfrogged. So there's a massive opportunity here. And in fact, as fintech is, has that hub in the UK, so law tech can be. And I'm really excited about Leeds being a massive hub for law tech as well.
Fantastic. And actually, listening to you talk through all that, I've always been a massive fan of Tech Nation and all the work that Tech Nation does. And I think the Tech Nation mindset really comes through very strongly. The sort of entrepreneurial support, the way that you're helping these firms with things like connections and to get that external facing sounding board. I'm intrigued though, and bearing in mind the audience today is law firms and tech firms and others. What do the legal sector make of what you're doing? What's the reaction of law firms, and what kind of engagement do you get from the legal sector directly?
And my background's tech companies, so I love what they're doing. I love the disruption that they bring, but we will only get there if we do it together. And so that's very much the ethos of our program. We just launched an initiative called the Legal Data Vision. We did another one around smarter contracts. We have another one on SME dispute resolution. We're wrapping a lot of people around these initiatives, not just the tech companies. So I've heard some incredible things from the law firms that have been involved. For example, Linklaters have been involved deeply with the sandbox, but others, including those involved in the Legal Data Vision, who are glad that there is a movement happening, that they're not on their own. They can look alongside and share with their fellow person and learn. So the big thing I would say that the law firms are taking from it is the learning and the connections. We did a piece of research about the SME community, where actually one of the key findings was that law firms and tech companies working together is a massive untapped opportunity. So I would say that's also something there for your audience. Law firms, I mean, get involved. We have an incredible network, which, as I say, is very diverse. And as I say, the biggest thing that people seem to take away from being involved is the learning, that actually having this observation deck into what the techs are building and the problems that the law firms are having are often the problems that others are having. So all of that can be brought to the table. I think the other part of it is access to, for example, working with Vodafone and all sorts of other big clients. There's something about the presence that law firms need to have in this space. It is no longer an option to simply carry on doing what you were always doing. You've got to be at the table because that's what your clients are expecting from you. If I might give a little anecdote, in the sandbox, we were acquiring data for a particular tech company, Avoca. And we had a whole bunch of data that was provided to us from different sources, lots from general counsel, some from law firms. And the law firms were concerned to share their data because they said it's our intellectual property, some of the data that they wanted to share but felt they couldn't, or did share but wanted to protect. And actually, when we looked at it, vast amounts of it were all the same. So there's the optics from law firms and legal businesses that what they have is their special bespoke stuff. But in fact, when you look from a client's point of view, a lot of it is actually not at all. We call it fake bespoke. So I think the opportunity here is to be at the table with other innovators, looking at where the ball is moving to, not where the ball has been, and to innovate and evolve your business in line with that so that you can maintain your revenues over the long term.
One of the, I'd like to sort of think about the perspective of the sort of tech firms and entrepreneurs just for a second as well. So one of the things that we heard from that group when we did the research for the report was that they found the legal sector quite hard to access, difficult sector to deal with, complex stakeholder groups, hard to get decisions from. What advice would you give to the sort of the entrepreneurs and the tech firms that are in the audience today that are really keen to explore and to be successful within the legal sector? What do you think that they need to do?
Gosh, absolutely agree with what you've said. I would say two things. One is creativity, and the second one is belligerence, because there are no shortage of options to go after in this market. It's a massive untapped market. The incumbents are really there for disruption or partnership with you. There are lots of people around to help, and it really does need you. So I think, I mean, when I talk to devs and folks in the tech space, they're excited about problem solving, and there are the problems in the legal community are ones that are not just going to be solved by lawyers, not even partially. We need people with completely different skill sets and completely different ways of thinking to come in and reimagine the current paradigm. We had one of the techs in the sandbox who had no legal background whatsoever, but they were one of the most impressive. Their capability, their ability to think long term, to not be inhibited by the current, the status quo and the current impediments. They're just, we're going to barge through and we're going to be bold. So I'd say, like, super go for it. And the other thing I would say is, I know funding is also hard. Lead times can be hard on sales and procurement cycles. There are grants around. So in fact, the other thing I would say is, if you're not on the Law-Tech Data Commons, which is our list of all the techs in the land, then please let us know and we can get you on there, because it's something that people are looking at as well. But source the fund, UKRI, these types of initiatives where you can unlock funding, which will give you a bit more of a runway. I think that can be really helpful. And just obsess about the customer. This is one of the things that lawyers don't do enough, and that tech companies and people with other skill sets do more naturally, which is obsessing about what the customer wants, obsessing about product market fit, and not resting until you've done that.
That's great. Really, real encouragement there for the tech entrepreneurs in the audience.
And may I add one more thing, actually, Julian, which I feel very passionately about, which is, when you come into innovating in the legal sector, you're arriving in an environment that actually matters to society. That the legal sector has a responsibility that other sectors do not necessarily have. The rule of law, the underpinning for how society and order and how things work, fairness, etc. There's a responsibility that comes with that, and I think there's something there as a community that we can focus more fully on, which is, what is our contribution that, yes, will give us a commercial output, but what is our contribution actually doing for society? Are we elevating it overall? And I think that's something that can also be a USP for businesses, tech businesses and legal businesses.
Great. So last thing, you've talked about the data commons and making sure people are on your register. What else is Law-Tech UK going to be doing over the coming months, and how can everybody who's attending today in person or online, how can they get involved and benefit?
Yeah, amazing to get involved. So we've had a bunch of things that have launched that have follow-up activity and engagement around them. So have a look at jump on the website, have a look at the legal data vision. If that's something that you feel excited and passionate about, contribute a quote or a case study through the website so that we can get that front and center, and we can have you participating in future stages and use case development. Sign up on the website for updates so you can see what's happening over time. Same with the smarter contracts work stream. And the hub has got a bunch also of courses, so that there are very easy to engage with bite-sized courses on the 6 techs that everybody needs to have a baseline of in law. So get on there and do that. And now is a great time to be contributing and to be signing up, because we are coming to the end of our initial phase of work. We're in an impact evaluation and a sort of a moment of reflection, or we will be when we stop delivering everything for 2 minutes, and considering what are the biggest opportunities for the next phase. So it's a perfect time to get involved, and of course follow us on social media, and we would love to engage with you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you. So good to have you with us today. We'll get you in the room in person next time. And
definitely enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. See you soon. Thanks again.
So thanks to Jennifer for doing that video with us. Yeah, I really hope we can get her here for a future event, because she's really been a great supporter, as I said earlier on. So we're back in the room now. We're going to hear from Barclays, and it's a pleasure to welcome Irana from Barclays, who's going to deliver the next keynote. Irana.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I always get slightly intimidated by talking to experts in both their industry and tech, being a banker and telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing. But do indulge me, please. So my name is Arana Richards. I head up business and professional services at Barclays. I've spent majority of my career in Barclays as a TMT banker, so tech is actually something very close to my heart as well, and I've seen tech grow and develop across various verticals. Also within Barclays, we have our Eagle Labs program, which is a network of co-working spaces that we offer growth programs to help the startup community within the tech world to scale up and succeed. We do that across various tech verticals, agriculture, tech, energy tech, fintech, and of course, the legal tech. With legal tech in particular, we partner with the Law Society, and the Eagle Labs really try to bridge the gap between emerging law tech, innovation, and law firms to help transform the legal industry. We try to bring our clients, both small and large law firms, to really set the problems for the next law tech startups to solve. I guess big part of my job is talking to professional services firms and legal firms in particular. And my general observation is not enough conversation happens within the law firms today on how they want to use the technology to dictate the change in their own business models, what gaps they have, and what the problem areas are. And as a result, what ends up happening is a techie comes up with an idea, brings it over, tries to sell it, it doesn't quite fit because they don't understand the law, it's not something they want, and it doesn't work out. And they have a whole host of problems that they would love solved, but they never articulate that out as a problem statement into the market. And I can sort of understand why, because if we look at where technology sort of within the law sector comes from, I did some Googling last night preparing for this, and something like AI, the birth of AI goes back to the International Conference on AI, which happened in Boston, believe it or not, in May 1987. And how far did we get with it in 35 years? Not very far. I mean, don't get me wrong, it automated a lot of things, it made some things better, it standardized the basic tasks and improved efficiency, but it hasn't really changed the world. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Future World 2050 report, which was published by the Law Society. Well, very interestingly, that says that in 2018, legal service sector activity in the UK has generated 40 billion of direct GVA, which is 20% growth over a 5-year period. Over the same period, the employment within the law sector has actually been stagnant at about 500,000. So actually what that means is through the use of automation and AI, law firms were able to do more with exactly the same stuff. And that's significant, but that's not really life-changing. My view is sort of seeing everything that's happening is the tech within the law will really step up and accelerate over the coming years. And there are several reasons for that are actually not related to law specifically. It's partially comes back from our lives. The tech usage within our day-to-day life has accelerated significantly over the last 20 years. We've got the next generation coming up who can't imagine their life with tech. They're so used to doing everything through tech, they will be completely unable to access the traditional law services. They just won't understand them. And that's one of the drivers. I mean, COVID, dreaded word, I know, but that has a big role to play because that accelerated the use of technology across all generations. We've definitely adopted it more in our lives and our work. That forced some of the more traditional areas where, like courts, where technology wasn't really embraced in the past, really begin to explore and embrace that. And I think all that will really push the change in this space. There's also a financial reason for that. In US, there've recently been 3 very successful IPOs within the law tech space. Actually, all 3 do very, very different things in law tech. So it was a company called Intapt, which is an enterprise level SaaS provider. There is CS Disco, which is an e-discovery and case build software. But then there is also LegalZoom, which is automated documentation for SME and consumers. There's also the first unicorn within the legal tech community. And for those of you who are not familiar with the tech speak, unicorn is a company who achieves $1 billion valuation from startup. And that's a Canadian firm called Clio, which is legal case management software. And in their latest fundraise in 2021, they were valued at $1.6 billion. So it's definitely a growth space, and it's definitely the one that will begin to attract a lot of external investment. It was actually very interesting to hear Jennifer say that the law tech has grown by 101%. That does not surprise me at all. What we're also actually seeing is investment by the large firms. More and more large existing law firms like Clifford Chance, for instance, amongst many, are beginning to invest heavily into their own R&D department and R&D hubs, and that will drive that as well. The biggest areas we're seeing at the moment being invested within the law tech is mainly around contract management and document automation. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other problems to solve. You just need to set them out to the community. And I guess why it's important for law firms to get engaged and react, let me just take a step away from the law and into something I know better, which is the TMT or the media world. So if you take, for example, someone like Warner Brothers and Disney's, right? They're an absolute giants within their industry. They are completely unmatched in their ability to attract talent, produce really high-end content. They've got all of the expensive infrastructure, bricks and mortar, large studios around the world. You know, what could possibly gone wrong? Well, it sort of did, because this little rental DVD business showed up and somehow over a very short period of time managed to accumulate 225 million subscribers worldwide. I mean, I assume you all know Netflix, and I assume most of you in this room probably have a Netflix subscription. How did they do it? They just used technology. I mean, Netflix launched their streaming service in 2007. They didn't even use the new technology. Streaming service has been around since 1990s. It's just no one touched them. What they did is they looked at what the consumer wanted and where the gap was, and they came in and plugged it. I mean, they were massively helped by improvement in the broadband infrastructure, because in the past streaming something was much harder, but they seized an opportunity, they really went for it, and they became incredibly successful without producing a single show themselves. They do that now, but they didn't at the time. And Disney and Warner didn't react for ages, because they thought they didn't need to. They're catching up now, and they will absolutely succeed. But Disney Plus was launched in 2019. HBO Max was launched in 2021. They will be absolutely fine, apart from it cost them a lot more money to do it very, very quickly now, and they had to throw everything at it to survive. And they are now lagging in a market share to something they didn't even see coming. And I guess we're beginning to see, and where is Sky, sorry? How many of you still have Sky? You know, there will be casualties of this change in the market. And it's not unique to media, by the way, it's just the example I know very well. But the same thing is happening in banking. There are the likes of Stripe and so on that are emerging and taking banking share. The same's happening in shopping, with Amazon's, estate agents, with Purple Bricks, Tesla emerging as a fastest growing car manufacturer. So it is everywhere, and it is going to come to legal at some point. I haven't got a crystal ball. I don't know when. I don't know who it's going to be or which direction it will go. But the experience says it will happen. I mean, there is one Australian company, I don't know if any of you have ever heard of it, called Legal Vision. And they're already beginning to play with a completely different model that merges together the law and tech and two other examples. So from my point of view, it is the right time for the communities to come together and for law firms to start directing law tech to where the real problem is, and start being in control of how your business model changes and develops rather than have it imposed on you at some point in the near future. So I know this is a law tech event, but I can come and talk to lawyers and not mention ESG, because I think that's another area that is not very well understood. I mean, we've got as far as we all know ESG is important. We all know we should be doing something about it. We all know of the climate risk and the sustainability drivers, but I'm not sure all of us have really embraced and understood the real challenge and the problem within us and how it's going to change the world and what issues it creates. Well, every time I go and see my law clients, I ask them about ESG, and what I normally get is, well, we're using less paper, you know, we've changed all of our light bulbs, we're very careful around our recruitment processes, we're making sure, you know, we've got D&I very high on the agenda. And it's like, okay, great, but what are you advising your clients? What are you telling your clients to be worried about? And they sort of go, what do you mean? And it's like, well, so one of the other businesses I have a pleasure of knowing very well is BRE. I don't know if many of you have heard of them, but they write the framework for the sustainability of the buildings. And they're already seeing if 15% gap in the rental income that can be attracted by businesses that are marked sort of good or outstanding on their scale versus anything below that. So if your client is purchasing a property and you're advising of that, are you making them explicitly aware of that? Are you talking to them about how quickly that property might deteriorate over the next decade? Because it's an old building in central London, it's beautiful, it's grand, but you can't make it green for various reasons. You know, we've already seen clients losing business because they haven't got an ESG strategy. Is it a consideration when you're advising your clients on M&A? How deeply do you look into the D&I makeup? I mean, there is a business in London that has lost a 15-year client for no other reason, but their board wasn't diverse enough. Interestingly, they were only recently acquired by someone else, and now that valuation looks slightly inflated. So I guess there is a lot of law work to do in ESG, and I don't know at this stage whether tech can help. Maybe that's a problem for techies to look into and see if they can bring the two together, but that's definitely another big growth opportunity. And I think that's it from me. Any questions?
Brilliant. Thank you, Rana. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
She's off. You can come back. We have time to ask you some questions if you want.
Too quick to disappear.
Yeah,
sorry.
You don't get off that easily in LegalTech. Does anybody want to ask Rana a question from our presentation? I'm interested to know from your work. So you're working right across professional services, so not just in the law. How do you see the other professions adapting to sort of the world of technology and advances in technology when you compare I know you've touched on it a little bit already, but compare to, say, accountancy or sort of broader consultancy?
Yeah. Well, so actually architects are an interesting one, right? Because they've historically had a very similar argument to lawyers, is that you can't replace a human brain and human ideas. As an architect, you know, you've got a vision of how you're going to build the building, and no design software can come in and do it for you in exactly the same way. But actually, they've embraced the tools and they've helped develop them. And as a result, what they're able to do is develop complex projects much quicker. So the technology was not there to replace the humans. It was actually a tool that enhanced their ability to do things quicker, but also far more interesting projects, far more challenging constructions, which is pen and paper probably would have been very difficult to deliver.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Are there any other questions? Okay. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Iran. It's great to have you here. Okay. So, time to welcome our next keynote, which is Patrick Grant from the University of Law. Paddy's been with us all the way on this journey, as several people have that have been speaking today. So it's great to have a keynote from you today, Paddy, and for you to be able to tell everyone a bit about the university's work. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. It's really nice to see so many people here. Back in 1876, Albert Gibson, who had qualified as a solicitor 2 years previously, began advertising for pupils who needed coaching for the Law Society finals. And in 1881, a few years later, he was joined by Arthur Weldon, a newly qualified solicitor who'd been a pupil of Gibson's previously. By the end of the next century, the 19th century, Gibson and Weldon dominated the law tutorial market in the UK. The firm's mission was simple, as demonstrated in this somewhat sterling review from the British jurist R.M. Jackson, who wrote, "I was in my time a pupil of Gibson and Weldon, and I received better training from Mr. Weldon than I had ever had in Cambridge." And by that, I don't just mean the know-how to pass exams, this is the important bit, but a real insight into the ways of lawyers and of the courts. Gibson and Weldon subsequently joined with the Law Society and became the College of Law in 1962. That in turn became the University of Law in 2012. And even though more than 100 years have passed, our mission remains broadly the same, even though the profession is changing massively. And these huge changes in the way that we deliver legal services, fueled, as Susskind might tell us, by tech, liberalisation and the more for less challenge, mean that 21st century law students need a different insight and a different skill set to those trained in the classrooms of Messrs. Gibson and Weldon. As everyone here can acknowledge, and it's very rare to get a room full of lawyers who can agree on anything, law students really need to understand the importance of innovation and technology in the context of legal services, but they also need to understand new ways to deliver them. So for the next 10 minutes or so, I want to talk about my views on training 21st century lawyers, where they came from, and then I want to ask you, the real experts, on your views. And hopefully we're going to have time to do that in the Q&A. But before I start, there's a caveat. I wouldn't be a lawyer without being somewhat risk averse. And as I often tell students, and I think it's been referred to already, I don't have a crystal ball. And moreover, predicting the future and following tech trends is not without its pitfalls. You know, looking back through the last 20 years even, there are tons of examples of trends that never quite took off despite enormous hype. Everyone remembers Segway, for example, or products that failed only to return a few years later and succeed massively. The original Apple Watch offered some years ago was a whopping 10,000 quid. But now, how many of us have them on our arms these days? Yeah. Above all, Moore's law, and that's the idea that computer chips are doubling in power roughly every 2 years, means that the high tech of today could well be obsolete by 2027. And the point I'm trying to make here is that training students on specific tech is simply not desirable in my opinion. My worry, as I've probably said to many of you before, is that it's akin to sort of training a student on a Nintendo Game Boy and them being faced in practice with a PlayStation 8. It's difficult. I think the other point to make, though, is that we in academia really aren't the all-seeing eye. You know, I try to use the most up-to-date resources to do curriculum design. I read journals from the US, such as Harvard University's excellent The Practice, which is full of really good insight into the 21st century legal profession. I watch tech adoption within firms with a really great interest. And I've read a great deal of experts. But I think the truth is this only really tells half the story. I need to learn from lawyers, from law firms, from legal technologists and technologists on their views, because in truth, we're really all working together, aren't we, on producing a bright future, not just for law students, but for the legal profession in the 21st century. And students who get this, students who get these current trends are going to be a key part of this, which is why I think it's really important that we're having this conversation. So what do we teach? Well, by way of a brief introduction, we set up the LegalTech Research Academy, or Ultra, as you can see from our little logo in the corner there, in 2017. And our goal was to spend the first bit of time researching and investigating new trends in legal service delivery. And that was in order to increase awareness of tech, innovation, and 21st century legal skills through the curriculum and through our innovation and tech hubs on the Moorgate and Leeds campuses. My job, I was tasked with working on the undergraduate offering. And so after a great deal of reading and talking to many of you here actually in the local tech and legal scene in Leeds, I drew up 4 new modules for an LLB with innovation and technology. I figured that with the changes to qualification through coming into the profession through the SQE and the gradual closing of the legal practice course, it would be great to give undergrads the knowledge and the understanding of key concepts to enable them to be confident with the new tools and skills that they might come across in practice. At the time, back in, I think in 2018, I termed this oven-ready lawyers, though that phrase was slightly misappropriated and I dropped it very quickly afterwards. So these are the modules that I came up with, and I guess I'm really keen to hear what your views on these might be and what you might add to this during our Q&A. Have I broken it? Have I done something here, Julie? Oh, God, brilliant. Oh, there we go. Good old, that was always going to happen, wasn't it? So the first module is legal tech and innovation. These first 2 modules you're going to see are offered to our second years as options. And this one really serves as a gentle introduction to the changes in the sector. It gives students the opportunity to learn about the market for legal services, something I don't think really happens in many law schools around the country. And then to start out a sort of slow understanding and a slow building up of the knowledge required to really see what's going on. So we do a lecture and a workshop on law as a process, and indeed in the workshop we process mapping making a fried breakfast, which may sound simple, but actually, you know, it's quite complicated. You've got to get the right ingredients, get the kettle on, get the pan on, get the bacon out at the right time. You know, we all know the poached eggs are no good if the toast takes 5 minutes. So it's really important, and that leads them on to sort of looking at processes and looking at how to improve them. Then we build up a slow sort of knowledge of data, how that guides decisions, AI, and finally we take a look at how we can use these tools to really improve access to justice and essentially improve the rule of law. The next module is legal practice in the 21st century, and this really could be roughly translated as things that I wish I'd learned at law school. You know, here students learn about the new ways to provide legal services, the basic language of business, how a modern law firm operates. What surprised me when I was designing this was actually how big a difference there are in these generations. So we have a week looking at how to work with 21st century clients and 21st century practice and ethics before going on to digital marketing, which I think is how we really communicate with 21st century clients. And then finally looking at this sort of developing core competency of legal project management. In the third year, there are two more options. The first one is LegalTech, and really, just like Ronsil, this does exactly what it says on the tin. It looks at the use of technology within legal services. But as per that caveat I spoke about, the course focuses on building what I think is an under-the-bonnet knowledge of how the tech works. So we look at processes, we look at data and how that guides the decisions we make. We look at protecting the data, so not just GDPR, but cybersecurity as well, because there's a few examples, if you Google, of law firms in the US that have fallen foul of that. And then we build up into automation, seeing whether, robot lawyers, question mark. One of the things I often get asked by students is whether they're going to be replaced by Robocop or Robo-lawyer in 10 years' time. And of course they're not, but we go on from there. Then we have a look at cryptocurrencies and blockchain, and that's a lecture where really I'm at pains to point out this is not a sort of get-rich-quick scheme, students. This is learning about a very sort of useful, powerful tool that I don't think has quite found its feet yet. And then, of course, we look at online courts, which I think is a really interesting way, and we have a good debate on whether that's going to be the next big thing. Finally, we have legal innovation and entrepreneurship, and this gives students the opportunity to learn about a different way to deliver legal services through disruption. And really, it relates back to what Gary was talking about, to Susskind's point on liberalisation, and moreover, the point that the Legal Services Act 2007 tells us that really, you only have to be authorised to carry out 6 specific legal services. Anything else is really fair game, isn't it? And to me, it's important because I think it fills a gap. It's not ruining any surprises to say that there are 5,800 training contracts every year for around 20,000 law students. So the truth is that I think it's absolutely vital that we can point out to undergraduates that, look, there is another way that you can have a successful career delivering legal services without qualifying as a solicitor or a barrister. Those eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed that there are quite a lot of recurring themes that come up through all of these courses and these modules that we've looked at. And I've tried to sort of group them into 4 specific areas. The first ones are the tech, and we've got data, which I think is data and process analysis, which I think are absolutely vital to understand how technology functions. I've distinguished between technology and legal services and technology skills because I think it's really important to do so. We need to be able to use the tech, but we also need to be able to understand how it works, how to work it, sorry. Blockchain, we've discussed. And computer programming, that's something I'm really interested to hear your views on. I'm never really sure if that fits into the curriculum or if that would actually probably be better on a Wednesday evening on campus for a coding club. Because, again, it's one of those questions I always get asked when we're talking to students. Do I need to become an expert coder to become a lawyer? The answer is quite simply no, but would it be a nice auxiliary skill? That's something I'm really keen to hear what people think about. In the sort of purple there, then, we've got what I'd call 21st century legal skills. And really, I've used these to try and aim to give students a bit more confidence in the workplace. So business basics, again, this is what Gary was talking about. I think we can't train our students at undergraduate level on everybody's business. But what we can do is we can teach them about how a business runs, how a business operates, and what people in business expect. Because then when they, our students are trainee solicitors, it's going to take them less time to understand their clients' issues, less time to understand their clients' problems. The market for legal services, again, I think in a changing legal environment, a changing legal profession, it's really important that students can have an idea of where all the roads go to, because they could well be on a sort of career track that closes with changes, with technology, with changes to the law. And it's really important that they can actually see, right, well, there's another track there that uses a similar skill set to what I do. Legal project management we've discussed, but it is becoming a core competency as far as the SRA are concerned. Sales, that might seem a little bit out of left field, but actually about 4 years ago we had a training company come in to do a 2-hour sales session with our LPC students. And the first question the trainer asked was, how many of you think you're going to be involved in sales in your careers as lawyers? And not one person put their hand up. I remembered that, and that was then therefore straight in there. And then we've got digital marketing, like I said, communicating with our clients, because it does take a new way in the 21st century. We've got to understand Snapbook and all of this kind of stuff. The next group's really for the disruptors. These are the skills and knowledge for innovators, for disruptors. And I think it's just vital that we can give people, law students in this day and age, the ability to see gaps in the market and to seize on them, because it's only going to work for all of us. The final point is ethics. And that would have been a topic that was important now as it was back in the classroom at Gibson and Weldon. I think it's so important to highlight that as the delivery of legal services changes and as tech and innovation pervade the sector, we need to ensure that we maintain the public's trust. And we need to ensure that everybody using all of this tech and innovation has affordable access to legal assistance and justice. So what about my teaching approach? This is the final point before I throw it open to the floor. And it really relates back to the caveat I spoke about a few minutes ago. I'll underline that. I'm not convinced of the value of training undergraduates on specific tech. So this is my workaround, and I'm still not too sure what to call it, P, APE, F, whichever way we want to look at it, we'll call it this. Processes. I don't need to say this, but every single thing that we do in law, business, or admin is, let's face it, a process. It doesn't matter for lawyers if we're establishing the criminal liability of a defendant for theft or if we're checking whether a patent arises. We're going to tick our way through the legislation or cross our way through the legislation before we reach a conclusion. In many ways, processes are also the fuel that run the technology. And moreover, teaching young lawyers, teaching law students to actually look at processes and to improve them can only strengthen their ability to improve them, save time, save effort, and save a lawyer's favorite thing, that's money. Examples. Again, this may sound totally contradictory, but I want to encourage students to look at the current products on the market and do this through the use of case studies, so they understand why the tech's used, and more importantly, how it works. I think by digging into processes and by digging into the problems that the tech is solving, it will make students able to understand the new products without necessarily having used them. Finally, there's awareness. This is nice and simple. The more students are aware of the changes in the profession, the more the students are aware of the market for legal services, the uses of tech, the brighter their future and the brighter ours in the 21st century legal marketplace. So look, thank you so much for listening to me. The only final little request I've got, attached to this QR code is an actual study that I'm doing called What Should We Be Teaching 21st Century Lawyers? I understand how busy everybody in the room is, so this is totally designed for lawyers and technologists because it's two questions. Firstly, ranking skills and knowledge in order of importance on a Likert scale, I never know how to say that. And secondly, picking a job title that has the sort of closest approximation to your own. I promise it'll only take 2 minutes, but don't sue me if it doesn't. Anyway, at this stage, what I'd really, really like to do is use sort of the remaining 4 minutes, I didn't see that before, sorry, the remaining 4 minutes to see if anyone has any points they want to make, any questions, anyone has any opinions on whether we should be teaching coding. Georgia. Oh.
Thanks, Paddy.
How about adding to, I just already scanned the QR code, I was going to add it in anyways, but how about adding to the curriculum something around green tech, legal tech? Because what Arana was saying about the driving the sustainability agenda and how tech is allowing for law firms to be a lot greener, paperless and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I completely agree. And this is why it's great to have a chat with people, because actually, I mean, this is something that I'd hope maybe we could have some volunteers, Georgia, to come in and talk to the students about this, because this is the best thing about Leeds. You know, we're stood here at this LegalTech in Leeds conference, and there is so much that perhaps I don't have. Like I said, we're not the all-seeing eye in academia. So the more suggestions we get and the more people that want to come and talk to our students about these new areas, the better it would be. So yeah, that's definitely something we can have a chat about. Thanks for volunteering.
Hi, thanks.
Hi.
I was just having the same conversation with this is my daughter, but I run a law firm and we're only a small, medium-sized law firm. We're not big enough to have an IT team or tech people, it's us. It would be really, really helpful to have, particularly the apprentice students, solicitor apprentices, to learn coding really helpful, because we spend a lot of time trying to do it. I'm a lawyer. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've learned over the years a bit. But that would be really, really helpful if I had apprentice solicitors or trainee solicitors who could have that skill already, or at least a basic understanding of it. So yeah, absolutely.
That's
Please.
brilliant. That's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Question over here.
Hi, I'm going to challenge you in terms of your methodology, because
Right.
there's a gaping hole. Where's the customer? Where's the person who's actually buying all these services? And where are the students trying to make sure, you know, you start with who you're serving?
This is the whole idea behind the sort of back end of these two modules in the centre here. 21st century law clients looks at actually sort of building up this knowledge of A, what it is legal clients want, but secondly, what this generation of legal clients want. Because I think we can all accept, you know, I stand in front of students a lot, and I'm at pains to actually make out that A, I'm 40, which isn't that old, but B, I didn't grow up with a mobile phone, and if I wanted to go to the bank, or if I wanted to order a pizza or get a taxi, I had to pick up the phone or actually have a conversation with somebody. And so what this module, this unit, 21st century clients, looks at is exactly the point you're making. Who are your clients? What is it they actually want? And how is it that they want to access you? So, you know, in the workshop, we look at different ways of speaking to 21st century clients, you know, chatbots, or talking to them through Google services. Do they want to call us? Do they want to just leave us emails? How long does it take to reply to them? What are their expectations? I think you're right in many ways. I think that this is something that I could definitely work out on the other modules, but it was something I was really keen to put in this legal practice on the 21st century, because I think it is so important to explain how client-focused it is. I think the second point is that throughout a lot of these lectures, I am at pains to point out you're doing this for clients. You know, I had the sort of pleasure a few years ago of working in Spain in Spanish law firms where it's still very much that the lawyer speaks and the client listens. And, you know, that was a really good learning experience for me, because I can sort of look when I'm designing these and say when I'm speaking to students, your job is to explain complex things in a very simple manner. If you don't, your client's not going to come back to you, and it's that simple. So, yeah, thank you. That's really good feedback, and that's something I'm going to look at.
Thank you there. Thank
you. Cheers.
Okay, so it's time now for our second panel. So I'm going to invite Nigel to come on stage. He's going to chair the panel, and all the panelists to come and sit down. If you can come and sit in the order that we've got you in on the slides, that would be great. And then I'm going to let Nigel take it from here. You won't need it.
Thank you very, very much, everybody. My name is Nigel Brooke. I am a solicitor at TIA. I specialise in commercial disputes, particularly with a fraud, tax and professional negligence angle. TIA is a firm which I helped to establish in 2019 together with some 3 colleagues. It's now grown to a headcount of more than 30. We're a full-service commercial firm which aims to provide the expertise offered by larger firms, but with a personal touch and a focus on excellent service. I also sit on the board of Leeds Law Society and on our LegalTech committee. You've heard from a number of my colleagues already on that today, and Emma, who's on our panel, is also a member of Leeds Law Society's board. It's a great thing for us to be supporting today. I'm happy to be here. I am a bit of a nerd. I am passionate about technology and how it can help us to deliver our services better and make our lives more enjoyable. And we're joined by a fantastic panel today to discuss the future of legal services, which is obviously an insanely broad topic. So we're going to try and break that down into 3 parts. So first, and this picks up on what we've just heard from Paddy, looking at what is the 21st century client and how the demand for legal services is going to change in the next 5-10 years. Second thing we're going to look at is how that demand is going to impact on service provision, and then what the future looks like for people working in and around this sector. I should note we've got a quick change in billing. We were scheduled to have Richard Crabb from HSBC on our panel today. Unfortunately, he's not able to join us, but very kindly, Anna Almirzieva has stepped in at the last minute, just before the discussion. So she joins us from the University of Law, and she'll be very valuable in contributing on that. So I'll now just ask each of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Start here.
Hi, everyone. So my name's Dia, and I'm from North Coders. North Coders, at North Coders, we teach people how to teach themselves how to code. So it's a bit of a difference to the normal traditional boot camps that you might have heard of. I'm actually based in Manchester, but we have a location here in Leeds as well, and in Newcastle and Birmingham, and we're about to go down into London. We also help small, medium and large businesses with headcount, so we provide them with junior developers afterwards our boot camps without the horrible recruitment fees that I'm sure everyone's been seeing at the moment. And we also set up apprenticeships as well with companies to help you move into the tech career. Really, that's basically what North Coders do.
Hi, Matt Peacock from OMC Partners. I'm the managing partner. We're a niche firm of consultants to the legal sector, so we're a mix of Big Four management consultant heritage, but also practicing lawyers like myself. So I was a litigator at Pinson's for 10 years, but grew tired of arguing with people. So that was my light bulb moment to get into the business of law. Our client base is typically your larger UK, US law firms, but also we're quite privileged to sit on both sides of the buy-sell divide and do a lot of work with in-house legal teams. So if it's about delivering legal services more effectively to whoever the client is, that's very much our sweet spot. And we're probably best known in the marketplace for north shoring or helping large corporates, large law firms migrate operations from cities like London to places like Leeds, for instance.
I'm Emma Pearmain. I am past president of Leeds Law Society and exec director currently of Leeds Law Society. And my role in Leeds Law Society is to represent the direct-to-consumer law firm and the SME law firm. I'm also managing director of a small law firm, Ridley and Hall Solicitors. We are a Yorkshire law firm. We represent direct-to-consumer services such as family law, all the really tricky, not very pleasant stuff like elderly abuse services, child abuse services. We do matrimonial services, and then we do slightly less stressful, you would think, but in actual fact not, property services, general litigation services.
Haven't got a microphone, but I got my lecturer voice, so.
Could we get a microphone for just one of the walking ones for Anna? But
do my number 3.
Fine. Shall we hear from Chrissy just to introduce yourself quickly whilst?
Yes, my name's Chrissy Lightfoot. I am a legal futurist. Bit of background, about 12 years ago I used to be a corporate lawyer and became self-employed as a writer, speaker and consultant, specifically on the subject about humans and machines working together for the betterment of not just legal personnel but also consumers and business people. I particularly focus on 2 main areas. One is helping professional service people market, brand and sell themselves, so something that Patrick was talking about. It's really important to understand digital marketing, sales and that aspect of your role. But more so latterly in the last 7 or 8 years or so, really focusing on the intersection between law, technology and business, where you will need, if you are going to develop legal product or law products in the future, law tech and legal tech, a good mix of 4 components, which is as Gary was talking about, where you need the knowledge-led, so you need a lawyer involved. You need technology, so you need a technologist involved. You also need the actual customer, client involved. But then you need somebody who can understand all 3, who may have had experience in all 3. So I sit at that intersection between all three, having been a lawyer, being a technologist, devising a no-code bilateral contract drafting tool 5 or 6 years ago. And obviously as a consumer myself, in a personal capacity, in a business capacity, running my own business and obviously family law related stuff, as a consumer I can appreciate what you need and want from a legal service and a legal product. I also sit as the chair of the Technology and Law Land at Modern Law magazine latterly. So shameless shout out, if anybody's interested in being a tech ambassador, come and have a chat with me at the end of this, because I'm very interested in hearing from either lawyers who are well into tech or technology companies that want to get in front of law firms as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Anna, if we can come back to you now.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. My name is Anna Elmirzaeva. I represent University of Law. I'm PD National Lead for Legal Technology and Innovation. And as Nigel has mentioned, about 40 minutes ago, I had no idea I was going to be on the panel. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences with you. Paddy has talked to you earlier about our undergraduate courses. I'm a lead designer for our master's, SQE, and professional development courses. So I would be very happy to share what we do for those programs.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you again for joining us at the last minute. So we've moving on to effectively the first part of this then. We've heard, we've got a rapidly changing market with lots of new technologies kicking around, and just to echo Paddy's caveat, we don't have a crystal ball, but let's have a go. So I suppose to kick off, what do you think, anybody on the panel, one big change that you see happening to the demand for legal services in the next 5 to 10 years? Who'd like to start on that?
I'm happy to go.
Yeah, go for it.
So first off, being a lawyer, there is a caveat. What I'm about to say is very sort of specific to big law, necessarily private law as I saw it described. But I'll just go back a step pre-pandemic to the client and the position that they were in. Pre-pandemic, there were absolutely terrific things going on in terms of legal services procurement, efficiency initiatives that were underway, collaboration tools and portals, all really driven by clients, and the law firms were on the receiving end of that. And I think the pendulum was very firmly in the client's side at that stage. I think what we then saw during the pandemic was, bluntly, clients somewhat taking their eye off the ball, understandably, but not using that same rigour when they were procuring legal services during the pandemic. And I think this might be somewhat provocative, but if you give a law firm an inch, they will take a mile. So because they weren't under the same level of scrutiny, because they didn't have the same efficiency agenda thrust on them, what we've seen in the marketplace and what you'll have read and picked up is that there's just been an absolute boom for particularly big law firms and legal services more generally. So the hours have gone up that the firms are delivering, the rates have gone up that the firms are using services. There is less rigour from the client side. And I think what we started to see during the back end of the pandemic, as we saw some sort of green shoots, is that the pendulum started to shift back towards the client side. And I think Ukraine has just temporarily postponed that. But what I see picking up momentum, particularly in the next 18 months, 2 years, is that balance of power shifting back to the clients, more process rigour, more procurement rigour, more mandating use of technology, mandating the use of project management to deliver legal services. And I think we will see quite a radical response on the law firm side, where currently the only way they've been able to deliver this extra capacity that they've needed is to essentially go and recruit a load of lawyers. That created a talent war. We've got 20-odd-year-olds on £160,000 plus bonus. It's utterly unsustainable. And I think we will see that pendulum swift back quite rapidly, and I think there'll be a crunch on the law firm side.
No, thank you, Matt. That's really helpful. Emma, do you think you're seeing that in the business-to-consumer sphere as well?
The pandemic has been a game changer for us actually in the business to consumer sector. It's been really interesting. It's accelerated how we deliver services to our client and really made us think about what our future client wants. It goes back to what Gary said and what Jennifer said and Irana said and Paddy talked about this. It's all about what the client wants, isn't it? And, you know, how do we then use technology to deliver that? And, you know, we think about all of us in this room who require what I call direct-to-consumer services. You know, how many of us own a property? And when we purchased our property, what was the process that we went through? But when our children purchase a property, are they going to want to go through that same process in that same way? And they're not, are they? Because they communicate so differently with people. And I had that exact example last night, actually, because our next-door neighbour, their eldest daughter is buying her first home, and she popped round to see me, and I was in my dressing gown. I wasn't expecting her. And obviously, I don't usually deliver consultations in my dressing gown. But the fact of the matter was, as I was communicating with her what she needed to do, her and her boyfriend, you know, you get this blank face. They're a new generation. And, you know, they want me to deliver that outcome in a very different way to how I might have to somebody in my age group. So, you know, the first big thing is, how do we communicate differently with this next generation client? And we've started that now over this next 2 years, and that's got to continue to accelerate. And actually on the other end of that is, how do we deliver it? You know, how do we engage with our next generation lawyers who are going to deliver in it? That's the other big thing in my sector at the moment. Again, you know, the pandemic has been a game changer. The next generation want their work-life balance. And there's a little bit of us at this age group that think, oh, you know, we expected to work ourselves into the ground. Why don't you? Then, of course, as a parent, I look at my children who are now, you know, eldest in his 20s going into the legal sector. What do I want for him and his family? I want something different. I want a better standard of living. So that, you know, those are the two immediate things that we're thinking about at the moment in our sector.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up, if we can, while we're on this bit, some of the new technologies that we're seeing. So things like crypto, blockchain, do we think that's going to change demand for legal services? Anna, I don't know if you can come in on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Blockchain is my personal favorite. This is how I got into technology, because at the time when I started looking into it, no one knew anything about blockchain, what it was. Crypto assets, yes, they were part of this get-rich-quickly scheme, and students wanted to know. So we had to educate ourselves very quickly. But going back to your question, definitely, I think there's going to be an increased, I don't want to say pressure, but increased attention to, for lawyers to explain how these crypto assets are going to enter our life, how blockchain is going to be used. I read a book recently, which was very presumptuously called Blockchain, the Future of Everything. And the author was stating, the question with the blockchain is not whether or not it will change things. The question is when it's going to enter your industry. When are you going to engaging with crypto assets, smart contract technologies? And this is what the new generation want to know. And this links very closely to what Emma was saying about buying a new house. Our children may well be buying houses using smart contracts and crypto assets. So we definitely look at this as part of our university courses, as part of our professional development training.
And just then picking up on another one, artificial intelligence and machine learning that we've heard about. Chrissy, I think you could probably talk a bit on that, and also the context of effectively delivering a different mode of delivering that service to a customer.
Yeah, if I can comment first on the question about 5 to 10 years from now, because I think it all kind of links in what everybody's already said, and then I'm get onto that. My personal viewpoint is if we look a bit beyond, is in, yes, the next 5 to 10, although we're here wanting to listen about what is the real near future, we do have to do the horizon scanning to think, let's be prepared, because the next 5 or 10 years is actually happening right now. So what Anna was talking about is in crypto, blockchain, that's all relevant because we've got this big pink elephant called the metaverse and what have you, and lots of little metaverses. But the real metaverse itself may not come into its full fruition for the next 10 years because of the technology that's available for that to happen, 5G and all the rest of it. But the principle of how we're going to communicate, where the clients, customers, the future going to be, I ardently believe that lawyers need to be in both places. They need to be in the human planet Earth here, physically as such, but also need to be in the AR, VR environment of a metaverse, because that's where your customers and clients are going to be. And whether they are first, second, third generation, children, blah, blah, we are going to be existing in this other world and beyond where we are now. So, you know, we do have to have that understanding and start actually looking into that right now and thinking, how can we use these new opportunities and new models and new environments, not just to continue what we've already done, but to be imaginative in coming up with new ways of delivering legal services and products in a virtual world as well as here. So as an example, when you're talking about buying property, well, the children now and university students and people who are entrepreneurial and exploring things are buying property in the metaverse. Because the opportunity is right now as a front runner and a first runner. You know, if you get in now, the price may be less than what it's going to be further down the line. So if you ask me the question about the different technologies, well, there's so much out there, but I would revert back to what Gary was saying about you want to use technology for a purpose. So you would identify the type of technology that is relevant for the solution that you are trying to deliver to your client. And that may be a whole box match full, a whole mix of anything between artificial intelligence. People would question, well, is that artificial intelligence? Is it augmented intelligence? You know, people thought a calculator was intelligent 100 years ago, or spreadsheets were intelligent or whatever. So I don't want to get into the argument of is something artificially intelligent or not. But to give an example, IBM Watson has the capability of all different types of technologies. It has separate modules, of which AI is one, or machine learning is another. So, you know, when we look at the evolution of technology and how it can be deployed and adapted, the majority is available now, but it's using the right technology for the purpose that you want to deliver a particular product. And it could be a mix of AI and machine learning and blockchain, expertise automation with the no-code, low-code, or whatever, or basic chatbots. It doesn't really matter, but to answer your question about is it going to increase, of course it is. Of course it is, because of the amount of data that's going to come from all these new products or services.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's really, really helpful. I think moving on then to looking more at service provision, and I know we've already had a question in the room from effectively how smaller entities can take advantage of some of these changes in technology. And I could maybe bring in Dia on this point. So effectively, how can those sort of sole traders and SMEs take advantage of that changing landscape?
So yeah, definitely, like as we were saying before, COVID has changed everything for tech. Like for ourselves, we used to be on campus and now everything went remote. So for us, the way that we see, well, I'm not from a legal background, but the way I see the connection from a tech side of thing is how can we like speed up research to prove a point or to win a case. And if you come across that, and if that's what we go into, we're going to go into a tech war again. And exactly how you said, how can we help SMEs, is we're currently having that at the moment with our companies that we're working with, because from a mid or a senior tech dev, it's really expensive to replace as a company. So companies are coming to us and they're using us for like a tech incubator, where we're able to rent out one of our senior members of staff that will lead a team of junior devs for that company specifically. So small SMEs and larger companies, they're going to have to look at how they're going to incorporate it into a legal field. Are you going to have to retrain people in the legal field? Do you need a law degree? Are you going to have to employ developers that have a legal background, or will you take people and retrain them? But for SMEs, I just feel the best thing that they can do is use apprenticeship services and bootcamp services to take a team of people, retrain them, and get those people to retrain other people. The main thing is to keep it within house.
Fine. One other thing I want to pick up on is the extent to which we think law firms should be leading innovation as opposed to technology firms. We've got both here and everybody in between. Where should the driver come from? Does anybody want to pick up on that?
Just something from my own experience, and again, very loyally, is it depends. I'll give you one good example, one not good example, and I'll name names but preserve the anonymity of the other. I know a very large law firm who jumped on the innovation bandwagon and obviously had to develop their own hub or lab, or as they like to brand them. And that was mothballed within 3 months because the partnership said it's not revenue generating. Now, that function was set up to fail. Yeah, they had no objectives, no time scale, no R&D budget, bluntly. So was that the right thing to do in that particular firm? Absolutely not. I do see quite a bit of that. A different take on it, and happy to name names here, and I don't know if anyone from the audience is from Addleshaws, but Addleshaws have their transaction services team, which when we first worked with them many, many years ago were 6 people focused on real estate. They've now grown to somewhere between 150 and 200, delivering about 15% of the firm's work by volume. And because they have that sort of mass and gravity of people who are not necessarily solicitors, but are of all different types of skill sets, they've found that that's a real hotbed of innovation. And these teams have the ability to try and fail and to learn. And once they perfect it, and once they've tested the new piece of kit or the new solution, they can then roll it out to the rest of the firm. And that's great for the lawyers, because the lawyers kind of sit there and go, nothing to do with me, leave me out of it, just come to me when you've got something that works. So that's far better approach.
Fine. And do we think, does anyone want to come into me, come on this one, do we think, Gary's touched on it already, effectively, alternative business structures and law firms going beyond their historic comfort zone, is that something we think we need to see more of? Are we going to see more of that?
I don't want to be the one always talking, but I think the ABS thing is something of a distraction.
Yeah.
I think, and Dia's point earlier is a brilliant one, which is recognise what you're good at and recognise what you're not good at, and then partner and collaborate. So the big winner during the pandemic, for instance, alternative flexible resourcing for in-house teams, for law firms, and they can dig into that, turn the tap on, turn it off.
Because one way you could see it panning out is effectively if technologies, if you need technology to remain competitive, that smaller entities can't keep pace, but effectively with software as a service and cloud-based things, we're seeing more effectively smaller players can keep their hand.
Exactly that, and I think a lot of people don't realise that they do have a levy payment. So medium, small, bigger companies, they do have a levy fund, and that fund can actually be used to upskill staff. So obviously I know that some of these boot camps can come across as very expensive, and retraining people who've gone, especially people like yourselves that have done so much education and spent so much to get to where you are. And then you think, okay, I'm at this point, now I have to go back and take out another degree to do this. But there is, the importance is that as companies can support you with that in-house and upskill you so you don't have to take out that financial burden. And I think for a lot of people that's as well.
Fine. So moving to what it's going to look like in terms of working in this sector in the future, are there any key skills that you think people could take on now and teach themselves or get learned up on it that will give them an edge in the market?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to keep talking.
Lots of those.
Yeah.
You go.
I think nobody today, we haven't really talked about strategy.
Yeah.
And And that is something that is really at the purview of a human domain, because when humans and machines work together for an output that is really client-focused as such, there is the saying that a good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows a way around it. And further to that, I would say a really fantastic lawyer knows how to delay the law, because if you're in a piece of litigation as such, one party might not want things to advance as quickly as another, and you can manipulate legal process. So there's this constant tug-of-war, I think, between what technology is capable of doing is in increasing a process, and the human lawyer might want to delay the process. So
technology is as effectively as a means to an end, and
correct,
the
but
lawyer needs to govern that end.
Correct, but I think my point about the strategy is that I disagree with Gary and some others saying that lawyers won't be replaced. I ardently believe, and it has been proven, that they can be replaced in discrete tasks and roles. Okay, so that shift is going to happen, is in the skill sets that's needed to oversee machines as such. You ask any lawyer from Evershed that's been using a contract automation system for the last 5 or 6 years and how they spend their time, and they'll say, well, we've saved a lot of time because the machine is doing the drafting, the analysis, the review, and throwing stuff out. So I've now saved myself 1 hour, 40 minutes, and I'm spending more on the strategy and high-end intellectual capital stuff, advising my client in how all of these things fit together. And that's the real value for the customer or the client, who is prepared to pay a premium as such, because then we get onto the other aspect about, well, what is the new business model then? So
what about informing that strategy? Because I'm conscious that other people want to come in on that question. What can you arm yourselves with so that you've got another field of expertise to look at? Can you come on
I
that?
can talk to that. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with the strategy point. And don't get me wrong, I love tech. I think tech is essential to the process of innovation.
Me too.
But it should definitely not be viewed in this vacuum, and it shouldn't all be about tech. There are so many essential components that we need to consider that surround technology. When we are designing courses, when we are training future lawyers, we are adopting this holistic approach where we'll look at strategy, we'll look at process, and at the people skills. And we are also trying to draw this demarcation line which separates the skills that will be delegated to the machines in the future and the skills that will stay innately human, like strategizing, like seeing bigger picture, creative problem solving, emotional intelligence. Those are the soft skills that should not be forgotten, and they are the skills that will play major part in this collaborative intelligence journey that we're embarking on, where machines and humans will augment each other.
Fantastic. Emma, did you want to come in on that point as well? Or
I was only going to add really that, things that Paddy's been talking about and events like this are hugely exciting, I think, in my sector, particularly because, and it was Sharon, I think, who made the point from AI Tech North, that you're held back by your imagination often. As the next generation come through into the profession, and also as we continue to have events like this, you start to learn what the art of the possible is, because that's what the small to medium-sized law firms are held back by often, knowing what the art of the possible is, not having their own capacity and operational resources, and not actually having the cash to do what Gary was talking about earlier, which is to be prepared to make mistakes, because the limited cash that you do have has to work for you and has to generate results for you. But perhaps by collaboration, that can start to change.
Yeah, I'm conscious of time, and I know our panel's been compressed slightly, so I want to leave some time for questions at the end. If I can just ask a very quick wrap-up question, keep your answers short on it. If there's one thing that you think the attendees should take away from today and action, what would it be in a legal term?
I do think an open mind. I think the best thing that you can do, there's so many free code camps out at the moment now, like you could just dabble and see you're even interested in something that you've got a flair towards. I think it's really good to identify within businesses who is actually into it as well. You have to be into it to do it. It's a whole new language, so it's not going to be for everybody, but you can, the good thing is now you can find out if it is good for you before you commit to it.
Yeah, thank you. Matt?
I'd echo something Gary said wherever he is, which is, as a professional service, we should really focus most on the people and knowledge management, because that's really how we deliver the service. Get those right, then look at the tech to support the people and the knowledge management.
Emma?
That's what I'd say. What does the client want?
Yeah.
What does your client want?
I would probably add to this, collaborate as much as you can, because we're all operating in our discrete areas. We all have our unique sets of skills, but how do you build the bridges in this atmosphere of uncertainty, turbulence, post-COVID type scenario? Try to communicate as much as you can with other industries and see where you can establish that collaboration that will help you adopt technology.
Yeah, and I think that's where we can see that events like this can be really, really valuable, bringing different skill sets together. Chrissy, what would you like to add?
I would like to add that you must be future focused as well as present practical, simply because I believe the future is going to be customer led. Gary was absolutely right that presently, yes, it might be lawyer led, and in the next few years data led, but that's that transition of knowledge to data to what have you. But because of that, we're going into an environment where the customer is actually going to be coming back, as long as they're educated and aware, because we're seeing more education and awareness across the scope into the legal vertical, and consumers and business people are very more savvy. And because of that, then I think the pendulum that you were talking about is definitely in the future going to sway well into the customer client area.
Yeah, fantastic, brilliant. Well, thank you very much to all of the panelists. Is there any questions that anybody's got in the audience? If not, I've got some more questions that we didn't have time for. One thing that I think has just been picked up on there is effectively we've had a trend towards home working caused by COVID. Do we think that's meaning we are losing out on opportunities to interact face to face? And what can we do to try and combat that?
Bluntly, yes. So part of the work we do is help firms look for lower cost locations, and part of that equation is deep pools of talent and where are the talent. And the two shifts we've seen when looking at that are off employees are mandating that they're working, and secondly, the opportunity that if you're no longer so pegged to a particular location, you've actually got a much deeper and broader pool to fish in.
Absolutely. And is there anything else that anybody wanted to talk about today that we've not had a chance to cover?
If I could add to the previous point just a little bit. With regards to flexible working hours, yes, of course, we are losing an element of that interaction, but let's not forget that it also gives us the flexibility that some people might appreciate. Yeah. We're doing some research into neurodiversity at work, for instance, and maybe members of the team who would prefer that environment and would thrive and benefit from having that environment offered to them. So I think it definitely adds to...
That's a really, really valuable point, because that's unlocking a talent pool that you wouldn't otherwise be able to take advantage of, and effectively technology helping improve diversity and inclusion across firms. Chrissy, I can see you.
Yeah, just on picking up on your point, which is excellent about unlocking a talent pool, I think what you may consider taking away from what everybody shared this entire morning is unlocking that latent customer client legal market of buyers who really want to come to lawyers and law firms or buy legal product and legal service. I mean, the statistic is huge. 80% of the market is not served. So if you are going to think about how you want to create a new business model that is commercially viable, feasible and sustainable using technology and deliver some law tech applications or whatever, rather than fighting the 20% that is all oversubscribed and, already matured from a cottage industry, this is the stuff that Jennifer Swallow and LawTech UK are talking about, is in focus on this 80%, where you can go and swim. You know, the sharks ain't really there yet, basically.
And,
Yeah.
sorry, you.
I was going to say as well, you know, the access to justice point.
I was about to
Yeah.
say, yes, we've not talked about it. But
Which is really important. This last few years as Leeds Law Society have been working with White Cat, working with Leeds City Council, for example. You know, it's not just been about bringing business and developing business in Leeds. It's also about our local society. And, you know, justice is a fundamental element of a functioning society. And, you know, we read in the news, don't we, about the issues facing the courts, but issues also, you know, facing the legal aid system as we know it, and how is that going to develop, and how can technology and innovation support that? Because, you know, without having a functioning court system or a functioning, some form of aid, and whether the future looks like the system as it stands now is another debate. But that really empowers us to continue to grow as a society, and that is equally as important, and tech has got to be part of that.
Yeah. For my own part, for my own practice, I was astonished really at how quickly the court systems adopted remote working and remote hearings.
Yeah.
And very quickly it just became the norm, and everybody just got on with it.
You know, Leeds is one of the very few city areas that can provide legal aid services in all legal areas that you can get legal aid. There are legal aid deserts out there, you know, and Leeds is really working very hard to continue to maintain that in circumstances where it's very difficult to run a profitable business. And as Gary said earlier, you know, you've got to make a profit to run a business. How do you do that and meet these social justice issues? So that's a different topic, a big topic of its own, but really important. And I think there's so much opportunity there.
Somebody else want to come in on that? Or? No, fantastic. Well, unless anybody else has any questions in the room. No, I think I can just say thank you very much to the panel. Give them a round.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks from me as well. And thank you, Nigel, for such a great job chairing. And I know you've done a brilliant job orchestrating things over recent days. It's time for lunch. Please enjoy some nice food over on the amazing spread that's just been put out. Keep an eye out for Noel, who's with us over lunch. I can't quite see him right now, but you'll figure out who he is. He's got an iPad, and he'll probably have a crowd of people around him, so I won't say any more than that, but just keep an eye out for him in between talking. We're back at 1:30. We've got Leeds City Council, and then we've got the reverse pitches, so quite a sort of lively session this afternoon, so see you back at 1:30. Thank you very much. Cool, thank you. Thank you. Good.
you.
Did he vanish into his iPad? Well, look, I hope you all enjoyed lunch. I hope you made some useful connections and had some good chats. This afternoon, we've got a couple of things going on. We've got the reverse pitch showcase where you're going to hear from 16 speakers from legal firms, tech firms, and LegalTechs. But before we have that, we've got Leeds City Council live in conversation on the stage. Eve is back, the Chief Officer for Culture and Economy for Leeds City Council, and we're really privileged to have Tom Reardon, the Chief Exec, with us on stage as well. So Eve and Tom are going to run this as a bit of an interactive conversation. I'll let Eve explain. But yeah, that's over to you guys.
Thanks, Julian. Good afternoon, everybody. As Julian said, for anyone that wasn't here at the beginning today, my name's Eve Rutas and I'm the Chief Officer for Culture and Economy, and I'm really pleased to say that we've got Tom Reardon, Chief Executive at Leeds City Council, with us. So, Tom, I was just noting earlier on today that this is the first conference that some people have attended in 2 years because of COVID. It's been 2 years full of challenges and a lot of change. How's it felt for you?
Yeah, no, it's great to see everybody, and it's great to be back face to face, isn't it? And those of you who are watching online, I'm worried about the systems in Leeds crashing. If it's Leeds City Council in conversation, there's going to be a lot of demand for that online. But no, it's been the most challenging 2 years of my career. Massive upheaval in from the moment. Virtually 2 years to the day ago, where we didn't even know if we were going to be able to collect the bins, and if you can't collect the bins, then you've got a big problem in any place. So, it's going from that and complete, uncertainty to what feels like, on a spring day, coming out of the other side. I think, the really interesting thing for me is that it's probably accelerated some of the changes that were starting to happen anyway. I think some of us were. There wasn't 5 days in the office completely in one location for everybody. Lots of people were used to that, hybrid working, not necessarily as intensively as it is now, but certainly I think moving in that direction, the importance of tech and how that is just driving like a juggernaut through certain sectors and changing things. But also I think labour market, changes where we're increasingly starting to see a more choice being available to people in the labour market. And as the city has done better and better, we're attracting more people, we're retaining more people to the city, but it's a more intensive, competitive market for talent. And we all know, with Brexit and with the combination of the pandemic, that's probably had an effect to get to where we are now, which is, for me, the biggest issue of the decade is workforce. It's about both recruiting the best people and retaining them, and I talk to many, many businesses and public organisations, both within the city and national and international, and it's the same conversation. So I think that's accelerated as well. And of course, net zero, which is more and more, much more part of the the top of the office agenda, whichever organisation you're in as well. So yeah, lots of change.
Two topics that came up this morning actually. So we had an excellent discussion about future skills for young professionals coming into the law, and there was also a note and a nod towards net zero as well. So absolutely a topic today. But Tom, you talked about some of those challenges. Obviously, it's been, it has been an incredibly tough time for the council responding to support businesses, responding to support communities and individuals. But coming out of the other side of it, Leeds feels like an incredibly exciting place to be. Around this time last year, we suddenly got a whole load of announcements that came along like buses. The UK Infrastructure Bank decides to locate in Leeds. The Bank of England picked Leeds as its kind of northern hub. Then we've also had some exciting tech companies announce they're coming to Leeds, like Cognizant and Utterbury. Why do you think they pick Leeds? What brings them here?
Apart from the fantastic leadership from the council,
of course.
Seriously, I think Leeds has always been a great city. I think it's a very well-located city. It's right at the centre of the UK. We think of the Midlands as being the middle, but actually we're the middle, right at the crossroads of the UK. We want a better transport system, but actually getting around and about to and from London, to and from Other parts of the country are okay as long as you're not travelling at certain times. But I think the people that we attract and particularly I think the role of the universities, we now have 6 universities just in the city, and over 50,000 undergrads and graduates every year. And that just changes the whole dynamic of a place. It adds to its diversity. A lot of those graduates come from across the UK and across the world. More of them are staying than are leaving now. And I think the reason for that is because the cost of living is a bit easier here than in London and the South East, and that's attractive to both businesses and to individuals. And I think we've changed. I think the big thing we tried to change, I guess one of the main things I tried to do when I arrived with a few people nearly over a decade ago was to get that ambition back in the city and to get that sense of forward movement and vision. And I think people like we are deliberately not going for what I'd call a North American, densely populated, high, very, very high growth in property terms model of the economy. We're going for something which is what I would call more of a Northern European model, a Scandinavian model, where you're thinking about the spaces between buildings, you're thinking about how family-friendly and child-friendly are places. You're interested in the social aspect of running the city as much as the economic aspect of running the city. So the fact that we have rough sleepers in Leeds, you'll see them, but we have 2/3 less than any comparable city because we work very closely with our partners on that and have continued to do so. So when I think back to the conversations with Alex, the CEO of Channel 4, with John at the investment bank, with Andrew at the Bank of England, just to mention a few, the things that they were most interested in, because you're doing your pitch and you're talking, as you'll be doing this afternoon, some of you, and I've got quite a good radar for when people are really listening to you, so watch it, everyone. You can tell when you sort of got to say certain things that everyone will say, but then when you say something that's a bit different that captures people, it was usually that social story that we've got here, the compassionate part of Leeds. People know when they come here that they're part of something bigger. We want them to be a child-friendly ambassador. We want them to get involved in the 2023 Capital of Culture festival. We want them to get behind to be part of our extended family. And we're very collaborative. We're very open to ideas, and I think that's what people attracted people most. When they hear we've got a mini-me Lord Mayor, which is, we have a contest each year with the schools in the city, and a 12-year-old can put forward a manifesto for change to be the Mayor of Leeds. And so we have a children's mayor. They have a little red outfit and a hat, so they sit alongside the Lord Mayor. Current Lord Mayor is very tall, so it's even better. But they come up with these amazing manifestos. The kids in this city vote on it, and we've had stop bullying in Leeds. Kindness costs nothing. Let's stop bullying in Leeds. We've had, when the Tour de France came, a big cycling initiative. We've got a fantastic young mayor at the moment talking about how we can help people remember people they lost during COVID. Kids come out with the best ideas often, the simplest ideas. And when you talk about that, in the day when we have full council and the whole of the 99 councillors vote for this manifesto and they unanimously vote for it, and the little mayor, stands there and gets a standing ovation, it's the best day of the year. And it's that sort of thing that I think, you can be anywhere in the world, but if you're somewhere where you've got that sort of thing happening, it's quite exciting. And I think that's what people are buying into, something that's a bit more than just the basics. And we've got a growing population, a young population, which many cities in Europe haven't got.
Yeah. Channel 4 made that decision, can you believe it, in October 2018. And certainly when they've spoken to us, they've described how their decision to locate their digital content unit in Leeds and to recruit the talent into that has actually been transformational for their whole business. And they've been able to succeed their expectations in terms of delivering their nations and regions plan as a result of their move. So all the kind of the sell we did to them, I think they would kind of, if they were on stage here, they would play back that it's worked out for them.
Yeah, and I think things have changed from, if I think back 10, 15 years ago when I was sort of dealing with inward investment and people coming to the city or the region, it would be a conversation about how much grant can you give us? How many, you know, where are the buildings that we can be in? And, you know, basically a lot of what you're going to do for us, because we've been offered X or Y from somewhere else in the UK or in the world. And that conversation has completely changed now. I've had conversations in the last month, with probably 3 or 4 now, which have been basically, we're here in Leeds, Tom. We love it. We've got 200 jobs planned, but we'd like to have 1,000. And we also want to do something better with our business, as you just said. So when I think about Burberry, I think about, you know, the conversations with Bank of England and others. This part of the world would be seen as almost what you might call back office, a bit sort of sub-quality, in inverted commas, to what an MD or a CEO or a board sat in London might want. But actually now, what they're seeing is that they're often remarking to us, our Leeds office is the best office. It's the most buzzy, it's the one that more people have come back into our Leeds office. And, you know, that's a testament to the city, but also the fact that we also say to these businesses, you know, we want you to improve by being in Leeds. That's the thing.
So thinking of offices, obviously one of the big debates that happened through sort of 2020, 2021 was always the death of the office, the death of city centre. But as I was walking here today, I walked past the site of the new DLA Piper office, right adjacent to the Majestic, where Channel 4 are. I remember seeing that building being demolished when I first moved back to Leeds in around 2003. And it's now going up. So, and if you look around the city, there seem to be more cranes than ever before. So, again, kind of, why is that, Tom? Like, what's the kind of confidence that the property sector have got in the city as well?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a confidence in the commercial business market. There's a lot of, you know, I again have several conversations with people who, you know, aren't talking about leaving the city. They're talking about how when the lease is up, they want to go into sort of, you know, better accommodation and more suited to this new, whatever this new hybrid way of working is going to be. And, you know, the collaborative, we might be laughing in 10 years' time about, remember when we were saying it would be all about collaborative space and now we're all packed back into the office. Who knows what's going to happen. But I think there's definitely a big market in that. The city living market, I think, there was a time, if you go right back in history, where Leeds overbuilt a lot of flats in the city, and was still renowned for it, even now, by some people down in London. But that finished quite quickly. But then there was a big gap, I think, then between, you know, city living coming back, and we're now seeing the expansion in it that you have seen in other cities taking off, and so a lot of the cranes you'll see is around that. But also, I think you know, that vision I was talking about. So I would ask, you know, which city in Europe is prepared to put some of its prime development land across to a big city park, a central park, in the middle of the major developable area? Well, that's what we're doing. And we're doing that with some really good developers, and, you know, people really like, that's, all those other cranes are there for good economic reasons, but one of the reasons they're there is because of that vision for the whole of the South Bank, and the vision as well that we're thinking about for what we're calling the innovation arc, which is going to run up rather district, which is sort of, you know, limited to the universities and the hospital. We've got a great new £650 million hospital development about to happen just north of here. We're thinking about that innovation right the way through to the station, and you know, all of the you know, the universities and the business and the tech sector in particular that can bring that to life and make that happen. And what's great about today is that the best innovation, in my view, happens when the intersection of sectors takes place, and that's why this, you know, what you're talking about today is so exciting, because you get that expertise. When I was involved in the Advanced Manufacturing Park in Sheffield many years ago in a previous job, It was about the traditional metal cutting expertise in Sheffield, the steel city, coming together with the aerospace industry and the auto industry, and working out how they were going to deal with composites, and how you work out how you change the materials for planes, which you can't get wrong. That was where the greatest innovation happened, and it happened quickly. And I think that's what things like today can do in the equivalent sectors here.
Yeah, so this is one of several events that have been going on over the past couple of weeks under the sort of branding innovation at Leeds. There was a space event last week, there was AI Tech North, we had FinTech North. Julian's been very busy because he ran that one as well. And we've got No Code Labs event coming up. There's a whole series of exciting events happening. Why is it important to the council to support events like this and the range of events that have been going on over the past few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's there's sometimes a missing bit in the jigsaw that, to get the sectors together and to convene them is not always the easiest thing to do. So, we're all creatures of habit sometimes, aren't we? And we're used to our networks, we're used to our ways of working, and I think, getting that to change means that we've got to. We try and play, I think, from the council a convening role where we don't try and dictate to people, particularly the private sector, how to run your businesses, but we do sort of enable and present opportunities to say, do you want a different conversation here about something, whether it's innovation or it's about equality and diversity, where we've done a big initiative at the moment with the big law firms and accountancy firms. Anybody who'd like to get involved in that, just let us know, because it's a big, important part of our agenda. But yeah, innovation, I just think it's in the DNA of the city. It's always been the city of 1,000 trades. Leeds has never had big government subsidy, rightly or wrongly. We can have those arguments and we'll continue to have them, but it's a very self-starting city as a result. I've worked in parts of Yorkshire and the country where it's not a dependency culture necessarily, but people sort of wait for they sort of wait for government initiatives, whereas I don't think we do. And we get on with it, and we sort of just do it. We shout about it a bit more now, and we need to do more of that. But yeah, and innovation is you've got to innovate, haven't you, or you die. I mean, the old sayings are the truisms a lot of the time, and I think more and more, again, looking at today, this could be a massive threat to to the legal sector, the influence of AI and what that's going to do to certain jobs within the legal sector could be seen as a big threat. But to me, I see that as a big opportunity for us to get ahead of it, and to in a situation where the biggest shortage we've got is talent. Then how do we use the talent that the job is not going to be there in 3 years' time, to retrain that person so that they're going to have the job that's needed in 3 years' time, and to help them know that they come to Leeds and they're going to get that support. So yeah, I think it's about whole system. The other thing about innovation is you can't innovate on your own, and I think the days when it was a very closed innovation space is going, and open innovation and the wicked issues that hit businesses and cities and public policy can only be solved by what I call a sectorless approach to something. You've got to have the city, the civic people there, you've got to have the private sector there, you've got to have the third sector there, and that's how you really solve some of these problems and get the best opportunities in commercial terms. So yeah, it's all of those things.
Yeah, I think from the events that I've been to over the past couple of weeks, what really excites me about Leeds at the moment is that there's that, through it all, is that real Yorkshire attitude of, we're going to create the future that we want, we're going to make things happen, we're not going to wait around for others, we're going to get things done. And that was what got us through the pandemic, and that's now where we're making our future, whether it's about addressing the climate emergency, whether it's about where we see that people can't get access to justice, whether it's about welcoming Ukrainian refugees, whether, it's about how can we make sure that, we get better health solutions using AI. I genuinely believe that the people of this region and this city are really kind of like, come on, we're going to, we'll find the solutions, we'll shape the future. And I'm seeing a few smiles from the rooms of recognition, so I hope you all feel the same way too.
I think, yeah, and I think we all want to change the world a bit, don't we? I like to think that when Simone, who's the great new Vice-Chancellor of Leeds University, came here, one of the things she said she loved, because she came from Imperial College, which I should know because my son's at it. She said, you know, it's brilliant being in London, but actually one of the challenges of being in London, it's so big that you don't get that whole city conversation. It's very rare that you're able to get to that top table. Whereas in a place like Leeds, you can get to that top table. But unlike, you know, we have scale as well. We have been about 1 million people. Having that range of socioeconomic and geography and people in Leeds is why it's a lot of health research has taken place here over the years. Mm-hmm. It's a sort of cookie cutter type model. So if you do it in Leeds, you can probably replicate it elsewhere around the world. And so if you're going to change the world, there's no better place to change it than Leeds, because it's big enough to have scale, but small enough to get your arms around.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. So this afternoon we're going to hear a bit from some brilliant talent from both our legal and tech sectors. What are we doing as a city to support the development of those entrepreneurs and those skills and talent, Tom?
Well, we try and be outward looking as well. One of the things Leeds wasn't as good at in the past was sort of thinking about not just our neighbours or, you know, the other cities in the UK, but actually our place in the world. And I think the work that we did with MIT in Boston and Sydney, Oslo, Monterey, other countries from around the world, to sort of shine a bit of a mirror on what we were doing around innovation. One of the big learns from that was that we probably didn't do enough for entrepreneurs themselves. So a lot of the public policy that comes out around this tends to be more, you know, around generic business support rather than thinking about individuals and what drives them and how you can support them and nurture a very, you know, diverse talent as well, because the traditional systems don't always help those people who don't have the bank of mum and dad to help them. You know, they need other ways of locking in and dealing with networks. So the work we're doing with Rochelle, who's here, on something called Build, and there's a new one called Genie that's just come out, are, you know, they're a mixture of things that we're trying to do to support innovators, to support entrepreneurs, and to make sure that we support the widest, most diverse range of people that we possibly can to make that happen, and to, you know, convene people together on days like this. Unusual suspects, you might say, putting people together in a way that you might, you know, find interesting and challenging. Mm-hmm. That, you know, speaking as somebody who had to think about my dress code today, you know, were you going to go law or were you going to go tech? You know, and you end up somewhere in the middle, like me. I'm sure a lot of the men in the room had the same challenge, and I'm sure the women in the room are much better at that challenge than we are.
I finally got it after right on the third go. So last week I forgot to have a pocket to put my microphone in. The first event. The second event I tried walking around with a microphone like this and long hair, and that disrupted the microphone. So I've got it right now. Pocket, seated, we're good.
Absolutely.
So we've got time now to take a few questions from you all. We've got some microphones around the room. So would anyone like to put a question to Tom or to myself? Well, Paul's got his hand up. Paul, do you want to say who you are as well?
Yes, so Paul Berwin, so two hats, Berwin's solicitors, but also I'm one of the founder directors of Leeds Digital Festival. So in effect, so this point is with the Leeds Digital Festival hat on. First point is, it was sort of seed corn from Leeds City Council, but only seed corn, that got Leeds Digital Festival going, but then not intervention, but it then became community-led, and that's part of its huge success. And then, so in relation to the LegalTech thing, so I suppose this is to anybody who's here, so getting LegalTech integrated back into the Leeds Digital Festival and that infrastructure is going to be really important, and we'll no doubt be working on that. So the model of, if you like, the seed corn, the minimal intervention, and so on. So is that something you see as distinctive in Leeds from your other roles, or do you see other places doing similar things to that?
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and thanks for what you've been doing with the Digital Festival, and Stuart, obviously, who's the godfather of digital. I heard him called the other day in Leeds. I think there'll be a couple of others who'll be a bit going for that, or godmother or of digital. There's a lot of fantastic female leaders who get behind these genders as well, like Xandra and Anna and others. I mean, I think it's really interesting, because if you look at when I was at Yorkshire Forward, and we had so much money. You know, it was amazing in the sense that we did deliver the Advanced Manufacturing Park, and we did deliver some amazing regeneration. You know, we helped with the arena. You know, I could go through a lot of things. I won't bore you with my career, but interestingly, there was a limit to that, because in some ways it put off the business community, because they saw the large amounts of money and thought, well, what are you doing for us? And actually, why do I need to get involved? Because you've got all that taxpayers' money, so you should be doing it on my behalf. Then we had the LEP era, which was a bit it wasn't the opposite, but we had to almost start again. And then I think there were some big successes from that era, where, you know, some of the business support programs have been really effective and really good, and have been evaluated to that end. But when I think about the council and our role in this city, I think on the social agenda, we have to take more of a direct role, an interventionist role. Because if we didn't, if you can imagine this city without the council and what we do, it would be a very different place, but probably more socially than economically. However, one of the reasons people gravitate, you know, when we talk about those investors, they do, if you look at their criteria for when they assess where they're going to go, they do look at city leadership, and it's one of the things that they're interested in. So I think you've got to have a collaborative and, you know, positive relationship with the business community. But in terms of what you actually do and what you spend money on, I think it should be quite minimalist. And I think it should be very enabling. And that's why people like Eve have, you know, gravitated to us, because she plays that role incredibly well. And, you know, that's what I've been trying to sort of wean the council off. I think there was a time when I think the council thought, well, if it's important, we're going to spend money on it and do it ourselves, rather than, if it's important, someone needs to be spending money on it. Who can we get to do it? Oh, there's no one to do it. Right, we'll do it ourselves. That's what austerity has done to us, to make us a bit more, you know, a bit more careful and to be honest, much more enterprising and commercial in our approach to things at times. But yeah, I think that model is what works. I think we do it. Newcastle are good, I would say, and Liverpool, I think on certain elements of what they do well. I mean, Manchester are just a very, you know, they've got a model, that the GM model, and they all do things in a very collaborative, you know, coordinated way. But it's more, it's a sort of slightly different model to the one we've got here, I would say. And, you know, each to their own. London probably suffers most from it, actually. I've done some work with Camden Council recently, and they have some amazing organisations in their borough, but they can't really engage with them in the way that we do. So, yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Anyone else like to put a question? This gentleman here with the blue check shirt. Would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Hi, Nick Wilshire from Deloitte Ventures. So I actually moved up during lockdown from London, and just a quick reflection. I think you used the word excitement, Eve, around the tech space in Leeds. It is noticeable when you arrive in the city, so something is going right. My question is around digital skills, and it's been mentioned a lot today by yourselves and others in access to talent. You know, we've heard about no-code labs this morning and other initiatives, but what's going on in and around the city to improve the development of digital skills, but also access to those skills for businesses?
Shall I answer that one? So part of my team is the employment and skills team in the council, and we've been doing a piece of work for the past sort of 3-4 months where we've been engaging with everyone just exactly on this. What are the skills that people need? What's really important for you? And what do we need to do? And off the back of that, we're now taking some very specific actions at the council. So we're planning now in the autumn a kind of an event where we're going to go out around the city to diverse communities to show them role models about what's possible to get into tech. And we're going to have a big event at Leeds Arena for people who want to get into tech, but we're not going to call it Get Into Tech, by the way. We haven't come up with a better solution. So if any creatives in the room with ideas, let us know. Because we know that, like every other city in the world, actually, that we've got to work really hard to satisfy the need for digital skills. So there are lots of organisations in the city who they can go to for training to get into tech. So we've got Generation UK, we've got North Coders who were part of the panel this morning. Leeds City College, which is our local FE college, delivers a lot of courses. And also, obviously, employers have in-house schemes as well. So the need is for us to create really clear pathways for people to understand what the opportunities are, how they can get into those jobs and help them move into them. And we want people that live in Leeds to get into those jobs because it improves their, potentially improves their pay, gives them better quality, gives them a better quality of life. But we won't just be doing that kind of one-off event in the year. We're currently mapping everything that's going on across the skills side and looking for other opportunities as well throughout the year. We were talking yesterday about working with our child-friendly Leeds team, who've got great connections to women who've left the workforce, about something potentially around returners and working with employers on that to kind of get some returners back into work as well. So there's lots of things that we're doing, and there's also partners in the city that are active as well. So for those of you that haven't heard of Ahead Partnership, they're a brilliant charity in the city who work with employers and schools, and they ran an event yesterday called LegalTech, and they've got a big scheme they're running with schools across Leeds to make sure that the kids in Leeds understand what all the opportunities are as well. So there's loads of things going on, and we're really trying to double down and make sure that we do everything that we can to sort of bring that together really tightly for employers to satisfy the need. Great. Any other questions? We've got another one here. We've got a microphone. There was one coming from the side.
Hi, I'm Steve Leather. I work for SA Global, although this question is partly in a personal capacity. So, as digital tech of various sorts develops in this city, you're going to get more people coming in from outside. And let's be honest, most people, professionals particularly, don't live in the centre of the city. They live on the edge of the city, or as in my case, in Ollie. But how do you feel and what you're doing in relation to the transport infrastructure, low carbon particularly, transport infrastructure to support people that don't live in the centre of the city? I've got a personal interest. I live in Otley, as I say. I rode into Leeds today. In fact, when I come into the office, I only ever ride. And I have to say, I've been doing it for 15 to 20 years. It's not a terribly pleasant experience. I've ended up in hospital a couple of times and landed on a few bonnets over that time. And I'm very confident on a bike. My wife refuses.
Your question on transport.
Thanks, Evie. I think what I would say is we're doing a lot and we're doing what we can. So, if you look at Leeds, if you were coming in from a different direction, you would have a better cycling journey. We've made a lot of progress, and since the Tour de France, we've invested a lot in cycle lanes and particularly east-west, and we have managed to make a lot of changes in the way that we've taken thousands of journeys off the road by park and ride. I was a bit of a sceptic about park and ride to start with, but it's absolutely worked, and it will expand as well, I think, again. We should have a mass transit scheme in this city. We are big enough, and we should have had one decades ago. And we've been let down by successive national decision makers over the years of all political parties in not achieving that. You know, if I ticked off all the things that we've succeeded on over the last few years, and then there would be some that we haven't, securing that national investment is one of the ones that we haven't. And you know, we've safeguarded 700 football pitches of land over a 10-year period for a national project that we didn't ask for, but we got behind. And then we've had a change of mind, and we have got to review that at the moment. So that's called HS2, if no one's heard of it. You know, so if we could have had that time and a fraction of the money, we would be having our first, you know, tram line in place by now. So we're trying to avoid the mistakes of the past in this period now, where where we utilise all the money that we get and we spend it on time and we do it in the right way, and that's what we've been doing. And we've got to do that next on the, you know, on the mass transit. And you know, we need to improve the cycleways in from the direction that you're talking about. We want to get control of the buses, because you know, the bus service isn't good enough, and you know, particularly to those parts of the city, particularly after a certain time. And it's getting worse with the challenges that the bus companies have been under. So, you know, the whole model for how we run these things in the UK has got to change, I would say. And we need to be at the forefront of that. And we'll do the best that we can to, you know, respond to the questions like your own. But it's definitely a work in progress, and not one that we've got cracked.
Thanks, Tom. I think we've got time for one more, if anyone else wants to put a question. No? Okay, great. I think, Julian, you've got a little bit of time to play with for your next session now. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom and Ian.
Thanks. Thanks, Julian.
Well, that's great to get an insight into the leadership of a city through a really challenging couple of years, but also to get an idea of how positive Tom and Eve are around the future. So thank you. So now we move into the sort of the fast action part of the day, the showcase of reverse pitches. We're going to have a series of speakers. We've got 16 organisations that will be represented. That means that there's quite a few people in the room that are speaking. So before I start this session, I'm going to just take the opportunity to recap on what we're going to do here. So we are going to give each speaker a countdown on the clock at the front that they'll all be able to see, which runs for 6 minutes. And the idea is, if you speak for 6 minutes, that leaves about 1.5 minutes that people can ask you questions. That'll either be me, or it could be people in the audience. So we've got to keep it moving, because otherwise we'll overrun, and we then won't have time in the breaks, or we won't finish on time at the end. So that's important. I didn't mention earlier on that we've got space booked out at Manhattan on Greek Street. So after the event, you're all invited to join us if you'd like to. Take advantage of a free bar and some canapes to reflect on the day. But I'm just saying that to make sure that you stay, of course. But yeah, so I'm going to introduce people. We're going to keep it moving. The tip for the speakers is, you've all prepared a presentation that is around about 6 or so minutes long. Try and get into it straight away. So I think when I've seen people run over on these things, it's because they start talking, and I do a little bit of a preamble, which kind of becomes about a 3-minute preamble. So try and avoid that bit, get into the presentation, and let's ask you the questions afterwards once you've told us all about your organisation. So the law firms have been given a brief to talk about, introduce the firm, tell us about some of the technology-related initiatives that they're doing, and indicate where there might be areas that they'd like to speak to tech firms or to speak externally. And those that are in tech firms or legal tech firms have been given the brief of introduce yourselves and then talk about some of the things you think you might be able to help the sector with. So everyone who's not speaking can sit back and listen. First speaker is Pete from DSC Beechcroft. So Pete, I'm going to invite you to come up to the stage. Those of you that are speaking in these sessions, use this lectern mic. If you do want to get wired up, just go and see Jake and Dan on the desk, and they'll give you if you want to walk around, that's absolutely fine. And if there's 2 of you speaking, then you need to do that. Pete, you've come up from Bristol. DSC Beechcroft has a big presence in Leeds. Great to have you here, and I shall let you take over. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Julian. And well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Allchorn. I'm a partner at DAC Beechcroft. We're an international law firm specialising in insurance, health and real estate sectors. Firstly, thanks for allowing me to address this amazing conference this afternoon. It's great to be here in person. Now, Leeds has always been, for our firm, strategically important to our business. And it's very apparent today that the fast-growing status of Leeds as a legal tech hub in the north really does reinforce this view, so it's great to see. Just a little bit about me and give some context to what I'll talk about. I sit within our claims division within our insurance practice. So from day to day, we deal predominantly with defending motor claims, employers' public liability claims, and property claims too. We have a very broad range of insurance clients consisting of composites, specialist insurers, London market syndicates, self-insured corporates, and also now increasingly insurtech type businesses. And another hat that I wear, and the reason I'm here this afternoon, is that within our claims business, I lead on our innovation strategy. So what do our clients want? Well, they are increasingly, this is our insurance clients, increasingly hungry, I would say, is the word I'd use, for their legal suppliers to demonstrate innovations and in a number of specific areas, really. So what they want us to do is to simplify the claims process and the services that we deliver to them and to ultimately to their customers. They want us to extract cost from the process. They want us to improve customer engagement, and they want us ultimately to help them reduce their indemnity spend. And whilst I'm focusing very much on our claims business today, our approach to innovation, which I'll come on to talk about now, very much is the same across the entirety of the DAC Beechcroft group. So how do we innovate at DAC Beechcroft? Well, the first point to make is that we don't actually start with tech. Our approach is not about scouring the market for the latest solutions and then trying to find a use case. Instead, and as you can see on the slide here, we use a methodology that we call the 7 I's. I'll say a bit more about 2 of those that are highlighted in a moment. But we always start by identifying the problem, or what I like to call the business challenge, that we're ultimately looking to solve. Increasingly, and it'll come as no surprise, our innovations do have a digital component, but as I said, it's not the starting point. So, and it's been mentioned already today, we very much use technology as an enabler within our business. And for the technology businesses within the room, I'm sure that innovation and change are not words that you would necessarily associate with a law firm. Of course, we're trained as lawyers to get things right first time. Concepts like MVPs and failing fast, not ones that traditionally are very comfortable to us. But we've worked really hard over recent years to build a culture of engagement with our colleagues to promote innovation and change throughout the DAC Beechcroft group. And what this means in practice is that innovation isn't an activity that's reserved for the innovation team. Rather, it's everyone's collective responsibility to input new ideas and ensure that we're constantly challenging and evolving the products and services that we deliver to our clients. We're a people business at heart, and we know that our colleagues are both our best asset and a rich source of new ideas for us, but we need to provide them with the appropriate forums in order to share these ideas. So we've invested in an ideas crowdsourcing platform, which we've implemented across our entire firm. This basically gives us a team of nearly 3,000 innovators around the globe. We call it Launchpad, and this platform facilitates collaboration. It allows ideas to be voted up, merged, and developed in order to respond to, as I say, business challenges and, importantly, our clients' challenges that they set us. And once we've identified the best ideas, we use what we call our innovations lab process that's been in place for some years now to incubate, develop, and stress test these ideas. And it's at this point that, more often than not, we find that we need to find a third-party technology provider to work with us to help us to bring an idea to fruition. One thing we've learned on our innovation journey so far is that often the simplest ideas are the best ones. Our customer care package is case in point. We won a Law Society Claims Excellence Award last year for this, and we're really proud of it. Our insurance clients are, as I say, constantly challenging us to find new ways to engage with their customers, their end customers, and policy to support them through the claims process. And this is precisely what our customer care package does. By breaking down the claims process into bite-sized chunks, demystifying it, and then producing short explainer videos that are animated to help to reassure people involved in the process. So, on to challenges. How can the Leeds legal tech market help our business? Well, there are a number of things I could cover off here, but I've got 18 seconds left, so I'm going to cover 3 very, very quickly. The first I've just mentioned is the customer experience, so how can you help us there? Secondly, data, really, really fundamentally important to our claims business. We already have rich, mature data sets, and we're already doing some really interesting stuff around dynamic dashboard solutions, but we know there's much more we can do to help our clients, particularly around predictive analytics. And lastly, it's been mentioned several times today, automation and AI. Again, something which we need to be doing much more with in order to make ourselves more efficient and to help us replicate some of our services and put them in the hands of our clients. So thank you for listening to me. I've overrun by about 20 seconds. I apologise, Julian.
Right.
But any questions?
That's okay. The 6 minutes is to make sure you've got time for questions. So you can eat into it, you just get fewer questions. Anybody want to ask Pete a question? Because I guess I can ask questions all day, but anyone in the audience? Yes? Can we get the mic over? Thanks. Just wait for so people online can hear your question.
It's real quick.
Can you introduce yourself as well, please?
I'm James Ely. I work for SA Global as well. Automation, what is it you're trying to automate?
So, as I've explained, we deal with end-to-end civil claims process. So what our clients want us to do is to start to automate parts of that process, so not necessarily end-to-end to begin with, but in essence so from our perspective, they want us to automate parts of the processes that we provide to them in order to effectively make ourselves more efficient and to be able to reduce our cost point. But they also want us to help them to reduce their touch points when they're claims handling cases in-house, if they have an in-source model. So it's both sides.
Cool. Thank you for that question. Pete, on customer-facing solutions, give us an idea. Is that consumers or businesses? Is there any particular leaning there?
So, I mean, it's probably both. Our customer care package to date is very much rolled out along, or aimed, if you like, at our insurance clients who work in the personal line space. Yeah. So we are dealing with lay-end customers, but it could be both. And as I say, our customer care package has gone down really well. It's a really simple idea, but it's a digital one. But we want now to reiterate that and do something more and go further with it. So I'm hopeful that there'll be some ideas from some of the tech outfits in the audience.
There will, no doubt. I know that there's at least 2 or 3 speakers I can think of actually that could be interested talking to you about that. Thank you very much. You can sit down, chill out now, and watch everyone else. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Adam from Calls 9. Adam, come on, you're going to do the proper walk on, aren't you?
Great stuff. Okay. Hey everybody, let's get my notes out. Great stuff. Well, as Julian said, I'm Adam and I'm the founder and CEO of Calls 9. We're an innovation and transformation agency. It's great to be here and thank you for everybody who's organised the event. I just want to give you a little bit of information about my background in terms of my relevance to today's presentations. So I've kind of gone technologist, lawyer, technologist. So I've sort of seen all sides of the equation really. Trained at BPP and Eversheds at Sutherland and got involved in global innovation during my time with the firm, and ultimately launched products and services 10 years ago which didn't exist, and we didn't have the concept of legal tech at the time really, so we were very much kind of pioneering that space. A lot of these services went on to do very well, become commended by the Financial Times in some instances. And that whole experience, to be honest with you, filled me with passion for the space and ultimately led to me going off and creating Calls9, which is the business that I'm still running today. 10 years later, we support over 10,000 professionals in over 80 countries around the world, and it's not just law firms, it's all professional services, so accountancy practices, fintech, martech, health tech, and hopefully the perspective I can bring to bear is how all of those different experiences relate together for the legal services sector and actually share some of that experience from all those different businesses that we have supported. We talk about professional services 2.0, and it's very much a transition that is well underway. And if anybody wants this slide in detail, I can send it on afterwards. But essentially, there's a transition from outdated ways of working, inflexible methodologies in terms of how you work with your clients, all the way through to modern hybrid ways of working, more dynamic workplaces, and kind of an omni-channel experience where you understand your clients in more detail. This is what clients want, and for us, it's all about starting with the client. So I agree with all of the other speakers from earlier today who said that the technology must follow the client needs, and I completely agree with that. Ultimately, serving those clients in the best way possible is how you will differentiate from the crowd, and the technology is part of that, but it isn't the whole of it. We believe in empowering lawyers, not fully replacing them. So, as Bezos says, basically it's do or die. The change is happening, which I think makes it exciting. The mandate's there, and it's great to hear so many organizations really taking the bull by the horns and going forward with it. So just a few examples of what this means in practice. Some non-Calls9 examples, and then some Calls9 examples to talk about as well. Fair Will, which you're probably aware of, raised over 20 million now to actually transform how we deal with wills and probate, a very sensitive, difficult subject in our lives, but one which actually there's obviously no escaping, I'm afraid. And the way that they've approached that with this consumer-led service, I think, has turned that whole market really on its head. Pocket Law, who are transforming the way that you deal with B2B legal services, subscription offerings personalised around your needs, tailored access to lawyers on a cheaper, more affordable basis. But again, not replacing them, they're still there when you need them. Some of our own projects, Kalisa, an AI-driven document review service that gives you quick access to information about contracts and key documentation, again, backed by legal expertise when it's needed. And lastly, a virtual law firm, effectively. Interlaw, one of our clients, supports over 7,000 lawyers globally, and through their platform, you can connect and build your virtual legal team as and when you need it. For me, these are all the reasons to be excited about change and innovation, and they start by looking at the client need and building out from there. So ultimately, what's the art of the possible for you, and where do you get started? Ultimately, you've got to start with your why. Why does your firm or business exist? What are you trying to do for your clients? What's different about you? If you don't understand this, then ultimately you're going to be replaced by people who do. And lots of the consumer-facing brands have really nailed this because they start with the hearts and minds of the people they're talking to. And I think this is important for everybody. It can be a daunting task, but there's a way of breaking it down, and that's very much what we specialize in as a business. So helping you unlock your potential is the key to what we do. And our framework takes law firms, legal service providers, startups, and alternative providers through this whole life cycle of innovation. We sit at the intersection, if you like, of creating ideas and then actually bringing them to life. So we're different from some of the other suppliers who perhaps are just on the ideation side or perhaps just on the software side. We bring everything together, but starting with your uniqueness as a business. So from innovation consultancy, which is bringing your ideas to life, through to product development and design, and actually not overlooking the fact that sometimes you need to modernize what you've already got as well. Some firms have got lots of things that are holding them back, which ultimately need dealing with. One firm I worked with had a server and a database that had been turned on for 25 years. They didn't know what was on it, but they definitely weren't turning it off. That's an issue, and if you've got that issue, you're not alone, but it does need dealing with. So in terms of closing, we've got really unique experiences. Having been a technologist, been a lawyer, and come back again, our board has an interesting composition. So one of our directors is the ex-global chairman of Evershed Sutherland, and we have other sector representatives on our board as well. And ultimately, we're focused on bringing amazing ideas to life for the legal sector and for professional services generally. We're venture-backed, which means we can take investment punts in some of the clients that we work with. So if you're sitting on a good idea, but you're worried that you don't have the capital or funding to bring it to life, it's still worth a conversation. But for me, I hope that what you take out of today really is a sense of energy, excitement, and optimism. So define your why. Why do you exist? What's different? Why do your clients need you? Understand those clients in as much detail as possible. Think big and really seize the opportunity. There's a great ecosystem here now with so much capability, and I'd encourage you to get involved with it and hopefully try to bring some of your ideas to life.
Any questions for Adam? Okay, question for me, Adam. So you've been in this space for a while now. It's been mentioned a couple of times today that this is not the easiest sector to sell into. Give us a quick idea of your experience over time of trying to sell into the legal sector and any tips that you might have for people here.
Sure, I have to be a little cautious because I've got clients in the audience. But I would say it's awful to sell into. It's really, really hard. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. I think that most law firms and legal service providers obviously present as one entity, but are in fact lots of individuals and lots of mini sort of fiefdoms that you need to understand. So from a supplier's perspective, I would say try to break down a firm and understand actually what that firm's trying to achieve, build key relationships with people. It is a relationships-driven business, really. But also try and align yourself with key strategic objectives that a firm is wanting to achieve. They vary dramatically, as do people's available budgets. So it's absolutely not a one-size-fits-all. But fundamentally, and I say this having come from the profession and still have lots of friends in the profession, it's a very sort of ethics-driven, sort of honourable profession. So you've got to build relationships. You've got to be in it for the long term. But if you are, you can achieve change and you can make some great things happen.
Brilliant. Many thanks, Adam. And Calls 9, a real Leeds success story. Okay, our next speaker is Paul, who's come all the way down from Scotland to be with us. And Paul's also part of one of our drop-in events when I think everyone who was there would agree his knowledge shone through brightly. So it's great to have you back, Paul, from Focus.
Thanks, everyone. Yes, I have come down from Falkirk today, and a couple of people have said, did I just come down to Falkirk from this? The truth is, it was just to get away from the kids for a day. So I've had a day out, I've had a nice time. Focus we set up, I've been working in legal IT and working in development teams and in law firms, worked at Simpson Marwick, worked for another couple of law firms in Scotland, and I've been at that coalface. I've been a developer in a law firm. So what I'm trying to do here with Focus is to round off what we saw as the gap. And the gap was the client, as a lot of people have identified today, but also to come with another message, which is legal tech is not behind other tech. And I keep hearing this message, and it's a little bit frustrating. When I left legal tech, so I worked in legal tech, and we did lots of process automation, traditional areas, conveyancing, debt recovery, personal injury, and we absolutely automated the hell out of it. And we did really efficient process. We had APIs pulling in data. We built really complex workflows, doing really high volume stuff. Left legal, worked at Sky for a bit, went to Sky and thought, this is great, wonderful organisation. They don't have any process automation here at all. It's crazy. There is almost no automated system as anything like the complexity of legal. Gone back into legal, and we see it again, and what we can see is nothing's really moved on. So they're just using the same process automation tools from the big tech providers, but everyone seems to have gone off and start solving other problems. One of them is client, which we're really pleased about, and that's the bit that we're trying to focus on with what we've built in Focus. So we are legal tech specialists. I've been doing this a long time. The people that we're working with have been doing this a long time. We know what it's like at that front end of building solutions. And we use that technology to try and hook up that workflow process to the client. That's the bit that wasn't there before. That's the bit that's really easy now. And what we've tried to do is build a platform that lets you hook into that client experience in a much easier way. This is really key for us. It might seem obvious. This is the hard part about legal IT, and it was one of the reasons I left. You've got these three different audiences all the time. You've got partners who are very single-minded, great, but it'll tend to come down into your IT department, hand your email they got 3 weeks ago, telling me we need this done by tomorrow. You've got very busy teams that it's really hard to train up all the time, and it's hard to get them to think about client because they're just thinking about volume, or at least they're thinking about getting through their workload. and we work with the technology team trying to make sense of it all and trying to make a law firm act as one unit when actually it's lots of different partners running their own business and trying to fight over resource. So what we're here to do is to say, look, we know what it's like for your tech guys, you can come to us, we've got resource, we can help you build this part of it, but in a way that suits your tech team and isn't going to make them upset and not want to leave. And this is how we do it. We've got all those systems, you've got your own workflow tool there in the background. There's lots of terrible ones there, but we've managed to integrate with most of them. There's a lot of great new ones on the scene now as well. Where we come to talk about workflow, if you've already automated all your processes, you are hugely ahead of the rest of the game, and you're in a great advantage point to really build in that from this point forward. If you're sitting there thinking, we've not automated really any processes yet, that's okay, because there's a lot of great new tools now, and you don't have to get stuck with this legacy crap that we've all been dealing with for the last few years. There's a lot of great new stuff available to start looking at. So what we do is we put our portal on the top of that. And our portal, a simple benefit is it saves time, saves money, and makes the process more efficient. In other words, when you've got data you want to gather from your client, instead of just sending an email, you can send a link to a form in our portal. You can generate that on the fly. They fill the data in the portal. The data is pulled back into your process. You get a notification. It just works. The client can still just email you back. They might prefer that. But what we find is that a lot of clients prefer to have this digital wallet, to have that place where they go that this transaction's been looked after. There's a lot of different features we've got. We've got dashboards and open source bits and pieces that we can allow you to switch on to allow your clients to communicate. So if you've got a corporate client or whether you've got a private client, it allows you to fit both those needs. We've got a nice little messaging and notification engine built into it that allows you to send messages directly to app, push notification to app, push notification out to the web portal as well. We've got data forms, as I mentioned, and we've got document sharing. So we've got all this built in. This isn't innovative stuff, I get that, but what this is an engine room that lets you take your ideas and say, well, actually, let's use this thing that these guys have built, pass it to our developers, all work together and come to a solution. Because it's taken us 2 years to build this, so you get that 2 years up front. You don't have to spend the time in that 2 years, you get just to focus on your idea. We've got this API behind it, and that's a big part of it. So we've implemented this for a client already. They've gone with web portal, they've gone for mobile app. They're getting great feedback from the client that they've never had to contact the firm because they've just done it all through the app. That's the experience they want. The other big part is now they've come back to us and said, we've got brokers, we want to build a site for them. How do we start building that site? And we said, well, you can use our API, you don't need to use our front end, build your own front end and use your own third-party developer for that. And that's what they're doing, and it's working a treat. We've got authentication built in, we've got API built in, we've got data sorted. So they get to focus on the ideas, and you get to focus on the ideas instead of having to sit in meetings sorting out stuff that's really easy, but we've done already. So I'd be delighted to work with anybody here because we have been going for 4 years, but 2 of those have been pandemic, so I'm not going to count them. We've got 3 clients live on the platform already. We've got kind of 2 tenets of people we're trying to speak to. We're trying to speak to law firms who want to engage with us maybe over a 3-6 month period and really build something fantastic. We're also maybe looking for investors and software partners to help us engineer this into what they've got and help us out at the same time. And I'm open to any questions. I just about made it on my time.
Anybody have any questions for Paul about focus? No? Okay. Paul, I mean, you guys, I guess you're purely focused on the legal sector, which is great. So you've got to know it inside out. How do you challenge you've challenged us earlier actually in your introduction about being behind, but how do you challenge yourself against best practice in other sectors to make sure that you're pushing the boundaries?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think because we're always experience from other sectors, and I've got that experience myself. So just prior to setting up Focus, I worked for a marketing agency, and we built this portal for likes of HBOS and Flybe at the time, and we built these data portals for them. And we learn a lot from that, and you learn a lot from what they expect from you, certainly in terms of data security and data standards, and also they learn a lot, hopefully, from us and how to present that in a way that's most meaningful to them. And so we've tried to kind of recruit people and use my own experience in other sectors for that.
Yeah, good stuff. Okay. And last thing, legal sector in Scotland, obviously a different legal system. What nuggets can you share with the audience today from your work north of the border as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see. So Law Society of Scotland set up a Law Tech event as well, and they've got a similar kind of initiative to try and bring people together. My big learning from it is, and I feel it a bit today, is I think there's a real need to get people who are actually the implementers and the people working in dev teams in the law firms out. And I'm almost here as their voice, because I've been there and it's hard and you don't get to go to these events and you're sitting there trying to make an API work and get some data to transfer, but you don't get to go to those events and those voices are missing and people are doing some mad, crazy things and bypassing all that work that's there rather than involve the tech teams that they've got, and they're investing in by paying them in their own law firms.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Right. Some little soundbite for us to bear in mind there. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much for coming down. Okay. Next, we're going to hear from Pinsent Masons. So we're back on the legal firm side of the fence. Sarah, great to have you speak today, and thank you for all your support for LegalTech in Leeds as well.
Brilliant. Thanks, Julian. So yeah, I'll start by introducing myself. So I'm Sarah Wilson. I'm head of product services at Pinsent Masons. But I started life as a corporate lawyer, so I've been on both sides of the fence. And I've gradually moved. I started actually over the road at Hammond Suddard's Edge 20 years ago as a corporate lawyer. And I've moved through knowledge and then into a technology role. And now I'm actually in technology services. So the team I lead are responsible for document automation, workflow automation, data extraction, online instruction, client portals, so a vast array of technology. In terms of Pinsent Masons, we are a big law firm. I think we will be classed as big law from the definition from the SRA earlier. So we're worldwide and, excuse me, over 3,300 people and 1,500 lawyers in 27 locations. So there's a good illustration there of our global reach. In terms of our interest in technology, transformation is a journey, and we see technology as a key part of that journey. It's all about, we've said today on many occasions, it's about the client, and it's about delivering legal services in a manner that the client wishes to receive them, solutions that the clients want to use. It's also about the people and the process, but we're here today to talk about the technology. So that's on a look at our main interest in technology. But I think, and Adam said it far more eloquently earlier, we've got legacy systems, so it's not just about the things we would talk about in legal tech, document automations, the things that I do, but we need all of the systems to talk, and we need the data to flow between them in order to be able to give clients what they're looking for. So if clients want to know the status of a matter, it needs to talk to your case and task management system. If they want to know financial information, it needs to talk to your financial systems. If they want to instruct us online, it needs to talk to your intake systems. So it's all needs to be interconnected. So I just wanted to put that up to illustrate that it's not just about the kind of sexy tech. You need to get your systems in place as well. And being part of the technology services team, I've seen a real benefit in understanding the whole journey. Okay, what I wanted to do today was really give the technologists out there a challenge, because I was a corporate lawyer, and I have an interest in corporate law, but I'm also interested in technology. And corporate due diligence to me is an area that we could really apply technology to, but I'm not aware of any firm that has done this really, really well. So corporate due diligence is basically the process that a buyer goes through, buyer solicitors go through in looking at, when they buy a company, all the documentation around that. So lease agreements, employment contracts, all the documents, your commercial contracts. Corporate due diligence, to me, is ripe for technology. The tasks that are involved, project management, task management, organising who's going to review the documents. There could be different jurisdictions, lots of different specialists. and that all needs to be organised. You've got the actual review itself, which is currently done generally manually by honing in lawyers with their skills on particular parts of the documents and looking at what's important. And then thirdly, reporting that back to the client. So those three areas, I suspect the technologists sitting there going, yeah, well, there's technologists that could easily do all that stuff. And the benefits, I think, in applying technology to that, coming back to the client, you've got increased stickiness with the client, you've got benefits for the client in the reporting. If we improve the reporting, rather than a Word report, which is currently the case, you could have dashboards, and you could give the client information on the business they bought into a tool. So alerts for when there's contract renewal, rather than a Word report, which is very static. Benefits to employees in motivation, not having to look at lots and lots of documents, and efficiency, improving the gross margin, all those sorts of things. So there's lots of benefits there. So that's something that I wanted to throw out as, you know, technologists look at this, because this is an area where I really don't think we've solved it. And law firms, if you have solved it, then please, you know, be happy to hear from that. I'm just looking at time. I've got 1 minute left. Is that we have for 4 questions? So okay. So in terms of the challenges that we've found in not just in corporate due diligence, but in implementing technology in a law firm, and we've talked about most of these today. So investment, not appreciating how much it costs in technology, but also in resource, the people, the business change, the change management, the process mapping, business analysts to actually put a technology place in project properly. Difficulty showing the business case, the things that I mentioned as benefits, really difficult to quantify. How do you quantify what more client opportunities, what benefits to the client there are in having that information? And we've talked about resistance to change. I think that is getting better, but lawyers wedded to their Word reports, it is difficult. Shiny new technology. Sometimes, you have your strategy of how you're going to solve a problem, and that may be to build on what you've already got. But you have lawyers who may see sales pitches and, you're distracted by that. Law firm's got this. I think that's something that is a challenge to implementing. And then again, this last one, the billable hour. I think it historically was a problem. I think it's getting better. For instance, with corporate due diligence, it tends to be fixed fees now, and it is getting better. But there is still an inherent tension between charging by the hour and becoming more efficient. That's it. Thanks very much.
That's great, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Does anybody want to ask Sarah a question? We're a bit shy. Oh, we've got one. Can you get the microphone down here? Thank you.
Steve Leather again. Just a quickie on billable hours. Roughly, would you say what proportion of the number of hours spent on an M&A deal is spent on due diligence as a percentage?
It's a long time since I've been a corporate lawyer now, but yeah, I think 30, 40%, I would think, and yet I'd say the fees were more like 5% of the matter. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
But that's
that's about what I was expecting you to say.
Yeah.
but it's good to know that it hasn't changed that much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to ask Sarah a question? So, the slides that you put up where you laid out some of the things that are challenges. What would you say the balance is at the moment in terms of things that you're trying to change and push through as a law firm versus the things that clients are pushing you to change? What's the, where's the pendulum lie at the moment?
It's difficult because I think, often, I think it's probably a 50-50. I think internally, we are doing a lot around improving our processes and using technology. I think sometimes there's a difficulty with thinking you know what the client wants and presenting something, and actually it turns out it's a lot of failed projects, I think would say. Sometimes with the clients, because the work hasn't been done to actually get to what is the problem you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
I think some of that's the shiny new tech thing. It's like, we'll work with this, and actually it's not looking at what the problem is. It's just applying the technology.
Yeah, yeah, that's a real familiar theme there, not just in the legal sector. I know some of our speakers are going to come at things very much from the client diagnostic perspective. Thank you very much. That's brilliant. Thank you. Okay, now next speaker, we're welcoming someone from out of region again. Keith from Toker has come up from Berkshire. Toker have been spending quite a bit of time in Leeds lately, though, as Keith's maybe going to touch on in his talk. So great to have you here, Keith. If you use the green button, you should get onto your slides.
There we go.
Cool.
I have got straight down to it, so I'll give a quick overview of Toker. Toker was started in 2018. Well, it was actually 2016. In its current format, it's 2018. It was actually built to solve that problem space. Toker is a no-code developer platform. Its aim is to enable people to build systems and solutions quicker and faster. We are seeing in the legal sector especially, but actually in all sectors, we actually have our main base in NHS at the moment, but we're actually seeing this problem, I think Sarah just mentioned it, of actually having systems being able to talk to each other and data flowing around those systems. This is driven by M&As that take place. They all get, then you start off with one system, then got 3 or 4 other systems. You need them to talk if you're going to provide a great customer service to your clients. You can rip out and start again, and in some cases that's the best thing to do, but actually there is another way, and that is what we call the Toker way. It enables you to build that digital wrapper around your existing systems, build connectors, the APIs that we talked about before, but because it's no code, once you build once, your developers can use many. So what we're actually looking at here is reducing development time within your firms and around your projects you want to deliver. What we're actually seeing as well within our world is in innovation. Law firms are actually looking at Toker to actually build products and services quickly, connecting it with existing systems faster, so they can actually iterate with the client on solutions they want to provide. And again, it goes back to that point of globally there's a shortage of developers out there. We've all talked about talent. How do we grow talent? How do we get more talent? Well, actually, one of the other things we can do is actually make our talent work more efficiently. And that's what Toker is built for. I read a stat the other day that I think on Reed alone, there's 30,000 developer jobs in the UK that aren't going fulfilled. And if you think that, if you can imagine that we're in a competitive global environment, you know, actually getting hold of developers that you want to use and that you want to keep is, if you're giving them stacks and stacks of projects that they're suddenly saying, I can't deliver this, this is too stressful, they'll move because it's their market at the moment. Where people that are using Toker for us, and I'll give some examples of what they've done, they're actually using it to enable to keep talent within their business, especially within the coding world. So how have they used Toker? So real simple things at the beginning. We started out building an online digital customer pathway to onboard customers. Built a front-end app, because I should explain, I suppose. Within Toker, we actually have a toolkit of systems. So you can automate existing legacy systems, you can build APIs for deep integration, you can build no-code apps, and you can do analytics. So it enables you, gives your developers all the tools they need to actually review whole processes and actually build a better process. So going back to the client portal, we built a beautiful client portal. The customer filled in the details through APIs that linked into the KYC checks. They all ran through, and conflict checks. While that's running through, because that does take a bit of time, we actually then enabled the customer to book an appointment of the type of lawyer they wanted within, to have that initial consultation with. KYC came back and checked and gave them a review saying pass, fail or review. If it was reviewed, there was then another portal that the compliance team could review and check and then go back to that customer. If it passed, then they went into a payment portal. Very simple. You're thinking, yes, we can all do that. Really easy. Their development team were looking at 12 weeks effort time. It was built in 4 days with Toka. So the speed to market that you can get with a platform that is no code like Toka is what a lot of customers are looking at. Where we are used in the PI, personal injury sector, and we're also used within, obviously, around employment law, family law, etc. I suppose the third point that we're getting used for is actually to join data pot dots together so that you're actually then getting a view. So if somebody's going through conveyancing, you know then that you can pass on to them to actually say, well, maybe your marketing team to start looking at a will. So we're joining those dots together. I should do that. If you're looking for more information, please use our barcodes or QR codes. I suppose if there are any questions.
We've got a question at the back from Sarah.
Hi. Just in terms of the client portal piece, one of the things that we've struggled with is the pricing on it, because if you've got all your clients and all of your lawyers, a lot of pricing is around users, and that's quite prohibitive. So how would it work? How are you developing on a platform, and is that on a user model?
It is on a user model, but it's very generous. No, we actually identified this early on. And I suppose for legal tech companies who are interested to get into legal firms, actually something we worked on is actually our pricing model. I think Pete said earlier, law firms don't want to take risks, so therefore they also want to know what their costs are. And that makes sense in an ILP. So what we've built is a model where, yes, it is usage-based, but it grows as the product grows. And also, it's done over an average as well, rather than done on it's done. So therefore, if you get peaks and troughs, you get averages out and you get a fairer price. So we have worked on our pricing model quite hard to enable the platform to be used. And it's then value-based, because it's based on how often it's used rather than it's used in, say, Microsoft Power Apps, if somebody logs on once in 24 hours, you get charged. They log on again, you get charged. We're trying to move away from that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Keith, just tell us a bit about the stuff you're doing in Leeds next week. It was mentioned earlier.
Oh yeah, so part of I've forgotten the client. I've forgotten the
No, yeah. Oh yeah.
We're working with Clarion to actually build because it has to be around a community-based project. We're looking at building an app that enables their staff to actually log all of their sort of charity work and voluntary work that they do throughout the year. So they actually, I think this goes into the sort of the ESG world, so they can actually start gathering data on what impact they're having on the community with their volunteering that they have as part of their staff development. And the aim is, and I'm pretty confident we'll do it, that within the 8 hours we have within that day, that app will be up and running and ready to go for their staff to use next week. And that's with Georgia at No Code Labs. So yeah, we're really excited about that.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much, Keith. Okay, next up is going to be Andy from Page White and Farrer from the Leeds office. So come and take over the stage, Andy. I'll just move you on. There you go.
Thank you very much, Julian. So, yeah, in this 6-minute slot, I thought I would try and get over what it is we do as IP experts and IP firm, sort of how we fit into the legal ecosystem, if you like, because I thought that would be quite a helpful thing for the tech guys in the audience to understand how we fit in, and then hopefully a little bit of a forward sales pitch at the end to explain how we work with tech companies to help them. So the first thing to sort of say is that we're lawyers, but we're not solicitors. All of you will be familiar with what solicitors do. It's a big profession. It's regulated by the SRA. Ben spoke at length today about the bits and pieces that they're doing in legal tech. And obviously solicitors practice a really wide spectrum of the law. But we are sort of an interesting niche. We're a separate profession, a much smaller profession than the profession of solicitors. There's about 3,000 patent and trademark attorneys in the UK. And we have a different qualification route. So to be a patent attorney, you've got to do a STEM degree, and my background's in computer science, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on. And a different regulator, so an entirely different profession in that sense. And we work in a much narrower sphere. We advise only about intellectual property. And the firms that we practice in, patent and trademark firms or IP firms, generally the focus of the work that we do is on getting people the registered rights in the first place, so getting people patents, getting people trademarks, getting people designs, and so on. So in terms of what our work looks like as this sort of firm, typically we're working with an inventor, with an idea in a business, and then doing the work of turning that idea that they've got into a patent application. That's a sort of 20 or 30 page document usually that explains, I suppose in the software domain, in flowcharts and block diagrams, how the thing works, with a whole bunch of legal explanation and legal language to clarify what the scope of protection is that right's going to offer them. And then we get into this pretty deadline and correspondence heavy work where we file that application at a patent office. The picture on the screen is of the European Patent Office. That's one that we deal with directly. And over the space of 3, 4, 5 years, we have a lot of back and forward communications from the patent office that have deadlines with them, responding to those, and so on to get the client a patent. And then in terms of get protection for clients, we're doing a similar sort of process, but we go through patent attorneys in different countries, so they're kind of the intermediary between us and whatever patent office in the country that our client wants protection in. So obviously, our entire profession is to some extent around trying to protect people's cutting edge ideas. So you may think on initial impression that we would be, early adopters, people who are really into tech solutions in the work that we do. I think I'm probably not speaking out of turn to say that actually that's not really true. As a profession, we're not the quickest adopters, I suppose, compared to many other practices or many other sort of legal sectors. Where we do use tech is we use it for searching. As you can imagine, patent applications are a really interesting bunch of semantic information. There's lots of need to be able to do natural language processing and those sorts of things on them to effectively search for them. We do a lot of work in trying to automate those processes because often the correspondence that we're getting from patent offices is kind of predictable. There's a predictable set of actions that go around it. But we, as a profession, are not that great at sort of using any assistance or tools when it comes to doing the actual substantive work of drafting patent applications and dealing with patent offices. So I think there's a real gap there, perhaps, for better tools that allow us to do that work of generating that 20 or 30 page document more efficiently, because fundamentally the profession as a whole, 99% of them will be sat down with a blank Word document, setting off on the journey of writing one of these 30-page patent applications. And I think there's a real gap for sort of Grammarly style tools out there to help with that work. So on the flip side, our specialism in Leeds is in software IP. My background, as I said, is in computer science. I did a natural language processing PhD before I joined the patent profession. We're really focused on, as I said, software and AI in Leeds. If there are any businesses that are in a position where you're developing things, you have questions about how you go about protecting it, then we'd be really happy to hear from you. Come give me a shout if you see me around, or drop us an email. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, does anybody have a question that they want to pose to Andy? Yes, Julian does. Okay.
Hi, I'm a technology business. I'm speaking in a minute, actually. I investigated this, and I was told by an IP lawyer, you can't protect software. You can in the US, but you can't in Europe, so don't bother.
Yeah, you were told wrong, is the short answer to that. There are some restrictions about what sort of software that you can protect, but it's far more than you would think is protectable. Software patents do have a bad rap, but there is plenty out there. Whenever you're addressing a problem that's technical, and there are loads of those in legal tech, then there's scope for it. It becomes more difficult if the problem's sort of organisational or human, but I can certainly think of lots of examples where stuff would be patentable in this sphere.
Okay, good stuff. Well, it sounds like you guys might need to have a chat at the networking break. Okay, brilliant. Well, thanks, Andy. Great to hear from you. Okay, our next speaker is Sophie from Just Access. Oh, there you are, Sophie. Just looking around thinking I can't see her. Yeah, brilliant to have you speak. Thank you.
Perfect. Hi everyone, I'm Sophie. I'm the CEO of Just Access. And I want you all to hold on to your hats, because things are about to get really unsexy. In fact, they're going to get positively boring. But see, I have this theory, and it's that in the really unsexy, boring areas, that we're actually going to be able to revolutionize everything. And that is what we're on a mission to do at Just Access. We are looking to make justice more accessible for all, and we are starting with improving access to legal information. So we're doing that through technology that is ubiquitous. It's in your pockets right now. It's speech-to-text technology. Not perhaps the most, not perhaps the most exciting to you all, but very powerful and increasingly very accurate. If you look around a meeting, whether when you're a law firm or anywhere else, it's filled with people taking notes. And we found there's inefficient and people hate it. Very early on, we did some research with Slaughter and May as part of their accelerator program. And trainee after trainee came up to us and said, "Why are you paying me to take notes? I don't feel like I'm part of the meeting, I'm not learning things, and it takes hours to do." We also came across people who said they had hidden disabilities. They didn't feel able to disclose to their employers that made taking notes really difficult. But we have a way of changing that by using our speech-to-text engine, which I'll show you in a minute. We can reduce the time it takes to create notes by up to 6 times. We're also working on a use case involving witness statements. There are many litigators in the room. There's a new practice direction. Oh, I'm seeing a nod, that makes me happy. There is a new practice direction which says that the witness statement must be in the words of the witness. Not only does the witness need to sign up for it, oh no, the lawyer does also. How do you know if the witness is in the witness statement in the witness's own words? Well, we can create a transcript of the interview that you have with your client or with your witness within an hour or so of that interview, turn that in, format that as a witness statement. You're getting back a document in numbered paragraphs in the format that you want, ready to be filed and lodged with the court, and signed with a peace of mind. So these are some of the ways in which we're using speech-to-text technology and bringing it into the modern law firm. At the moment, we have a number of key features. We use... Oh, I'm sorry. I think that I have a louder voice than I do. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, so as well as having automatic transcription, we focus on multi-voice, and we focus on building specialist vocabulary lists for highly technical areas. And we've received a large Innovate UK grant, which kicked off this month, which we're going to be taking that technology to the next level. Our customers at the moment are a combination of in-house legal teams as well as those working in law firms. We have a particular soft spot for data protection officers, and they like our transcription tool as we make it easier for them to engage with customers, particularly around complaints processing in a way that's transparent and builds trust. We're also working with some big guns like Vodafone, who hold the biggest contract with the Ministry of Justice for a cool £1 million. They know lots about cabling, we know lots about courts. Together we make a pretty good combination. So those are some of the customers that we're working with at the moment. And we also have one or two in this room, so I'm grateful for that too. Now I'm hoping this pitch is going to start automatically. I realise I'm the person only brave enough to do a pitch, so I'm hoping you're going to be kind. And I also want you all to approve of that shade of purple, because we rebranded this week. I spent a lot of time thinking about the shades of purple. There we go. Brilliant. So when you're setting up, data security is key within our platform, and that goes through from the account management process all the way through to setting up your accounts. Once you're set on our platform, you're able to use the tool to create a different username, to reset your password, and we also have advanced delete procedures, which means you're not keeping the data any longer than you need to, which we all know is very important under the 2018 Act. So once that is set up, you are able to load up the audio files. You can do that individually, or you can do group upload for bulk transcription. We also allow different audio files, both video and audio, and that's with an eye to the Teams houses, of which I'm sure there are many around you here. We also allow different languages and dialects. Once that's finished, you can then go back onto our homepage. You can choose either to send the transcript for us to transcribe, or alternatively, you can edit it yourself using our state-of-the-art self-editing platform. Using these tools on this platform, we found that it takes 6 times less to work on this platform than it is to work manually. And once that is ready, you can download it into your custom template, so whether that's your witness statement or your meeting notes. And finally, we have a delete means delete functionality. Once it's gone, and that includes the metadata. There we go. I'm going to use my extra few seconds. So technical roadmap, as I said, we're particularly excited about how we can make both video and audio to integrate the two together. We know in law that you sometimes have hours of video and audio recordings and pages of documents. How can we bring those two together to be able to work seamlessly between the two? We also see ourselves moving more towards the digital workplace setting, and are working with a number of video conferencing providers to integrate our technology within their platforms. So thank you very much for hearing me out. And I'm rather hoping that I can turn a couple of customers into a few more after today, and I'm looking forward to speaking to you all in the break. Thank you very much.
Question for Sophie?
So that was a bit of a mic drop moment.
That's all right. You can do that if that's the way you roll. That's fine. Okay, let me just ask you one question, just quickly. You got an Innovate UK grant. You stand near the mic. That's really hard to do, isn't it? Really hard to do. So, have you got any tips for anyone that might apply for those?
Oh gosh, I do, but it's going to be on the record. Pay for a consultant to write it for you. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. They're really, really tough to get. 2 to 3% of places get them, and we pay the price. We've got one, so there we go.
Very good. Well, I like that answer because we've helped people write those at Whitecap as well. So yeah, thanks very much. Yeah.
Now I know why you invited me.
Okay, fantastic. Right, one more speaker before we have a quick break for coffee. The newly rebranded Burendo. Brilliant to have Amy and Austin come and tell us a bit about Burendo. You guys have got proper mics, so you don't need to stand so close to here.
You've let me loose with the Brittany. It's a little bit worrying.
It's good, isn't it?
Do you need?
I'm not allowed the clicker.
I'll press the button.
Go on then.
Glorious system.
Yeah. So I'm Amy DeVolsi. I'm an associate director at Burendo.
Hi guys, I'm Austin Bell. I'm one of the founders of Burendo. Okay, so Burendo, we're young. We were only founded in 2018, so you might not have heard of us. But what we are is, as it says on the screen, fundamentally a business transformation consultancy. And we're very much in the lead space. We're proud to be in Leeds. And some of the things you talked about today and heard about today, you talked about Barclays and the Eagle Labs and things like that, we've gone through. You know, we're in that kind of space, and that's kind of us. But what we do is we work on really complex projects, and we're going to talk a bit more about this in a minute. And fundamentally, we do that through Agile, we do it through quick releasing and focusing on value.
Yeah. So fundamentally, we're a values-driven business. It was born out of NHS Digital, as like many tech consultancies are in the city. And our first value is that we have a pragmatic attitude to delivery. Austin and I have both worked in tech for far, far too long to know that things don't always go right. So you have to adapt and change and work with people to come to the right solutions. The second one is that we just want to make great things happen. It's really simple. We like complex projects and we like those challenges. The final one, third one is the fact that our people are great. They really care about what they do. It's partly because we were born out of the healthcare space, but we've also crossed multiple sectors into banking, financial services, education, and that is one of the key bits of feedback that we get from all of our clients. And then the fourth one is that we just share what we learned, whether it's internally with trying to upskill our teams, but also with our clients and getting them along the Agile journey.
So, you know who we are, you know what our values are. What do we do? That's the next question, really, isn't it? Well, that was a brief that we were given. And this is what we do. We help companies and organizations and pretty much anybody invest in the right thing. We take away the solution and think about actually what we're going to do. And we do that through four things. We do it through understanding the problem, design for the user, prioritizing to get the quick returns, and then delivering it. So, first of all, if you start with the understanding the problem bit, this is one of the things that we kind of find time and time again, that most ideas are driven by solutions. Sometimes, actually, I've got a really good idea, this is what I'm going to do. So it's kind of like preconceived. This is the answer to the problem. So you take a step back and say, well, what is the problem? A lot of times. And actually, why is that problem important to us now? So actually, where will it take us in the future? So how do we turn things away from being a good idea or a pet project or something that other companies are doing that might not be relevant to us, and turn it into something that is relevant to us?
And I will be honest, we have a habit of killing people's pet projects. So if you have one, don't get us involved. So the second thing we do is design for the user. And a lot of that, even for a tech consultancy, you'd be surprised, is done on paper. We spend a lot of money on post-it notes and drawing out things on paper before it gets anywhere near any technology. But we have user centers, product owners, business analysts that all work with the end user to make sure that whatever gets built is designed properly at the beginning, so you don't waste a whole load of cash building the wrong thing.
Yeah, and it's great. So actually, you know there's a problem in there. You know actually there's a solution in there that actually fits with what the end user wants. The challenge that I'm sure most people in the audience will have is there isn't just one problem or one challenge or one solution that people want to do. There's hundreds of them, or there's loads of them in organisations, and everybody's kind of got their own. So which ones do you do first? Which ones should you do first? Which ones should you push through to the end? And which ones should you say, actually, we've got enough value out of this, let's go and do that next one in the pipeline? So we do that. We help in that space. We kind of say, you know what? Actually, it's not about seeing things to the death. It's actually getting the value and focusing on the next lot of investment, next lot of spend, next lot of time onto the value that's coming down the pipeline.
And then the last one is about delivery and actually delivering the solution to the client. And whether that's us doing it ourselves or working with the teams that are in place or with partners, we've been around the delivery space for quite a while.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. It's great talking about it, it's great putting it in the pipeline. You've got to get it out the door. You've got to get it live. You've got to get the value at the other end of the chain. And we said right at the start, actually, we're only young. We're a few years old now. We're in Leeds. What do we work with? Well, these are kind of the things that we're doing at the moment. Yeah. So what you can see is, fundamentally, we're cross-sector. We're not just in the legal space. We're not just in the finance space. We're not just in the public sector. We're kind of in a lot of big companies.
Yeah, and we bring that knowledge from all those different sectors together and bring them to our clients. And personally, I've just come out of helping to do the technical setup of the UK Health Security Agency, which has been taking Test and Trace, Public Health England, and the Joint Biosecurity Centre, and technically merging all those legacy systems into one. It's quite nice to be out, if I'm honest. And then the other one that we've been involved in building, which you may be aware of, is the COVID pass that was built for NHS Digital in City. We got the requirements via the press. over 6 weeks going, oh, and we will have a COVID pass. So we had to go away, build it, understand it. And then every so often we saw something else in the press going, oh, now we're doing boosters. Right, so we've got to change the tech.
Yeah. So again, to recap, quite complex, quite fundamentally large, high-profile companies, incentives. But they're fun, they're interesting, you know, they're important. They're things that all resonate with the guys in the room, probably. And that's us.
Yeah, and we do like a chat. So if
Yeah.
anybody wants
So-
to chat.
Yeah.
So, any questions for Amy and Austin from the audience? I mean, guys, that 4 years, it's been pretty phenomenal. We've got a bit of a track record in Leeds of building very fast-growing tech consultancies, but 100 and how many people now?
150.
150 in 4 years, amazing, really. And you're crossing over the health sector, you've got FS there, and you've got legal, so you've got all the regulated, all the sort of the high-profile regulated sectors. Is that a conscious decision?
I think it's partly because both Austin and I used to work in gambling, so that was a highly regulated sector, and that's where we met. And you're just kind of used to it. That's normal for us.
Mm-hmm. And I think as well, everybody's got a similar challenge, haven't they? If you look at it, you almost take the sector agnostic stuff out of it and say, you know, what are we trying to solve here? What are we trying to, you know, where should we invest? What should we do? You know, how do we get that pipeline moving? How do we get value? It's the same challenge that we're trying to get, regardless of the sector. So.
Owen Mitchell logo on the slides. Any more you can say about that?
We're helping them look at the whole agile adoption piece and do some training with them at the moment.
Okay, excellent. Cool. Right, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I've got to say, massive thank you and well done to everyone who just spoke in that session. We finished 2 minutes late, which is pretty amazing with 8 speakers to get through. We've got time for a short break now. We've then got another 8 speakers, same format, same sort of nice mix of talks. And then after that, if you want to join us, we're heading off to Manhattan for drinks. And if you want to head home, then that's great. But I hope you can stay with us through the break and be back for the next 8 speakers. Thank you. Did you get that? Did you get to... guys, could you send me off?
So what are the firm-wide software technology products that we need? That be accounting software, our time recording, all that's good stuff. Then we have departmental challenges, and that's when you think about a 450-person business. Our private client team, private client department does very different things to our litigation department. So what are the specific requirements for them as a department? And then you have unit challenges, specific units. So from a commercial litigation perspective, when we've got a matter which requires us to go through the disclosure pilot, we've got tens of thousands of documents, disclosure review platforms, preserving metadata. So, I mean, that's just a quick run through, but that's a lot of issues over to tackle for an IT department, which, you know, in terms of headcount, isn't huge. So we've been proactive in buying and integrating all these good products, but the challenge I want to present to you is we are getting all these great products, and we've got a secure cloud sharing platform. We've got all singing, all dancing PDF software. We've got we've integrated Teams plugins and everything, but what happens when they're all competing for resource and suddenly all those great things which are working individually are not necessarily talking together properly? The resource is struggling, things are slowing down. You've got this great VPN, which is so better than a Citrix system, but the iManager work doesn't necessarily gel with it, and things are slowing down. And from a fee earner's perspective, when you see that egg timer, God, is it annoying. So I don't think there is a correct answer to this, but in terms of where do we go from here, you know, who do we speak to when we want to go? Is there a purpose-built solution for all the many different things we want? Undoubtedly not, because how can you cater for everything? But are there blocks of products that we can buy? Is there a single developer which we can do your follow me printing, we can do your time recording, we can do all your clouds, email filtering, junk email, what have you. But more likely, do we need to invest further into the actual hardware element? Do we fix problems just by throwing at bigger servers and bigger, more powerful laptops at the system? That's the nascent problem that we as a organisation we're fighting fires in a way, if historically have done so, because there's only so much time that our IT director can go, that's great, we've got that, we've implemented it, we've trialled it, oh, that's an unexpected hiccup, and now we have to turn that plugin off, and then we have to work together to make all these things start singing together quite nicely. So in a nutshell, I'm keeping it quite brief because I know it almost sounded like a big, huge whinge, but Ward Hadaway is at a stage where we are quite passionate about getting the right products and the right solutions to the units and to the departments which need them. But how do you manage that broader overarching view where you look at how your tech is developing and you're looking at all the different products you're needing, all the licenses you're buying, and how do we make that all work together? So that's my challenge. It is a little bit short, almost a bit whingy, so thank you for bearing with me. But that's me. So, I don't know. Julian?
Yeah.
As ever, with your questions?
Good job, well within time. That's what we like to see, Connor. Anybody want to ask Connor a question? I mean, Connor, you sort of laid out a few, you called it a whinge, but actually you're kind of laying out a bit of a to-do list there of things that that need some help. Anything in particular in there that you would really love to speak to someone about, or something you'd love to solve within the next sort of 6 months, let's say?
Yeah, we are looking at all sorts of things, and that's why we're proactive in going out and getting these software products. But what I would, as a fee owner on the ground, like to see is that I invested quite heavily in my internet connection at home, thinking remote working is the way forward and we're all going to be great. But when your VPN, when it's running all these things, slows you down to about 10 megabits when you've got a lot greater. I do a lot of video gaming, so I made sure that my Xbox gets the strong the amount of data it deserves. But why that doesn't translate into my actual work laptop is beyond me. But yeah, what support what, even if it's consultancy work. That's what how would you help scale up a business which is actively getting fixes for problems, but maybe they're not gelling well as you'd like them to be. That's the problem I'd like to see get proactively not fixed, but have that conversation, work together, build that roadmap, and then hopefully in 6, 12 months, 18 months down the time when maybe licenses are running out, I think you've got a better product lined up, you've got something which is a little bit more harmonious going on. That's ultimately the dream.
Okay.
And whether we get there or not.
Okay, so getting a bit of a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. Okay, last chance for a question to Connor. No? Okay, right, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so we met Connor through the LegalTech in Leeds events because he came along to the first drop-in session that we had. Someone else that we met at that drop-in session was Alex. Alex is a freelance IT director. Alex, tell us a bit more.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm nervous now about the timing because I've got way too many slides, so I'm going to rattle through it. So this is me. That's what I look like when I wear glasses and I exercise regularly. Today I look like this. I'm a strategic IT consultant for law firms. I've done lots of different things that an IT director might do, but I've started trimming it down into main key areas that I think law firms or other professional services practices have when they are between kind of 30 and 300 staff, so not these large organisations we're talking about. The main things I help them with is systems, software and applications. So we're being told our existing systems are rubbish. Are they? We need to review them. We need to select a new system. How do we go about doing it? We have a system, we don't use it fully, we need to develop it and optimise it. They're common things that I see all the time. So over the past 7 years, I've been using my time and expertise to build a framework that helps firms with some of the challenges that have been mentioned today. I'm here because there's law firms in here, there's other professional services firms and advisors in here, and there's accountants and advisors to those firms, and there's also tech providers. So I wanted to talk to you about what I see as this challenge and gap as to why sometimes firms in legal tech or law firms are seen as not adopting technology, because I don't believe it's true. I think there's just a gap that needs to be addressed. So the tech providers are here, the technology's here, it's low code, no code, it's already built, it's a SaaS model, whatever it is, it's available, you can do it. I don't think that's a problem. The problem is the law firms over here. They've not dealt with a strategy as such, but they know their business, they know what their problems are, they see lots of tech, and they think that's not really for us, or it's only a small portion of what we need, but it's probably for the bigger firms, and I've got more problems in this area right now that we need to try and address. So the way that they can do that is by addressing this gap and going through things in order. There's things that are missed in a process when you have a problem and you jump straight to the market to look for a solution. That's what happens all the time. That's why you get beauty parades. It's a problem for both sides because you have a project where you don't get any progress, and you have a supplier engagement or relationship where you talk to them and they never make any movement. It's because there's a gap. You can't talk to them about a solution until they've interviewed people, understood the knowledge, built the requirements, confirmed the requirements with those people. You know, there's a whole layer of things. I'm not going to bore you with the framework, but there's a reason why it doesn't happen. What I can tell you is law firms are not resistant to change, because every single decision I've ever been to with a law firm and asked them for any figure, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6 figures, the trigger's been pulled like that when it goes through this process. They're not resistant to investing in technology. They won't just put money into something if they don't understand and make sure it works for their business first. Paul Berwins is here. He's made a decision on something today within 15 minutes while we were having a conversation about something. It can happen as long as they know what they need to do and why. If you don't follow this process, this framework that I've developed for running successful technology projects, you just get a cycle that repeats. You have a problem that you want fixing, you go to the market tells you what they can do, they ask you for more information, you can't provide it, and then it just cycles round and round. There's loads of time burn and loads of energy burn in those conversations, and it doesn't need to happen. It's about an evolutionary process instead of a transformation. A lot of law firms, professional services business, it's all about their people, it's all about their clients. It's not about your tech. It's about helping them fix problems that they have right in front of them right now, and then they will layer up and make progress and make other bigger, faster decisions. It happens all the time. The framework is based around standard project management methodology. It's got change management layered in it because that's what professional practices need, and user adoption at the heart of it. So when you make a decision on something, it's for the people and it can be deployed to the people so they can get on with their job and do what they need to do. So that's very important. The framework has 6 stages. I won't go into the detail of it, but you do things in order. You start with 1, then you go to 2, then you go to 3, then you go to 4. As a consultant, I spent my life doing it for people. It gets hard when you do all the work, so I want to change it now to a framework where I can do it with law firms, with professional services practices, help them build a team of people, low cost, that can deliver these projects for them again and again, support and train existing people in your business, or bring freelancers in to do it and deliver it for you. The way I do that at the moment, I'm open to ideas from a business perspective, but right now I do co-sourcing, which means I come in as a professional services rate, I bring the framework and all the tools, and when we need additional resource and people, I'll go and find them and we'll pay whatever they charge. I won't mark them up. It means that when we need project admin, it's £25 an hour, I just go and get them. You don't have a conversation with me where then I go, guess what? You need my colleague who's also £1,000 a day or whatever it is, and he needs to come in and blah, blah, blah. That doesn't work for small businesses. I want them to help make change happen, fix problems using technology that's out there. So if you've got a problem that is around our systems are rubbish, they don't work for us, we need to select something new, or we need to develop and optimize what we already have, this framework will work for you. I'm on the seconds here now, so for tech providers, if you've got those frozen opportunities, I can talk to you about how we can help with that. If you're an accountant or an advisor, the framework is there to help you advise your clients that there is a way around these problems and challenges that they've got. There's also an accountancy practice that wants to talk to me about using it as a revenue generating model to run a consultancy division for their business as well. So I've tried to rattle through it because I'm conscious I've got 3 seconds left to go. So there we go.
That was impressive. It literally hit 0 as he finished talking.
There we go.
Yeah.
I thought it was 8 minutes, you see. And when you said 6,
well,
I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, you've got 8, so we'll have time to interrogate you a bit afterwards. But
okay.
So yeah, but look, you went through it. It seems really clear to me listening. Obviously, I've heard you speak before, but you've got an accessible and proven framework to help the smaller law firms to tackle some of these IT challenges in a sensible, kind of cost-effective way. Give us an idea, when you say the smaller law firms, what's a typical firm size then that you're working with?
So it tends to be 30 to 300 is what I say, but I've got a startup law firm in London that I'm advising at the moment on how to use this framework that has 5 people. And then I'm also working with a large firm in Leeds that's got 450, and we're using the framework to basically re-engineer their development or IT team so that they can really get traction on making these changes that fix for the people in the firm, and there's a better relationship and adoption rate, so it's flexible.
Very good. Does anybody want to ask Alex a question from the audience? Yes, can we get the mic down here? Thank you. Can you just introduce yourself as well? Thank you.
I'm Natalie Blackhurst from SA Global. So from your experience of obviously delivering consultancy, that is my background as well, have you found any great tools for delivering the learning of actually getting the engagement of the people to actually learn and adapt to the systems and the constant changes obviously the technology is bringing to us in this day and age?
So it typically for me it's about engaging them and making that work for them. So the medium doesn't necessarily matter. You can try and make it more digital to deliver it at scale, but fee earners typically want a bit more hand-holding on it. If you just give them something to watch or read, they're too busy.
Yeah.
You've got to engage with them, and a part of that is about understanding what the problems they have are for that specific deployment that you want to tell them about, and don't talk about anything else. If I've got a demo for someone coming into one of my clients, I tell them exactly you can only say that. You can only answer these 6 things. They don't know about anything else right now. We're just talking about that. Same with training. We'll get 5 days training out the box with the software. We'll tell you what we're going to do with the 5 days. You've got to meet that, and then we're going to manage the delivery of it. Yeah. So it's got to be laser focused on their time, protect the fee earners.
So more focused workshops rather than it being like online
understand the problem first and then deliver to that problem for them. And the more that cycle repeats and it's about them, the more they'll engage with it, because they'll think, if I turn up to this or I look at this, I know it's going to be for me. So that's what I find, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Alex, your knowledge comes through loud and clear,
Thank you.
Well done.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Julian Graham-Rack from Prinsix, a Leeds-based tech startup. So Julian, come and take over.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Julian Graham-Rack. I'm the founder and chief executive of Prinsix. We are I've been a consumer of legal services all my professional life, and I have to say the customer experience is not a pleasant one. And I think that legal is probably where banking was 15 years ago. 15 years ago, banks were putting in technology, and they were looking to create optimizing back offices, making it quicker and faster and cheaper. And they said, yeah, it's all about the customer experience. And then some people turned up and they said, well, actually, why don't we focus on the customer experience? And they created Starling, and they created Monzo, and they created Revolut. And suddenly all the incumbents went, oh, right, that's what it is. And back office optimization and workflow is not customer experience. It's something completely different. So I talk about FS because my background is FS. I learned this and we created this from 6 years scars on my back of creating journeys in a regulated lending business, FCA regulated. So what do? We empower businesses to create and control high-performance digital journeys. What does that mean? Empower business. We are to journeys, digital journeys, what content management platforms are to websites and marketeers. Get your digital journeys outside of IT, put it in the hands of the business. You want to change any of your journeys, just change them. Change it in 2 minutes. Just don't wait for a 12-week dev cycle. Why? Because the journeys today are really, really poor. Sorry, my glasses don't read the bit down there. Technology does not create good journeys today. Technology today is impersonal, it's inflexible, it's one size fits all, it's expensive to create, it's time consuming to create, and typically journeys are impossible to test. So, who do we help? We help people who must understand their business before they get served. So, regulated, FCA regulated businesses, obviously. But lawyers, you need to understand your business. And I'm not just talking KYC. You need to understand your customers' problems. And the journey can improve that process. That doesn't mean you have to start hitting the chess clock and start charging on a face-to-face basis before you start gathering information. So you can create optimized journeys that help this understanding process. Every journey in the world, online or offline, designed or by accident, has 6 components. You have communications, you have data, you have tasks, that's the workflow bit. You have got CX, and you'll notice there's a person with a headset on. That means people are included in digital journeys. You have specialist things, DocuSign. This is the only bit of technology I've ever used in any of my legal engagements with DocuSign. And you have decisioning. Now, every journey is a combination of some of those pieces. And they're all very well served. We don't try and compete against any of those. We sit in the middle. We compete against the dev team, the internal team that spends months and stitching all this together in code, and every time you want to change it, you have to go back and they wave their hands around and say it's going to be 12 weeks, and what do you not want me to do? We do this in FS. Today, you get hard-coded journeys, one size fits all, that go into decisioning and decision platforms, and those decision platforms typically say yes or no. And what we did from our experience is we said, well, why doesn't the analytics and decisioning tell the journey what to do? So we create highly dynamic journeys where analytics is driving every step of that journey. So we talk about digital conversations, that everybody in this room would probably have a slightly different journey because their needs and their circumstances are slightly different. It is configured and not coded. And so you can adapt and change this thing very quickly. And my final slide is just, and I won't go through everything, but you've got the dynamic journeys, these very adaptive journeys that allow personalized journeys, no one size fits all. You have smart journeys because they use predictive analytics or any other form of data. We've talked about data today already to drive them. They're open. You can plug anything around that ecosystem into it in order to drive it. So we've talked, Connor's challenge about how do I get all these things working together. Get them working together really easily. You can go cross-platform, web, mobile, voice, very simply. In journey, you can delegate it to people in the business. You can configure it in a very, very agile way. Give you an example. We work with a utility company. They wanted to assess through open banking whether any of their customers qualified for social tariffs because they had welfare, were receiving welfare payments. First proof of concept took 3 hours to create. FS, everything's audited and tracked. If a regulator comes and says, why did you do this to that person? 5 years after the time, you can replicate every single component of the journey. And finally, if you have large populations, you can test different journeys and see whether it drives different outcomes. So essentially, what we try to do is we try to create very, very customer-focused journeys in a way that does not create a huge overhead or cost to the business. We find that today, now, we've moved the time to go to market from delivery to thinking. It takes now longer to think about what you want to do than to actually deliver it. Done.
Very good. Very impressive, Julian. You can tell you've been pitching quite a bit lately.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Does anyone want to ask Julian a question before I do? No? Okay. How long is it now since you started Print6, is it?
We decided to start a fintech business about 2 weeks before the first lockdown,
yeah.
Which was quite interesting. So yeah, we've been working on this product for around about 18 months now, something like that, a bit more than that, a bit 21 months, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And you've been through some quite useful sort of support mechanism programs, haven't you? Like the FCA, the Digital Sandbox.
So the FCA, we were part of the FCA Digital Sandbox. But I have to say, I'm in my 50s, and so I've got a longer career. The most support I've got is from my network. I never really understood the power of my network until I started hitting it. Mm-hmm. And I realised there are some very, very good, and that's been really useful in terms of business, in terms of thinking about the proposition and also go to market. So, but then I'm 50, so I'm 50-something.
So you know a lot of people. Yeah. And what, from the legal sector, obviously you've said it at the start, you've been a consumer of legal services, it's been a bit frustrating for you over the years. What do you really love to what's the conversation you'd love to have after today to help you get into this sector?
Look, I'd love to find someone who's in the room who kind of gets the Monzo thing and wants to do that to legal. As I say, the only digital piece of journey that I've had in legal was DocuSign, and he ended up in a fight with his lawyer when we were in lockdown, when I was trying to get an investor document signed that had to be witnessed, and he said, well, you can't do that on DocuSign because you need to know that the person who's witnessing it is in the room with the person who's just signed it, and it can't be their family. And I'm going, well, what the hell do you want me to do? We're in lockdown, you can only be with your family, and so even that bit of technology didn't really work. And so most of my experiences is it's email, it's documents, it's paper, that has got to change.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Next up, we've got Matt and Jeff from X Design. Come and tell us all about X Design, guys.
Thank you, Julian. So I think we're the first double act today. I think everyone else has come up solo. So Jeff and I are from X Design. I'm going to just do a brief pitch for X Design and what we do and the value that we bring, and then Jeff can talk a little bit about some of the subjects that we've heard today. So there's a few things that I heard early on and have carried on as themes through the day today, which is it's really difficult to get started on a change journey, and you're not going to get it right first time. Data's key to all of that. And actually starting out and embarking on that, you need the right partners in order to make that happen. So XDesign is a digital delivery partner for businesses that have ambitions to use tech as part of the core to delivering their products and services. Echoing the likes of Gary this morning, tech is not the solution in and of itself and on its own. It needs to have things around it, but having a partner who understands that is really, really important. Key to the way in which we approach problems with clients and help them solve those problems or realise the opportunities is to look at ways to build the things that matter most quickly and learn from those so that you deliver value as early as possible in the journey that you go on. It's not about the number of features that you can create or build or deliver, it's about the outcomes that you achieve as you go through that process. So, keen to talk to anybody afterwards who'd like to know a little bit more about how we operate. I'm going to hand over to Jeff to talk a little bit. There was a bit of, I loved the idea of someone standing up on stage this morning saying, at a LegalTech conference, there is no such thing as LegalTech. But it is actually true. There's technology which works across lots and lots of different spaces. It's how you apply it within each place that counts. And Jeff's going to talk a little bit about some of those technologies and how they could inspire a little bit of thinking for the legal sector.
Thank you. Am I on? Oh, yeah.
You're on?
Yeah, so I've got a rich history in financial services, just like Julian before, and also healthcare and retail. And the more you, after several decades of being in those industries, you realize there are classes of problems. Although some of them look unique to individual industries, they're actual classes of problems. So I had a little bit of a look and thought, well, what kind of classes of problems do the legal tech industry really care about? And I got a few articles, and I've written them on notes here because I can't remember them. One of them being automated advice, the ability to actually train something and actually provide initial advice to people online before they need to contact anybody. Well, retail have been doing that for years. Another one is streamlining legal research and due diligence. And actually, people like sports books, betting companies, financial services, they've been doing that for years as well through aggregation and machine learning. Another one is things like drafting and analysing documents. And again, that's a solved problem. And another one is automation of tasks. Well, very recently, about 4 or 5 years ago, machine learning people and data scientists sort of deemed that the AI winter had thawed, that basically now AI services and compute power is such that we could actually implement sensibly to a reasonable budget AI services. So now we're entering into the year of, into the age of robotic process automation v2.0 that includes things like AI and machine learning, and things like predicting outcomes. Now, in 2016, somebody built a system to actually predict the outcomes of court cases, and it was 79% accurate, and that was a few years ago now. And, well, actually, the financial services sector have been doing that for things like fraud analysis for many years as well. So I think, and it all sounds rather expensive, all these capabilities sound very expensive, but actually, these are now facilities that are composable within the cloud, within the main cloud, people like AWS. And these are services you harness today with the right kind of partner. People who understand composable architectures and how to actually collect and utilize data appropriately. And I think the secret is to bring in people who actually understand the bigger picture, who've worked in some of these large-scale organizations in financial services, who don't necessarily need the subject matter expertise, but understand the classes of problem to actually compose based on infrastructure as a service and software as a service, modern AI-enabled services.
There we go. So, yeah, and so I think, really that's where XDesign comes in. We've worked with lots of different technologies, lots of different sectors, lots of different clients. And if there's one thing that I would echo, which we've heard through a number of the speakers today and a number of the conversations, is, zero in on the thing that really needs solving. Work out what is the starting point where you can really, really focus your energies and your efforts to do the right thing for yourselves, your business and your clients, and then get that out into market and learn as you go along. Don't expect to be able to get something out of the box which is perfect on day one, is going to solve all those problems, because people will do things differently than you first expect. So go on that journey with your customers, with your own business, and with a partner or partners that you can trust to help you to do that successfully. And I think that will be the first time I've ever finished, let alone on time, even with a little bit of time left over.
Yeah.
And I can
There's a
vouch for that,
first.
having introduced you at numerous events. That is the first time you finished with time. Well done.
He's a good influence on me, quite
He obviously
clearly,
is.
isn't he?
He
Yeah.
obviously is. Does anybody want to ask the guys a question? No? Okay. Well, let me ask you one. I mean, I think from all the chats we've had, Matt, over recent years, you've always been kind of tuned into what's coming next. And it's just a question for both of you, really. Jeff, you've got this unusual job title, which I guess we're going to sort of see more and more. It'd be my prediction, because that seems to be the way that organisations like yours work. You tend to be ahead of the game. What's kind of changing? What's becoming best practice here? I know you've already talked about some of this stuff, but try and pinpoint some of the best practice areas you see.
Well, I think when it comes to adoption, already people at the HMCTS are looking at how they can use cloud services safely and securely. I mean, I think we've all heard about some of the latest cybersecurity breaches. Things like the Log4j one that was actually found in Minecraft of all places. So precedence has been set of actually putting sensitive data into the cloud. In fact, I was involved in something that was the first time UK police data was put into the cloud. So it is actually becoming best practice actually to move stuff into the cloud where security standards and tooling and processes are actually better than on premises. It sounds counterintuitive, but actually security and availability can be improved by moving to the cloud.
Yeah, okay, and that transition to cloud is something that we know, quite a few people who are here today are either in the process of doing that or are asking questions around which parts of the organisation they should move to the cloud. From all the work you've done in FS, obviously, I think it's pretty widely accepted that FS is ahead of the legal sector in its adoption, although people in FS would say FS is far behind, and you mentioned retail. I think it was you that mentioned it earlier, Jeff. So what tips can we give to the lawyers in the room? Well, actually, let's ask a different question than that. What would you really like to go away from today with? Like, that's the question I asked the last speaker. What's the conversation you really want to have before you head home tonight with a law firm?
I'd like to talk to anybody in any of the law firms who genuinely has an ambition to start out on a journey to use technology to improve their business over time. Not someone who's looking for an out-of-the-box solution to fix a particular piece of work or to reduce cost around a single process, but somebody who is willing to embrace the mindset of technology adoption to change the way their business operates, the way it serves, and the way it provides value within its own business and externally. And those are the sorts of people that we really work best with, and the sorts of people that I would like to get a conversation going with.
Okay, right.
Brilliant.
Let's see if we can make it happen. Right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Julian. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going back into the legal sector now. We've got James from Evershed Sutherland. James, welcome. I'll let you take it over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. I'm far enough forward. Fantastic. So as the slide says, I'm James Grice, and I'm the Senior Legal Service Design Manager at Evershed Sutherland. We're a global law firm, if you haven't heard of us. We have 3,000 lawyers, 6,000 employees. I think we're in 74 countries and 74 offices. I've been rehearsing this all day and got it wrong. In 35 countries. So we have quite a portfolio of lawyers and areas of legal to cover as a technology team. I've been with the firm for 7 years now. I've carried a number of job titles. If you stalk me on LinkedIn, you can work your way through all the different ones. But what I wanted to do today was just spend what time I've got just talking you through how we arrived at our legal service design team and what that is. And then an event we put on last year, which has effectively lined me up for a year or more's worth of work this year and next. So back in 2019, I was appointed the firm's first innovation lead. And that job title came with a very light role profile. No real information as to what that job was going to be, other than would you like to have a go at this? And I took the role on, went about trying to understand what innovation meant to Evershed Sutherland and how I would drive that culture, what it meant to our competitors and what they were doing in that space, and also what was going on outside of law and what innovation meant to people there. Through that discovery process and in trying to tackle a particular objective I was given, which was to create an innovation session for clients. When I asked what that meant, I was told, you work it out, so that was what I was trying to do. And within about 6 months, we had arrived at a number of conclusions when it came to innovation, but when it came to the innovation session, we had settled on design thinking, which I saw pleasingly pop up on a number of slides throughout the day. And it's something that I think we're talking a lot more about now in legal. But back in 2019, we weren't really hearing much about it. Firms weren't talking about adopting it. And I managed to persuade my very understanding and supportive boss to send me on a 5-day boot camp to the Design Thinking Academy in London. If you are interested in design thinking, I would hugely encourage anyone to seek them out. It was a fantastic 5-day, quite an intense experience, but absolutely worth it. Off the back of that experience, I brought the new learnings back into the organisation and started to look at how we could start to run some design thinking pilots, get a feel for how this would work, what would our lawyer say to a human-centred design approach that spends so much time, for those who are familiar with it, really trying to understand the client's needs and not trying to solve a problem. And trying to ask our lawyers to step back from solutionising was particularly challenging during that process. We ran a few pilots that went really well. We also entered the Global Legal Hackathon that same year, just before we all got locked down. And we had, much to our surprise, we used design thinking as part of that activity, and not only won the regional rounds, but we actually went on to win the whole event. So we were really surprised and certainly contributed a lot of that victory to the implementation of these new techniques. Through the pilots we ran in our organisation there, we also noticed that there was another problem, and that design thinking alone and a human-centred approach wasn't going to fix it. In IT, we take for granted, and I don't know how many people here have got an IT background, but we take for granted that processes are something that we do a lot of. You know, whether it's incident management, request management, change management, Prince 2 project management, whatever it is, we've got a process for it. What I discovered through the pilots was, and to my alarm, was that most of our business didn't have well-defined processes. They didn't have ways of working that were consistent, and they were even within an office doing things differently, but certainly across offices doing arguably the same tasks in a very different way. So we needed tools to help us not only deal with designing new services with our clients in mind, but actually to seek out those efficiencies internally. So we used Lean Six Sigma as a sort of toolkit that we combined into our overarching bag of tricks to create what we now call our legal service design framework. And it's a methodology that combines design thinking, Lean Six Sigma, business change management, some agile, and a whole lot of other tools that my business analysis and project management experts in my team all bring to the table. And we've now founded what we, like I said, I call our legal service design team. Over the last 18 months, we've been using a number of these methodologies on projects internally. We've run design thinking sessions with clients, and they've gone around really, really well. We've done process re-engineering. We've introduced technology like RPA and increased our usage of docker automation and tools like that. And then at the end of last year, following a little bit of success in pockets across the firm, we were asked to put on a global conference and hackathon. So we've run our first ever event. It was called Techtober. We're not good at marketing things. And we ran a learning and development conference for our entire global audience, and anyone, no matter what your role, was invited to take part. And we also ran a hackathon, and we had 300 people across our global offices take part, which was a huge admin undertaking. I would never suggest doing that sort of number if you fancied taking on a hackathon yourself. But it was a really interesting experience. We provided a whole load of design thinking tools to the business. I'm just checking my time. And at the end of that process, we ended up with 38 ideas, which I think, much to the surprise of our senior stakeholders, were really quite high quality. And our lawyers had spent some real time trying these tools out, coming up with new concepts. And with those tools, we've now created our Techtober program, and it's a portfolio of weird and wonderful ideas that our lawyers have come up with, some of them quite grand in scale, some of them quite niche, that we're now looking to develop and bring forward. I was really pleased to see our logo pop up on the Burendo slides earlier, because it sounds like you're doing the same sort of thing that we might be seeking some help with. And that's what we're really looking for, I think, from the legal tech community, certainly here in Leeds, is people that can support us now in taking these new concepts, really analysing them, and then turning them into viable products that we can potentially take out to our clients. So that was a very quick rattle through those, both my sort of journey to where I am now, I guess, with the firm, and also our Techtober conference, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, James. Well, you certainly talked through a lot of language and developments there that maybe people who might not have expected to sort of be so prevalent in a law firm. Within the legal service design team, how many people is that in that team now?
So it's a fairly small team. We're 9 now in number, and growing. Of course, what's going on with Ukraine at the moment and other factors are limiting some of that growth. I think a lot of firms are taking some necessary precautions to protect their bank accounts. But yeah, we were only 3 at the start of last year, so it's grown already sort of exponentially for us, and we're hoping for more of it.
Okay, very good. Any questions from anybody? Anyone want to ask James anything? I'll just ask you one more. You're obviously well advanced with your thinking in a lot of these areas. How does it work for you in terms of working with partners? And if firms are wanting to try and work with you, do you tend to engage them on specific projects? Do you have kind of ongoing relationships where you work with people over a longer period of time?
Yeah, we've got a bit of both actually. So we've found over the last 18 months we quite often get sort of parachuted into fires that need putting out, which are always the fun projects. But we do have a few that have actually spawned additional programs of work where I think the value that we've added and the automation and the work of our legal tech teams, I can't take all the credit. We've got some fantastic technologists. When we're applying these solutions to the problems that we're solving, it's opening the eyes of the business and they're seeing what's been done for one client and going, well, I want a bit of that. Can you bring that to me? And so we've got a big case around PPI at the moment, which we've done a whole load of automation work on and sort of really revolutionise what they're doing. And we've got hours worth of work down to minutes now using RPA and Doc Auto, which they're thrilled about. So naturally they want more of it. So it's creating lots of work. Like I said, we don't really advertise too heavily internally because we can't cope with the demand. But it's been quite organic, the growth to date.
Okay, very good. Last chance for any questions for James? Okay, brilliant. Thank you, James. Okay, right then. 3 more speakers to go. We're flying along here, actually. We're doing very well. Thank you, everybody. So now we're going to hear from Lion and Mason. Andy's here to speak to us. I heard you speak last week, so kind of know what to expect. And it's good to have you here.
Thank you. Slides. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name's Andrew Machin. I'm CEO and founder of Lion and Mason. Who are we? We're a UX design consultancy. I know a lot of people, you'll hear the word UX and think websites, e-commerce and apps and things like that. That's not us. Many of us do have a background in that kind of space, but actually we're very much positioned exactly where we're talking about today, which is we work with large organizations that have got very big ambitions, or either at the beginning of or part way through that transformational journey where they're trying to take their services and products to a digital landscape, but also keep up with the expectations of the customers. And we do that for a wide range of industries, not just legal. We do have plenty of legal clients as well, just I can't put any of them on there. Principally because when we start working with a client, obviously we're 12 to 18 months before anything goes live, so we have to be very hush about what we can talk about. But everything that we do across the board of all the sectors, it's the same process, it's the same rules, and that is people. Customers, whether that's the end customer, whether it's your intermediaries, whether it's your internal workforces. It's about delivering solutions that we've all been talking about today, which is how do we put the customer solutions first? What's the problem statement? What is it we're looking to actually achieve with tech? Because without that, it's just tech. And we've seen along our time some hideous examples of where this actually happens. Because there's one simple truth that we've learned along the road of which we've travelled, and that is, the success or failure of whatever legal tech, whatever fintech we produce, is actually going to be determined. Didn't realise that was a drum. By the people that we're expecting to interact with this. With the worst case scenarios, we've even seen people lose workforces because they've tried to introduce new digitized ways of doing things, and it's been. The descent has been so bad that actually people have walked out of the organisation and gone to competitors. So a lot of people have talked about the opportunities of good UX and making sure that we start with those customers. And very few people today have actually talked about those risks as well, because actually the wrong implementation of digital or tech for any industry can have some devastating results. Again, we've all been this guy, right? We've all been forced to or been asked to use these services or systems that actually are infuriatingly difficult to use or slow or break or whatever it might be. That has quite a devastating consequence for any organisation on this journey. And that's kind of where we come in. So we are always very customer focused, and start with, well, what is the actual customer challenge that we're actually trying to solve? And that feeds into, well, then how can we underwrite that with the right technology to solve that problem? So, whilst there is plenty of legal tech out there, and again, we've been to an InsurTech event this week, and it's amazing how many people, when you talk to them about, well, what problem are you trying to solve with this technology? And as good as the technology might be, they kind of scratch their heads and aren't sure how to answer the question. But it's amazing, just starting with just that small piece of customer insight that feeds into, well, how, as a legal entity, can we help them on that journey, even if it's outside of the product and service that we offer, can really start to then drive valuable use of technology rather than just technology for technology's sake. Well, the best example is to give you an example. So this is the journey we take our customers on. We have a national legal client. They're a business law specialist, nationwide consultants, and this is the journey we're taking them on at the moment. The first thing is, well, to give you a bit of context, they actually already have a suite of digitized products and services that they've put out there, one of which has failed hideously. They've built it, they thought they were doing the right thing. The technology is brilliant, awesome, but actually no one wants to use this, and they're still using spreadsheets and PDFs and all the rest of it to solve this challenge. So our first step really is then what we do is go straight out into the market and actually speak to these people, and I do mean literally speak to them. So, for Harley Davidson, for instance, we spent loads of time on their forecourts. For Johnson & Johnson, we actually flew around Europe, walked into their independent retailers to speak to their customers. So that's what we do. We get in front of people and actually start to talk about their day-to-day challenges. What is it about that system that doesn't work, or what would work? We start to really get under the skin of actually what is going to create real value for our customers, or for your customers, I should say, and start there. Because then we can take all that insight back to the office and start the next phase, which is that the more strategic and innovation part to that. Sometimes it doesn't have to be an innovative solution. Sometimes it can be something that the tech team might see and say, oh, I could switch that on tomorrow and fix that. Actually, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that you can get out of this exercise, but actually there will be the bigger ideas, the bigger programs, and the bigger products that will invariably need more diligence. From there, we can then start to prioritize those in terms of what's the most value to the actual customer, but also what's valuable to us as a business. What do we get out of this? What's the return? And we can then start to put forward, well, here's your roadmap. Here's where you should be focusing your attention, because actually this is going to deliver an awful amount of value for everyone. And again, we haven't talked about technology at this point yet. This is all down the road. At the moment, we're still looking at, well, what is the right solution? And from there, if required, we go into, we've heard a few people talk about this proof of concept earlier today, and again, that's where we go into. So we can very rapidly create interactive prototypes, wireframes. If you're not familiar with any of these, they look like the real deal, they act like the real deal, but it's just glorified clicking on designs to take you through what an actual solution might actually look like. The point being is we're getting to this conclusion with a really good, solid, and valid understanding of what a solution might be without actually touching any code yet, because that's the expensive part. As soon as my time's up, so I will just finish this last part. But the point being is through iterating that, because we can validate those prototypes, we can actually get you to a point where there's a huge amount of confidence in whatever proposition that you're putting forward before you start in that investment. So if anyone is on those initial steps of digitizing, then this is a great process to follow, even if you don't use us. I'll stop there. There's loads more.
Nice, thanks Andy, well done. Remind us, how long's Lion & Mason been going now?
2016.
Yeah, very good.
6 years.
And you're up to how many people?
There's 10 of us now.
Yeah.
Leeds and London.
Very good, excellent. The law firm client you've got, you can't name them.
Yeah.
I think what would be really interesting, based on some of the sort of the feedback people have given through the day today, is how did you end up with them as a client? Did they approach you? Did you approach them? Was there a relationship already? How did you make that happen?
It's interesting because we've worked with different industries, and every single industry starts in the same place. So I'd say for us, and this is only through our lens, that legal is probably where fintech was 4 or 5 years ago, in terms of people are starting to pick up the phone to us proactively to say, we've tried something and it's gone wrong and we need your help to understand why. And you will have seen quite a few finance brands that we work with now. That's probably where the bulk of our clients are. Now they're being more proactive in terms of, if they start new initiatives, then they come to us and say, right, we're starting to think about how we change this service, or whatever it might be. But it's interesting, this particular client just came to us saying, we built something that's gone hideously wrong. We've wasted 7 figures. Can you please help us fix it? And that's happened across a number of different verticals. Really.
Okay, we good? Anybody want to ask Andy a question? No? Okay, right, you can sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so just 2 more speakers to go. We are now going to hear from Paul Berwin of Berwins. Paul.
Good, thanks very much. So, start off, design here by Calls 9. There you go, give credit where it's due. I'm founder, managing director, and founder managing director of Berwins Solicitors. I'm also one of the founder directors of Leeds Digital Festival, so I have those hats. Firstly, about Berwins and Berwins Digital. So Berwins Digital is a division of Berwins. It's based here in Leeds, a platform, and we are specialist lawyers advising tech businesses. So that's whether it's on commercial agreements, commercial contracts, data protection, intellectual property, investments, corporate structures, things like share schemes, employment issues, dispute resolution. So anything that affects tech businesses, those are the kind of things that we do. So we're in Leeds, but also in Harrogate, which is where our head office is. There's about 60 people in the firm altogether. Also in Sheffield and one other location, which I can't tell you about yet, but we'll be talking about it next month. So the point here is that we get tech because our clients are all tech businesses. So we speak the language, we know what it's all about, we know what the issues are, and we know what can go wrong on tech projects. So that's the point on that, really. But then talking about the tech within Berwins, because we're about tech and we're interested in tech, we always pushed what we do on that. So we've been paperless since 2014, which meant that when we came to lockdown and so on, it was very easy for us. We didn't have any files to move around. We just took up our surfaces that we had and moved where we were, or carried on working remotely, which many of us were already doing. So that was straightforward. So we wanted to work with tech serving us and not ruling us, and I think that's the important thing for legal businesses. So as a law firm, how is tech going to make our lives easier? Aid agility, aid flexibility, rather than tech for its own sake. So lawyers could get on with looking after clients, and the tech wasn't tech, it was just what made their lives easier. And then the other side of it is client experience. So for so many people, interaction with law firms is a painful experience, not very nice at all. And it's not how we live our lives now. So because of the type of firm we are, so there's the Berwins digital side, which I've talked about, but we also do, particularly in Harrogate, we do wills and we do property and so on. So the experience that clients have very often, if they want to buy a ticket for something or anything else, it's now, these days, a seamless experience, all done online. Interacting with a law firm, you say, yes, I want this law firm to do something, and what happens, in about 3 days' time, you get an email with 7 attachments, each of which you have to print off, sign, send back. That's a horrible experience. So we need to get beyond that. And for law firms of our kind of size, that was a difficult thing. So we put together a concept which we call Berwins 7.0. Why 7? Because we searched back into the history of the firm, and this is our 7th iteration, we reckoned. And the start point for any business, for a legal business, ought to be not what are the shiny things, but what does the business need? So what's the business goal of all that? But then look at what do we have? And really sweat those assets. So look at what you can do with what you've got. Don't just go for the shiny thing that people are trying to sell you, that they're coming at you and trying to sell you, but look at what you've got already. So bleeding edge technology is always going to be risky. You don't need to do that. So what we've adopted for this is a process of proper project management. What we previously did was someone who quite liked tech within the firm, who might also be a conveyancer or whatever it might be, would take on that portfolio, and someone would ring them or show them something, and they get all enthusiastic about that, and it would all go horribly wrong or grind to a halt because they were a conveyancer and somebody wanted to know whether the trampoline was included in the sale price, that kind of thing. So what we've done here is, just going back one, so what we did was we found Alex over there, who you've heard from before. And Alex operated as an external IT director, was able to look at what we said, so the bit where he said previously, we need to get rid of this case management system, it's terrible. And he looked at it and said, well, actually, you know what? It's not terrible, it's no worse than any other one. And actually, it's got these facilities that you're not using. You say you want a client portal, you're talking to someone about a client portal. Well, actually, they've already got a client portal within this. It might not be the best, but it's pretty good and it uses a common database. The risk of using that is very small. So the risk of project not working is therefore very small. So what we've working on, so we're going through a number of projects now. So we've got location-independent telephony. We've got particularly flexible working desk, meeting room, and meeting booking systems. They're all going to happen in the next month. We've got the client portal coming on board. We've got online ID, AML, and client onboarding. So that client onboarding thing, which is so painful, that pain is going to go. And so we're running through some projects. They've taken some time to work through, but that's because we've made sure we've done them properly, and they will fall into place. And in the course of today, various people have mentioned certain things, and Alex and I are sort of clocking those and saying, is that one we're going to look at? Maybe it is, but maybe not now, because if we take on too many projects, they will all fall over. So we'll do the ones that we need to do. So there we are, that's Berwyn's, and that is our approach to technology and what we've been doing. Okay.
Cool. Thank you, Paul. Great to have you taking part today. I know you've been a big supporter of the tech scene in Leeds for a long time now, so you're already bridging that gap. I'm quite interested, all the change you've been going through, the project, the sort of transition that you've described from sort of IT kind of being someone's hobby into a more fundamental part of the business. What's that been like for everyone else who works in Berwyn's? Because it's quite a number of employees you have. Have they had to sort of train and evolve their mindset? Has it been a difficult transition culturally?
In a sense, it has been, in that they've had to step back and realise they're not going to get everything straight away, but that we're following a process. But because we've talked people through as we've gone through it, we've let people know we're at this stage in the process, this is what's going to happen now, that's what's going to happen then. People have said, actually, we really get this. To the stage where we've had directors saying, Alex, I love you. So, they haven't said, Paul, I love you.
I remember interviewing you for the report a couple of years ago now. One of the things that you, and I hope I'm not about to sort of highlight an ongoing issue for you, but I remember one of the things you said there was that there was a fair bit of double keying that was still taking place within the firm, and that was obviously a bit of a frustration for you. Have you got past that? Is that part of the work you're doing at the moment?
Yeah, it's very much part of the work that we're doing. It's very much part of the onboarding process, which is about to come into place. It's very much part of the client portal. So all of those address all of those issues which I'll have mentioned at that time.
Great.
So yeah.
Good. Great to hear it. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's time for our final speaker of the day. Really delighted to welcome Alistair from Psych to the stage. Only had the chance to meet Alistair in person today for the first time, but we've spoken quite a bit because of the work that's been going on over the last couple of years. So thank you for joining us, Alistair. Come tell us about Psych.
Yeah, thanks everyone. And first of all, thanks to Julian and Whitecap for putting this on. It's great to have a proper Leeds Legal Tech event. I'm Alistair, CEO and founder of Psych. We are, I guess, a legal systems implementer. We do all the consultancy around that. I started the business about 5.5 years ago, and we had quite a slow start, actually. My golf handicap improved in the first couple of years. But actually, legal tech has really boomed in that period. So we're properly global business. We work for really large organizations like Google, Facebook, HSBC. We've got 170 colleagues globally, and we think we'll probably have 300 by Christmas. So it really has blossomed in the time period, and it is a real surprise to me, actually. But I always say this to people, but I founded the business without a plan, but with a conviction. So I used to be a lawyer at Asda. I ran the contracting process there. My customer experience of law firms was quite bad, I have to say. And I think the kind of business user, my colleagues' experience of a corporate legal team was even worse. And so I had a conviction that I wanted to do that better. At Asda, we redesigned and re-engineered the legal process, particularly contracting and how people instructed the legal team. There was some skepticism from my colleagues to start off with. They said, Alistair, you're building a legal robot. But in fact, what we were looking to do was take away a lot of the boredom and bureaucracy of day-to-day legal work and replace that with automation. And our customers at Asda, the procurement team, the sales team, absolutely loved it. I asked the head of IT procurement for some feedback, and he said it's infinitely preferable to dealing with you, Alistair. The context is when I was working at Asda, I actually had to use the service entrance, because if I went through the main atrium and up the escalator, it could take me an hour to get to my desk. There were so many requests for legal advice. We could never possibly cope with that volume. I really like, the guy who's speaking about user experience. I think that's absolutely critical to doing this well. It isn't easy. You have to be brave. But I do think we're getting there and we're making progress. And actually, this event is a testament to that. I think I'll have a bit of a whinge. There's a couple of things I want to whinge about, actually, is we're growing massively. We advertise jobs all the time. No one from Leeds ever applies. I don't know what it is. Is it my reputation? It really offends me. But there is lots of opportunities with our organisation, and it is going places. And the second thing is we have no customers in Leeds as well, which makes me really sad. It's easier to sell tech to Facebook and Google than it is to sell it in Leeds, which is really disappointing. So we'd love to do more work in the local area, not just Leeds, but Yorkshire as well. I'll be sticking around for a drink. If you want to come and buy something off me, then feel free. Yeah, that's it. I think I'm in time. Happy to take some questions, Julie.
Well, probably a good place for me to start is just to let you know, Alistair, that everybody who's wearing a T-shirt today is from the University of Law, and they're all law students, legal tech students, so they'd love to come and talk to you about getting a job, I'm sure. And I know Paddy would be delighted to give you an ongoing supply of talent from the University of Law and all their programs. Congratulations on the success that you've had. So, the time that you've built the business up, I think when we first spoke, you had about 60 or 70 employees, and now you're trying to get to 300 by the end of this year. You've got this kind of global footprint as an organisation. You sort of had that global approach even before COVID, didn't you? Like, COVID's just been this accelerator for you. You started off working with internal legal teams, I think. What's the balance of the work now with internal legal teams and law firms as well?
I think it's about 98% corporate legal teams, 2% law firms. So.
Okay. But want to increase the law firm client penetration?
I don't really, to be honest, love to do more work with law firms. We actually do some work with some of the law firms that have been presenting today. That's probably no coincidence. But I do think, when it comes to law firms, those firms that really embrace this from a customer perspective are gonna win in the next phase of law firm evolution. So we're not blocking them.
Sure. And you've got this tech agnostic approach where you're just advising on the implementation of tech. That must mean you have to stay up to speed with an awful lot of stuff that's happening?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if you look in the contracting space, we work for DocuSign, we work for Syrian Labs, we work for iCertis, Thomson Reuters, Ironclad, you name it. So it's quite a difficult situation actually, because you're the vendor's best friend one day and they hate you the next day. And it is quite challenging, but I think our customers really value, if they're trying to select some technology, they really value the fact that we've actually implemented it already, and we've implemented the different technologies within a category. But there's been a few fallings out over the way, but it's a tightrope. It's a tightrope. So.
Does anybody else want to ask Alistair a question? Anyone? Yes, Alex, take the mic. Just for the online.
Yeah, it's Alex Hutchinson. I was just going to ask you, Alistair, where is the most common source of the skills that you require? Where is it coming from? Is it in this country even, or is that why you're having to expand internationally? Is it client demand, or is it because there's actually skills available internationally? Because that must be one of your biggest challenges, growing so fast.
Yeah,
it's clearly not getting business. It's
I think it's doing the work, Alex, is the problem actually. Look, I mean, we need to be international because a lot of our customers require us to do work in other languages and other time zones, so that's a factor. But actually, it's a really tough job market in the UK at the moment from an employer perspective. So, you make someone an offer and they accept it, and then 5 minutes later they're going somewhere else, and that's quite challenging. So we've had to broaden out from that perspective. In terms of the type of skill, it's not a lack of skill at all. So we actually, we do have quite a lot of lawyers or recovering lawyers working for us, but also, we have proper technologists, project managers, change management, user experience, literally the full spectrum. And there's loads of those skills in the local area, which is fantastic. But actually, we do have, as I mentioned, we do have a lot of recovering lawyers. I do think some of the work we do, particularly around the legal engineering and legal design, you do need a good understanding of the context to do that. You're trying to automate a contracts process. It's helpful if you understand the contract. If you're trying to build a digital, you kind of need to understand the negotiating position. So, and we're always open to people who want a career change. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Eve, can you get a mic? Sorry.
Are you working with anyone in the public sector? Because when you were talking about your, legal advice experience in Asda, you can imagine in local government, there's so many things we have to take legal advice on. So just wondered whether you were doing anything in that sector.
So we've had a couple of false starts there, but we'd love to do some work with local government. I think it's a natural thing. I think most local government lawyers are kind of overwhelmed with the variety and volume of work that they have to process. I think also it's really interesting because a lot of these projects flounder because people don't want to make an investment. But I think one of the other speakers earlier, I think it was Paul actually, suggested that you've probably actually got the technology within your organisation that you could use already. So a really good public example of work we've done is for Dyson, consumer goods company. We built a suite of a legal front door, matter management, contracting, just using a configured version of Microsoft 365, which most people have. So we've done similar work with Google as well. So it's just a question of having the will to do it, and change is not overnight. So I think one of the other speakers earlier mentioned you shouldn't regard technology is a panacea. You don't just switch it on, it solves the problem. It is going to be a long-term project, but it's valuable. If I take the example of Unilever, so I'm going down to see them tomorrow, again a public example. I've been working with them on legal technology for 5 years now. What they've done is amazing, actually. The best example is contracting, where they've actually, Unilever colleagues not in the legal team have self-served 20,000 contracts this year already. I've got Springer Nature, the publishing company, the same, very contract-heavy business. 250,000 contracts have been entered into without touching the legal team. So you can do it, but both of those are customers that we've been working with for a long time. That said, the savings are astonishing for them. So what both organisations have been able to do is refocus their legal budget on high-risk, high-value matters rather than NDAs and statements of works.
Thank you. And MOUs and everything else.
Okay, right. Any more questions? Okay, Alistair, thank you very much. Just want to move that to the next slide. Cool, thank you. Right, well, that brings us to the end. So I just want to say a few kind of closing words, and then it's time to either head home or come join us at Manhattan if you'd like to come and have a drink and a canapé or two on us. Thank you so much to all of you who've attended today, whether you're in the room, whether you're watching virtually. It's absolutely brilliant to have been able to deliver this event. I want to say a big thanks again to all the organisations that sponsored, particularly to Bruntwood, the headline sponsor, for making the venue available to us today, and for all their support, to Leeds City Council for really making it all possible by kickstarting this event, and then also to Barclays, DSC Beechcroft, Leeds Law Society, Pinsent Masons, Salesforce, TOCA, and the University of Law. I really appreciate all of your support. Deb and the team at Hairy Lemon today for all the catering and for helping us sort out the magician and the bar tonight. The guys at Firefly who've helped us all through the day, really appreciate your help. Brad and the team who've done all the streaming and the filming. Everything today's been captured. It's already been broadcast, but we've got it all on film. You can watch it back. It's there now. It's kind of collateral that we can use. And also just want to say a big thanks to my colleague Chloe, Chloe, just come up here a sec. Everyone who's been involved in sort of arranging today knows Chloe's been a key part of what we've been doing here. So Chloe, I just want to say thank you to you for all your help. And I know you're heading to the cocktail bar afterwards, aren't you? So we'll be there. Yeah, all the way through today, Chloe's been doing a live write-up. So that'll be sort of ready to be published over the next day or so. Could be Monday, it might be tomorrow, depending on how we get on with that. But we'll put that out with photos, with the recording, and that'll give us all a chance to reflect back on a great day. Cool. Thank you again. Hang about and have a chat here if you want to. Head over to Manhattan, either make your own way there. We're upstairs in the mezzanine if you want to head over yourself. We'll be going in about, sort of 10, 15 minutes or so, won't we? So feel free to walk over with us. Thanks again, and see you all next time.